Bullshit.
Yep.
Hi.
And intro.
And bullshit. Hi, how's it going? Oh, we doing the intro now?
Okay. Music, save us.
Welcome to the Grand Cantalog Cavalcade in color, a Genticles podcast for sophisticated bronies. Episode 53, the Last Unicon.
Sorry, I forgot to add
quotation mark.
live, adding the show notes, adding the fucking titles of the episode. We should do this in live stream so people can see us fuck up. Stuff like that.
Oh, if it was me doing it, they'd be watching the Civ 5 screen.
Alright, now I'll hit up our last pieces of metal shit here. Our guests this week are Cyril the Wolf.
Hello.
And Chef Sandy from Bronyville. So,
howdy.
Returning champions, as it were. Champions.
Except this time we have sex.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hey, just really quick. I just looked up GCC B-sides on iTunes, and it's got 2 5-star reviews.
Dang.
And the second one is stupendously amazing. I haven't actually listened to it yet. Just putting 5 stars out there. Thank you. You don't care who this is from.
It's probably Jehov.
Yeah.
Cyril's on here to talk about his experience at the recent Unicon meltdown, and Chef Sandy's here to give his input from the 4chan MLP side of things, as well as from the side of things of just the perspective of someone who has run conventions before, many conventions before, and who was, at the time, at a convention that he was running, so that we talked about, actually. Or no, we did not.
He's just Chef Sandy doing this thing.
Yeah.
As I try to backtrack from almost doing something stupid.
But before we get into the glorious tale of the Last Unicon, we have another topic, and this is moving on to our main topic section here. We have another topic that I felt, we should probably cover it at least from a this is what happened standpoint, but if you guys want to give your input, any opinions, they're welcome. We don't hate you for having opinions here, we just hate you for the opinions that exist.
Who's masturbating?
I am so sorry.
Bullshit.
That I tap my foot a lot, and there is like a depression in this carpet that makes my microphone stand bounce whenever I do that. Which is the excuse that I came up with a week ago.
So stop masturbating.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was looking at this Google Doc here,
which I just read through. And I got my tinfoil hat firmly in place.
But a lot of what I'm about to sort of introduce as a topic has been talked about quite a bit. It has been talked about on Bronyville. I've listened to the Bronyville episode twice already, and it will be coming out the day before this airs. So if you're listening to this and you have no idea what I'm talking about, please go to bronyshow.com and listen to the latest episode, at least just the main topic section.
It's so long.
It's very long. It's a very long episode, but the topic section is worth it because Apple Cider gives a massive tell-all as to what happened at Unicon because he was there in the thick of it, and so I'm just going to regurgitate a little bit of what he said, and then things that I saw, things that MLP has found, and Chef Stanley, of course, will chime in with anything he knows about what's going on, because I certainly haven't been able to cover everything, because there's just a lot of different angles to the story. So, Unicon. As we all know, Unicon tanked like a gigantic memorial, as it were, to Titanic.
It sort of reminds me of how there was a back in like the late 90s when everybody was like, oh, Titanic, the movie is the best movie ever. Oh, hey, I got this idea for a casino. It's up the Titanic as it's sinking from the iceberg. Let's make this casino. And everybody was like, no. Actually, that has absolutely nothing to do with Unicon, but you said Titanic, so I had to say something.
Way to go.
So anyways, from what we know, from what I've heard from various sources and from what Apple Cider said on Bronyville, Unicon overextended their budget. Now, Apple Cider was very nice and proper to not mention any kind of numbers, but I'm not him. And I'm going to say this because Final Draft said this on YouTube, on the video that I watched, as well as a live stream that YouTube video is from. I'll get that in a second. So they overextended their budget late Saturday evening, and Lee Tokar pulled all of the fandom media heads out of a party in Everfree Network's room up in some suite to talk about what was happening. And Everfree Network and Bronyville, Derpy Hooves News, Equestria Daily, and Celestia Radio all got together and said, we need to fix shit. Because with Unicon overextending their budget, that meant that a lot of things weren't paid. And included in that package of things not paid were the money that was supposed to be given to voice actresses to comp them for rooms, their time, plane tickets, things like that. Money that was supposed to be given to the hotel to pay for the comped rooms, and money that was supposed to be given to musicians and artists, or musicians rather, and podcasters and news site media heads to comp their rooms or their plane tickets or whatever they had agreed upon. So Everfree Radio, all those guys got into a room and said, all right, let's start a thing to raise money. And they got together and they created what's now known as Las Pegasus, which is a name that Apple Cider came up with at 2 in the morning. And they got together and did this whole donation drive to pay for the voice actors who've all been paid. There's a video on YouTube, I'll link it later, of Final Draft and Sithisto talking, and they're sending money to the agents, and so that all got paid. And Las Pegasus has continued to reimburse musicians. And Cyril, you said you got reimbursed for stuff
for everything that I was agreed to have, my comped room as well as the $50 for travel I have gotten. So that makes me very happy.
And just to be clear, the money to the VAs was only to cover their travel. Their appearance fees and all that are just gone.
Yeah,
they're not happening.
Well, appearance fees, you're talking about the commission that's given to pay them to come, not to pay them for them coming. It's to pay them for having come. So you're talking about. Yeah. So I wasn't aware that hasn't been paid.
No, it's not going to get paid.
Oh.
It is.
Well, they shouldn't. They should be paid, but it shouldn't be expected to come from
the community. Yeah.
But
at the very least, the costs of them coming out and eating and all that stuff, that has all been reimbursed. So I suppose you can think of it as them having a vacation.
I guess. It was Vegas.
But I think we can. Well, I don't know if you're going to get into this, but it was said that a lot of the guests were, because of this, really hesitant of coming to doing any kind of cons in the future. Involving the community.
Tara Strong herself tweeted, "Yeah, I'm not too." She said, "I'm a little afraid to do cons in the future."
Well,
hopefully, I'm hoping that this gesture that the community has made. I mean, she's not going to get her fee, but this gesture of, hey, we're sorry about what happened. Here's something. Yeah. I hope that resonates.
Her specific statement was that she was reluctant to go to first year cons again, which I don't really blame her.
Yeah.
Because most of these ones that are popping up do seem, like they don't quite know what they're doing in a lot of cases. And there are those that do. I mean, it's just that they're reluctant because they spent a weekend, and Tara said she missed like her son's karate tournament, and they're missing real life to supposedly go and make some money. Yeah, this is all gravy for the VAs. That's part of the reason why they like coming to these cons, is that it's extra income for them and their families. Yeah, and that didn't get paid.
I would like to, as I said earlier, I was going to drop a number here. This is a little bit of an anecdote from Final Draft's live stream about Las Pegasus. It's recorded. It's up. The audio is up on their website. I believe the video is still in their YouTube account. He did he and I can't remember his name, Saberspark, did a giant 2.5-hour, 3-hour live stream talking about what happened. I was in it. I was asking questions because I just wanted to know what was going on. And Final Draft stated that he was, in the middle of doing Las Pegasus, before they did that video where they sent the money to the agents, he was on his way to give money to people. And Sandy, with an I, not Chef Sandy, but Sandy Haas, the con organizer, came up to him and asked for the money to help, save the sinking con. And Sandy was standing there with a staff member from the Riviera, the hotel that they were staying in, the hotel that the con was in. And Final said, well, no, Las Pegasus is to pay for, people who've been fucked out of money. It's not to save your con. And the Riviera hotel staff member said, my hotel is owed $18,000. Oh, and that is a quote. Final Draft said that. I'm not dropping new news here. That was said in a live stream. That was said to him. Our hotel is owed $18,000. But let's not forget, that's $18,000 they owed the hotel at that time. But let's not forget that at that time they also owed money to VAs and to VAs for commission, because owing the hotel money, that's the hotel rooms. But let's not forget food costs, comped plane tickets, and commission fees. Mm-hmm. So $18,000 is a lot of money, but it's not all of it. And I don't know what the actual number is, and I don't particularly care to know, because I'm fairly certain I'd have a panic attack.
Mm-hmm. See, that's what I had when I first...
Yeah. And another little thing from the con... I'll finish just doing this whole thing, and then Cyril and Sandy, you can have a go at it before I ask questions to you guys. There have been a lot of rumblings, particularly on MLP, as MLP, the 4chan board, is wont to do, that this is possibly a gigantic scam. Final Draft and Apple Cider on Bronyville and Everfree Network both dismissed that claim very quickly and forcefully. I, however, I'm not quite as quick to dismiss it as they are. Not because I think it was a scam, but because I think that considering the evidence for it possibly being a scam is an interesting thing to do. And I had a talk with BH Hammy about this earlier yesterday, and one of the things he cited, and Chef, if you have anything that you've seen from LP to back this up, go ahead. If you don't want to, that's fine. Okay. He said that there's this thing going on in the vendor room called the Vendor Bucks, or the Las Pegasus Bucks, or whatever.
The Luna Bits or whatever, yeah. Las Pegasus Bits, I think it was.
And what it was basically, if you've ever been to Disneyland, you can give them money and they'll give you this fake Disneyland currency with Disney characters on it you can use at any of the vendors. And there's just a fun little gimmick, And it appears they tried to do this at the con with this card paper with pencil and marker drawings of ponies on it, where you'd give money to some guy running something at the con, and he'd give you these fake bits that you could use at Defenders. And there are two sides to this. First of all, I've seen pictures of it. It's printed on simple card paper. And I could have very easily gone up to my room, with an inkjet printer and and some paper that I'd brought or that I'd buy from, any store anywhere and just print out these fake fucking dollars, and that's just, it was a bad idea, first of all, because there was nothing, on there that could keep it from being counterfeit at all. Like, it wasn't laminated. It was just simple card paper.
It did have a stamp. It did have a custom, rubber stamp.
Okay.
But even then.
But they instructed vendors were instructed to take this as real money that they could, at the end of the con, trade it in for actual money. And a lot of people, like Derpy Squad, were like, yeah, no, we're not doing this, because this is bullshit. But some people actually did, and at the end of the con, when the con didn't have any money, they didn't get anything, and they walked home with Monopoly money. Mm-hmm. And Hammy pointed out to me that this is the perfect way to remove money from people without there being any argument very easily, which is just a little notch in the great train of bits of evidence that points to this being a gigantic scam. Not saying it is a scam, but I'm saying that you should consider the evidence because at the very least, it's an interesting thing to consider.
It is certainly a mess. And, I think, the reason that I contend that it is likely not one is that there are a lot better ways to do this, I'm sure. And getting your name permanently smeared and the name that you've used for years and years and years involved with this, and your photo all over the place, well, that doesn't make much sense. I mean, I do think that there are shenanigans and there's lots of bad decisions made there, but I don't think that it was intentional, willful anything. I think it was just bad decisions from here to eternity.
Yeah. And that's what I lean towards as well. The mounting evidence that I've seen just points to them having made some incredibly titanic, horrendous decisions with their money. Let's not forget, I mean, they signed, was it 22 guests?
Yeah, they doubled down.
Yeah, that's a lot of bucks. I actually had a question for Cyril before. If you wanted to say anything, Cyril, go ahead. But I have a question before you do.
Okay.
So what were you sort of promised? What was the agreement with the con for you coming?
Let me bear with me. Let me actually pull up the exact contract that I had signed.
So you did,
and I'll just read it.
Sign a contract.
Well, it was an electronic contract, so I don't know how. I once again need to talk to somebody who I know who knows law better than I do. Not that I'm a slouch at law. I had to learn a good bit of it in order to graduate with my degree, but I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Bear with me for a second. I probably should have pulled this up, but I didn't think about it until just now. Because I try not to think about it because I just get angry. So, get ready for the rage, I guess. Oh,
you're becoming a good GCCer.
Yeah, right? Let me see.
But the not planning.
Ah, yes.
Give in to the rage.
Let the hate flow.
Okay, so here we go. Musician talent agreement. Las Pegasus Unicon. This contract is an agreement entered into the 11th day of October. That's right, this was way back in October. Between Cyril the Wolf, the musician talent, and Sandy Adeo, representative for Las Pegasus Unicon, February 22nd to 24th. Scope of the agreement is for me. It's not my legal name, but, it's an alias I use, so. And there's enough proof of that to where I could, do that. Participate in 1, 2, or 3 musical sets during the evenings of Grand Polynesian, which, was the musician thing. Participating in, X number of sets, actual number to be determined at a later date. And I did that. Participate in 1 or 2 panels revolving around music. I did that. Tweet or send out announcements as often as possible to their fan base about the convention. Did that. I get complimentary entrance, which I got. one set of swag, which I actually did get because fortunately the person who did the music stuff was looking out for us pretty well. Bracelet, lunch on participation days, which I didn't get. I got one lunch, I think, but not on the con. It was on our musician coordinator. Relaxation room with snacks, water, and soda. It had water, 50% per participant toward travel expenses. Finally got that because of Las Pegasus. Sleeping accommodations for 4 nights, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I actually paid for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, not Sunday. Tarby picked up the bill for Sunday. So,
but the convention itself didn't pick up the bill for Sunday.
Yeah,
it was another musician. You were staying with Tarby, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Banner hung during the entire convention listing bands and contact info. Nope. Advertising on the website, Facebook page, and other program guiding, including, listing stuff. And yes, it did have advertising, but the website was terrible. Transportation, if needed, to the airport from hotel and back. Got it from the airport, not back. And additional perks that may be discussed, which fortunately never got discussed because this could have been a whole lot worse as far as me being pissed off. So needless to say, actually there was some additional perks. I just remembered, like they were going to have like a party cannon dealy thing that was like a kind of like a semi raffle that like would launch things in, for money to pay stuff.
It's like a t-shirt cannon.
Yeah, kind of like a t-shirt cannon where, the money would go to the musicians for travel because some guys were coming from fucking Denmark.
Crazy.
So, in terms of the things that were promised to you on that contract, what percentage would you say of things were actually given to you?
Oh, less than 50. See, I got complimentary entrance and the swag. And rehearsal space, actually. So probably about 50%.
You didn't get any of the lunches that you were promised. They did not comp your room. And get away from me, God. Jesus Christ. Sorry, where was I? We'll watch later, I promise. You didn't get your hotel room, and was comping your flight part of that as well?
No, it was not. It was $50 toward travel.
Okay, did you get that?
Because of Las Pegasus, I did. See, once again, not because of the con. So no, the con didn't give me shit as far as money.
Okay.
And those actually, and the contract did agree to anything I discussed with Calligraphy, who was the musician coordinator at a later date, would fall under that, which is such a stupidly open clause. But it was there. And we did discuss things like me getting my flight comped because of donations, because of Brony's generosity, because there's supposed to be so many, people there. Or even if there weren't people there, I'm sure the people would be generous because, I ended up selling out of my albums there, which was nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
Let's see. I had another question here. Do you want to just sort of like give a rundown of what you saw, or shall I just say listen to Bronyville for that?
You basically, I'm in the interest of keeping this podcast not 1,000 years long. I'll just give the short version. Basically, everything was cool until Sunday. I was going to get lunch. I saw DJ Kalkos, and the news was dropped on me. Very, very, very trickle-like, fortunately, because if it was dropped on me all at once, I probably would have been a lot hungrier by the end of the day because lunch would not have happened. Fortunately, I was just like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to trust you. You're not giving me any information. That's fine.
Yeah, I guess. I want to ask. It's like how do they present this? I mean, it just sort of came out in trickles. Like, what was the first thing you heard that there's trouble?
It was basically like, okay, so the con is overextended itself, is what I heard.
That's
first.
What they.
Yeah, that's what the first thing. That was like a marketing decision. That was a deliberate decision by the media heads to not panic people by using the word overextended.
Which, I mean, is fairly reasonable when you have 1,000-ish Bronies in one place, and you want people to behave. Don't rush the lifeboats, as it were.
Right, exactly. To use the Titanic metaphor, just fits so perfectly for the fucking convention. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Let me ask, who was the first? Because that's the thing that really just sort of blows my mind is like, how can you, like, how do you do that? I mean, I'm not saying like, oh, how can you do that? That's so wrong. I'm like, how do you actually, can you actually present any of this so late in the con?
I know, and you can't, and that's why they were trying to do it. You know what I mean?
I can't. This is like trying to show a dog quantum physics. It's just I'm utterly flabbergasted at how this could happen. I mean, how?
Yeah, I don't get it, and that's how. Your reaction right now is exactly how I felt holding Quiznos, walking up to the EFN box where I was going to take a seat next to Odyssey being like this other guy who was unfortunately following me. I still feel bad about that because he was a little like a kind of a twitchy guy anyway, and so I was like about to like direct him to help like me and help the musicians. Like, you know what? No, you go back to your room. I have other people who, this guy works at a steel factory. He'll be cool. I know.
This might sound really offensive to some people, but the only comparison I can make in my experience in being like alive was when I was in the military, and I remember I was on night shift, and I was in the military, and so when everything started going down, I was off duty and wasn't getting the full story. But when 9/11 happens, and you're not too sure what's going on, it's just everything's just a trickle, and there's over exaggeration. All you're just left being is like scared and confused. I'm not comparing. Now let me get this straight. I'm not comparing Unicon to 9/11. I'm just saying the fear and confusion you have over some major shit went down. We don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know how this affects me. So I'm going to sit here and be scared and confused.
Yeah. And in a way, that's a fair comparison to how information came out that, oh, there was something wrong. There's something wrong. Oh, holy crap. We're getting a fuller picture now. This little bit closer. And
so,
it's
so
really
that happened to me a little
see.
bit faster because I was there. And so like, I didn't even finish my Quiznos because like Kelkos was like, oh, you know this, you know enough now where I can give you the number. 12,000 is what I heard first. And I was just like, what? Musicians might be kicked out of the rooms. What? And I just stopped eating. I'm like, I need to, like, apparently I looked like I was about to strangle somebody. like go find Sandy, like, and just strangle her. Because as I said, I have a 4-year degree in business. Like, I was like professionally offended that somebody could misplace that amount of money.
Again, going back to my analogy, I'm pretty sure I had a similar feeling watching the second plane fly into the other tower, where it's just the realization's like, oh fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And so it's just like, I was like on the phone immediately talking to, because I had some people who were like sweet elite people who paid extra money to get their, room comped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they were fucked even worse because they actually paid extra to have their room comped.
Mm-hmm. And then had to pay for their room as well when their room was not comped. Yeah.
And you may, I mean, a person like me would who might be more cynical would be like, oh, it's just, you're in Las Vegas, it's a hotel room, it's cheap as fuck. You need to remember, like, people like Cyril are like on the brink of homelessness on a good day.
I'm not, I'm not even that bad. Tarby, literally just finally got an apartment, contract signed. He was in a hotel room for a couple of days. Like, he was actually, literally pretty much homeless for a little bit. And me, fortunately have, the ball and chain who, bless her heart, supports me and everything and was willing to, help me out. But if she wasn't there, I'd be pretty much fucked this month.
There's actually a question. We've had rumors, flitting about this, but as Cyril, I figure since you were there and since you have more musician friends than all of us here combined, was anyone actually stuck in Vegas after the con for a couple days? Like, they couldn't.
Not any musicians that I know, because none of the musicians had their travel comped. Like, it was never in any of our contracts to have it fully comped. And if it was a reimbursement only, which was probably for the better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that pretty much one of the things they did come through on was the travel. They bought the airfare, and it was round trip. Because that was a big concern of mine, especially for Derpy Squad. You know, he's way, 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 way out there in northern New York. And I figured, you know, if anyone was going to get screwed over, it would be him. And
he was on the brink of he was in bad shape.
Yeah. AC helped him out a lot, and then so did a bunch of other people. So he's good. Well, as good as his situation can be, but this won't ruin him. So that's good.
Good.
Yeah.
You know, of all the people that went to this con on a wing and a prayer and a promise, it was him.
Yeah, and then to have the hotel turn around and charge you, you know, an extra $300.
Oh yeah,
that you didn't know you were going to have to pay. You know, that's
might have not even had if it weren't for, you know, good friends willing to help.
Now, we've been, you know, there've been all this stuff flying around about why this happened or how this could have happened. And none of it, to my knowledge, is terribly completely in stone. This is why this happened. But as we know, during the con, the convention still owed the hotel money, which means that when the con started, everything for the hotel, that means hotel rooms and con space, wasn't paid for. Which means that possibly the con space itself wasn't fully paid for, which is very irresponsible. That, I mean, I've never run a con before, but, you know, to my knowledge, when you run a con, you pay for the space before the con starts.
Well, here's where I can, use my specific expertise.
Pose the question at you, Shastani, so go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes, and this is in my experience, and I have been running a convention for the past 5 years. Well, I do not run it solely myself. I run it with friends, and I am part of an organization. When you get a hotel, you pay 10 days out or day of start. You do not pay at the end. You do not pay in the middle. You pay when you take possession of the room or before. Now, I have no knowledge of how this exactly went down, but I know in my experience when, there are certain schedules to be kept. You know, you have to pay X on a certain date, have to pay Y on a certain date, have a card on file, which I don't know how that didn't happen, apparently, where, you know, the hotel ends up shrugging his shoulder and going, what happened, when, you know, that's just a basic part of doing business, is you make sure that there's a card that can be charged on hand. Now, admittedly, maybe there was a card on hand, and maybe there, you know, I don't know. But
what they probably did, to check the card, it's like what gas stations and other places do. They probably just charged it $1 just to make sure it was good, and then when the full amount came through, that's when it failed.
Yeah, now, I do not know. So
now,
I'm just guessing.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying that's just a guess that, you know, they pinged the card and it was okay, and then when the full amount came, that's just speculation on my part. That's all.
Now, my feeling about this, and this comes from me having talked with Hemi and Salient Sunbreeze at length about this whole situation. It's what we're sort of starting to think is possible is that the hotel worked out some sort of deal with the convention where they would pay for the space before the convention, but only part of it. And then after or during the convention, they would be expected to pay the rest. And what we assume or rather what we speculate happened was that they worked out some sort of deal, or they didn't pay all of it right away and expected to make enough money during the con to pay that, whether that be an official con merch or day of ticket sales or things like that. And the reason why I think that's likely is because if you look at the attendance numbers, which I believe was about like 1,700.
I've heard between 1,000 to 1,700, but it's probably on the low range.
Okay.
Nobody has good records of who was there, and most people seem to agree it was about 1,000 plus, but not much more.
But from what we've heard from people talking to Sandy, it sounded like Sandy was expecting about 4,000 people to attend.
Yeah.
And so, first and foremost, 4,000 people is a lot for a convention. And I don't know why you would think more people would come to a convention in Vegas than in any other city. Because I would think that less people would come.
Well, think about it also. Vegas isn't exactly friendly to those under 18, which that is a large % of people involved in this community. Or under 21, that's what I meant. Yeah, under 21, you can't gamble.
Well, they may have been looking at the example of Minecon, which was the first Minecraft convention, which was hosted in Las Vegas, which did bring in many people under the age of 21. However, the difference with that is that's Minecraft, and Notch has fuck you money.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
And let's not forget this. If she expected 4,000 people to attend, then that meant she was expecting a lot of people to buy day of, because con staff knows how many people have pre-ordered tickets, or at least they have a range, and there's no way that con staff thought that more than 2,000 people had pre-ordered. So that meant that they were expecting 2,000 people plus to pay day of, which further sort of goes to prove my hypothesis that they didn't pay everything right away and were expecting to make it back. Chef, to your knowledge, has any con ever done that?
Actually, a lot of first-year cons expect to pay off, to end up in the black, or at least not totally in the red, with gate. It is generally ill-advised and only works on a relatively small scale. There are cons out there that, have money in the bank but start a new event and then basically plan for the new event to pay for gate. But in the case that something goes down and that's not going to be the case, they have backup funding. Yeah. Which would, it would be my case. So, paying for a con at gate can happen and does happen on small scales. It does not happen on Hotel in Vegas and 22 VAs guests, and all the media comps and all this other nonsense. So, it can happen on small fandom scales. Like, I think Bronyfest could totally make gate. Between their pre-sales and their at day of, I think they could actually end up just fine. They won't lose the shirts off their backs. They won't make a ton of money, but the event has a good chance of happening as it ought to. Now, this is not, a massive vote of confidence, but, from what I know of their event, it could totally happen. And I'm glad to hear it, honestly, because we don't need any more disasters on our hands.
All right, question actually for both you, Chef, and Cyril. Chef, how is this going to impact how Bronyville decides whether or not to go to cons? Will it enact a sort of vetting process for conventions that you may or may not already have? And has that impacted any decisions about you, about any cons that you're already planning to go? And Cyril, same question for you personally. How will this impact whether or not you decide to go to cons? Chef first.
Okay. When it comes to our events, we're going to get more stuff in writing, first of all. We've been a little bit too trusting in the past, and it has burned us a couple times. The situation with Unicon, we didn't end up burned, honestly, which is kind of surprising. Things seem to have gone more or less according to what was promised, which is a bit of a surprise to everybody.
But it probably also helped that one half of Bronyville was there too.
Yeah, it was only one ticket, and it was still a room. And of all the people, I think because she may have booked the AC's room so early that nothing has shown up in his card yet.
He hasn't paid anything yet for that.
That does not mean that it won't show up later, but it is good that at least he made out. When it comes to the cons in the future, it may affect who we talk to a bit, because really this is embarrassing that this happened. And I'm getting my ass kicked here.
What?
Nothing. Sorry.
You playing LOL?
He's playing Warcraft with his furry fur-fag panda lady character.
Oh, I'm playing on my fur-fag cow lady character. Fuck you. But anyways, I think we're going to have to ask a lot more questions, and I think the community should too, of when a new con pops up, what do they got? Who is running it? What experience do they have? Why are they doing it? Are they doing it somewhere ludicrous? Are they aiming too high? There's a lot of questions that people are going to need to ask, and I think the community needs to be a lot harsher towards these people that are trying to put new events. And that includes me, and that includes, the people that, even though they have experience, just check and double check. And when it comes to the cons we're going to, Big Apple PonyCon specifically, the prior leadership made some promises that the current leadership in the wake of Unicon came to us and said, hey, what was promised? Tell us, the full land. And I explained, and they go, I can't do that. And I said, I've spent $3,000 on medical bills this past month. I sure can't afford to go. And they said, I'm sorry, you can't come. And I said, okay. And that's business. That's how it shakes out, because, I can't afford to go. They can't afford to bring me. And that's how it happens.
Yeah, that's fine. That's certainly better than them saying, oh, yeah, you can come. And then all of a sudden you find yourself with all these bills you didn't understand you can have.
And they asked me via email. And when I replied, I was like, I realized these promises were made, and I realized that in the wake of Unicon, these promises may not be able to be made, and that's okay. I understand. I'm not going to hold it against you. Because
it's a good thing that when the prior leadership left, they didn't just say that they went and made sure to check with you guys again.
Yeah,
that's a good sign.
Yeah, it is a good sign, and I hope their event goes well. Like, I would kind of like to talk to Jason Thiessen again, and some of the stuff they have going looks pretty fun. It's just not a financial possibility for me right now.
Well, I think this is a good learning experience, and that along with many other things in the fandom that a lot of people are learning about, apparently for the first time, is that
if it sounds
if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And that, hey, despite, ostensibly being centered around this cartoon about, like, friendship and, looking out for each other and all that shit, that's not how the real world works all the time. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not, I don't want to say that's not how the world works. That's not how the world works in the world of business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, I'm not going to Big Apple PonyCon, neither is AC, but their convention leadership did their due diligence in double checking and making sure that they weren't going to be on the hook for any promises they,
Well, and do you think it was, I don't know, you may have just said it and I just wasn't paying attention, but was it the impetus, was it Unicon happening that sort of forced them to do it, or do you think they would have...
Well, they would have done it anyway.
I think...
Yeah, would they have done it anyway?
No. I do think, though, that a lot of the conventions are realizing the age of the commuter con is over. That, with there's so many conventions in town, Bronycon is going to be something of a fluke.
Yeah.
Bronycon had 4,000 people last year, Bronycon Summer, because it was the only game in town. And that was people traveled all the way to New Jersey to go to this con because it was the only pony con in town. And now there's cons all over the place. There's 2 in California, 1 in NorCal, 1 in SoCal, 1 in Washington State, 1 in Salt Lake, 1 in Arizona, 1 trying to start up in Colorado, 4 in Texas. There's Bronyfest, which is coming up 2 weeks. There's Fiesta Equestria, which is in the middle of the summer cluster of cons. Then Brony Fanfare 2 months in September, and then Nightmare Nights, which is my gig, way back in November. There's cons all over the country and all throughout the year. So people don't necessarily have to spend the $1,000 it would cost me today to purchase airfare and recover my rooms to Big Apple PonyCon. I don't have to spend $1,000. I can go to Louisville, or I can go to Austin, or I can go to Houston, or I can go to Dallas. And the market is not saturated, but the cons are all going to have to consign themselves to being a little bit smaller than they might have thought. It behooves the people in charge of these conventions to be aware of that people don't necessarily have to travel to your event. So you need to make it as good as you can, but be sane with your budget. Another example of this is Cloudsdale Congress. They dumped 2 Season 1 VAs that they figured, probably rightly so, we're not a significant draw. And this is cold hard business mathematics stuff here. When it comes to a VA, when it comes to a guest, they all have associated costs with them, and if you're not going to easily make up the amount of their cost in extra draw from ticket sales, they're not worth it. And as much as we love random one-offs like Gilda and Brayburn and the like, the odds of seeing them at conventions going forward is much smaller now that people are being way more stringent with their budgets.
Cyril, that question I gave to you earlier, how is this going to affect you personally deciding what cons you want to go to?
Well, it's just basically gonna make sure that they can actually keep their promises. And fortunately, LPU is the only one to make said promise. Well, okay, Big Apple PonyCon did too. Of course, I live within 2 hours a drive of LPU, so that's not really that big a deal. I also have a friend who lives on Long Island who I haven't seen in a while.
You mean Brony, Big Apple PonyCon?
What am I saying?
You said LPU, and I'm like, you're in Vegas?
Yes,
No.
I'm in Vegas. No, let me rephrase that. BAP, Big Apple PonyCon. Sorry, I am
It is late.
It is late, and I've had a little drinks. What was I saying? Right. So, for me, it's if I can't drive to it, then, I pretty much am going to have to say, well, can you do something and how? You know what I mean? And if they say they can, I'll be like, well, if you better be able to back this up. You better be having a fan-based convention rather than a VA-based, you know what I mean? Like, you better have good reason to bring me out.
Yeah.
And so far, like Fiesta Equestria, for instance, before LPU, I was talking to Igneous Deeds, and he was like, you know, I was like, well, here's what I need to come out, just because that's what I need. I just don't have a lot of money. You know, I need the room and the travel. That's just what I would need to get out there, because it's in Texas. It's, you know, too far to me want to realistically drive by myself, since I don't really have anybody who'd want to come with me. And so I'd want to fly, and that costs money and everything else. And so he was like, well, we can't do that. So, you know, I was like, oh, okay. Well, you know, I'd love to come, but, you know, and I'm actually going to Fiesta Equestria only because a friend of mine who lives in Houston, who apparently is, well, and I talked to him enough where I know he's telling the truth, is he's like, yeah, I'm going to pay you for your plane ticket, and I have a room already. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to Fiesta Equestria. I mean, it was one of those things where I said no a couple of times, because I was like, I don't want you paying for my shit. But, you know, if somebody insists, they insist, even if it's not exactly, you know, since I have the time for it, work's pretty lax on my hours, which is good because they don't pay me shit. So they better be lax on my hours. And then as far as other cons go, like fortunately I live on the East Coast, and so there's plenty of cons usually within driving distance. You know, Big Apple PonyCon is 2 hours. Mm-hmm. Cloudsdale Con is 3, and so is Bronycon. So the only one I'm concerned about is Everfree Northwest, and they're trying to do like an album thing, like, you know, Balloon Party was for musicians. And I was like, yeah, if I have the time, by the time I can go, I'll love to go. I'd love to go to Everfree Northwest, just because for some reason all the musicians are going there, and we like to circle jerk. And if I don't get my musician circle jerk in, I don't feel right. So, anything else? And I think that's basically it. It's basically just like, you know, if you invite me, great. But I'm not going to take a loss on it.
Oh yeah, and that's the deal. I mean, these cons, you know, speaking on the Brony media side of things, you know, it costs money to go to these events, and short of us having a really good reason to go, like running panels and the like, it's getting increasingly unlikely that, you know, we'll show up, because, you know, unless there's a reason for us to be there, covering these cons is not necessarily in our best financial interest. And while we obviously care a great deal of the community, or about the community, or else we wouldn't have done all this nonsense the last little week, it just boils down to raw mathematics. You know, I ain't rich. I'm doing pretty good, but I'm not rolling in cash and can just travel everywhere on a whim. You know, we were going to, you know, AC went to Las Pegasus because of a promise, and on his case, you know, he did make out. We were going to go to Big Apple because of a promise, and we're not going because they can't fulfill that. And that, you know, and again, that is okay, because they didn't, you know, pull this on us last second.
Because they told you that they couldn't, and that's fine.
Yeah, and I was like, well, I appreciate your candor. I can't go, sorry. Because, you know, New York's all right. So I had pretty fun decent amount of fun last time.
$16 burgers and $10 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, New York City definitely is fat friendly.
Yeah, and I can't get a soda, you know, or I can't get a soda.
Walk everywhere. Got New Yorkers yelling at you for being so slow.
Fucking fat, New York is rude and fucking.
Oh yeah,
elevators set off the fat alarm when you climb on.
Oh, what a
that was weird to hear that, to find out that elevators actually have weight alarms.
So
they do.
With that, is there anything else you guys would like to add to this before I just sort of wrap up the whole segment?
It's just a damn shame this happened, and this is sort of an end of innocence for the community on the convention scene.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, whatever your view is on how it went down, it was a giant clusterfuck, and giant clusterfucks always have a fallout, and this one's fallout is going to be lots of...
there's going to be a very long tail.
Yeah, there's just going to be a really long tail. Yeah, so there you go.
All right, well, that just... go ahead. Sorry.
I was about to say, yeah, the honeymoon's over. If you're pissed off that, nothing's perfect in the fandom anymore, I don't know what to tell you.
It's time to file for that divorce.
Yeah, go. I don't know.
Oh,
fuck up. I don't know. Go fuck off and read Homestuck or something. Yeah. Apparently, they're doing just fine.
Time to abandon ship and go to Littlest Pet Shop.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure that Homestuck video game's doing just fine.
Yeah,
go back to
spent millions kickstarting.
All right. Well, that just about wraps up that segment. Once again, just for those who may have been zoning out, Las Pegasus Unicon overextended its budget and could not go through with things they had contractually promised musicians as well as VAs, media heads. It was a giant clusterfuck. We speculated on why it happened, what this could mean. For more information on this, do check out the latest Bronyville episode, which is out by the time that this episode airs, as well as go over to Everfree Network's website and check out any of the coverage that they've done, because they've been very thorough as well. Yeah, as I understand it, there is currently a article on the Roundtable that's very long and full of fire from Kafka Floyd, who was there, who did a little write about that. So you can go to all these other places and find out all that you want. As always, of course, there's a recurring thread on the MLP board on 4chan that is full of wonderful little goodies that I'm afraid to talk about for legal reasons, but are there, and you should definitely check them out. But other than that,
can I add a couple more things?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, even though we have our issues with Final Draft, and we think that he's generally an arrogant douchebag, mostly because we are too. Bravo to him, to Bronyville, to Apple Cider, to Derby Squad for just stepping in and basically doing what they can to get a handle on the situation and helping get people out of there, and making sure that people aren't completely fucked over.
Yeah.
I was actually just about to say that my respect level for Final Draft has gone up infinitely in the past few days with his coverage and the way he helped pull things together, and actually, gave appropriate amounts of credit where credit was due. And infinite amounts of respect to him. I would actually like to retract a good portion of things I've said about him on this show, but I'm a little too lazy to remember what they all were. It's really funny, actually. Earlier I was talking to Apple Cider. Apple Cider sent me, their latest Bronyville episode yesterday. I was talking to him, and he actually told me, look, I'm really sorry to have to break this news to you, but we've buried the hatchet with Final Draft. Pool's closed due to friendship. We got sick of fighting, so I'm afraid there's not going to be much you can talk about anymore about Everfree Network on here. And I said good, because quite honestly, I was getting sick of talking about it.
And it's funny because, they'll probably, if they're listening to this and they're like, yeah, we're tired of crazy bullshit and we'd like to, get along and talk about cute, colorful cartoon horses and not about backstabby, snipey nonsense.
However, we do need to say that they buried the hatchet with you guys. They haven't done that with us.
Well, there's no hatchet to bury with us yet. So,
yeah. so first you need to materialize the hatchet.
The upcoming Butt convention, that may change things, but hopefully it won't, because I don't want to lose the respect I've gained for Final Draft, because I really like him right now and I don't want to stop.
And let me just say one, just to sort of bury the topic, to end the topic. Is it okay if I end the topic?
Go ahead.
Much like Gearbox has done in the wake of aliens, colonial space marines, Sandy with an I has also vanished.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun.
You see what I did there?
Yes.
Yeah. And with that,
Yeah.
you got anything else? But with that, we move on to our second topic here, entitled Sweet Apple Acres Con is in the shitter.
More of that sweet, sweet con.
Oh, God. I tell you, fucking cons. God.
Okay, so what's going down?
So I'm gonna go to the Sweet Apple Con. The link here is straight to Sweet Apple Con.
Okay, and this is a con that's taking place in the middle of July in Nashville,
yes.
Tennessee.
In Nashville, Tennessee. Now, I would like to point out, and this is something that Sandy brought up, and this is something I just want to get into before we get into actually what's going on at Sweet Apple Acres. But I would like to point this out. Sweet Apple Acres Con is about a week off from Everfree Northwest.
Which
is a bigger and more established convention.
Of course, it's on the other side of...
For the exact same thing, yes, but I'd like to point that out. And secondly, it's right on, I want to say it's on the same weekend as Anthrocon, which is a rather large furry convention in Texas, I think. And I would just like to point out there are a lot of furry bronies, and Anthrocon is a really big furry con. So this is a trend we've been seeing with Bronycons, is they schedule these cons at such horrendous times.
Yeah, because I was about to say, Everfree Northwest, that's not a big deal, because there are, to totally kind of point out a simple fact about the Southeast, a lot of people in the Southeast are not as well off as other people in the country, so having a con in Nashville, not only provides a location for, bronies in Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, in the Carolinas, that's great. But, there's also a lot of furries in the Southeast, and I think they'd rather spend their money to go to Texas instead of a Brony convention.
Just a point to make here is cons, please think when you schedule, because there's that Bronycon that was taking place at the same time as PAX.
That was big. That was a Big Apple.
Big Apple PonyCon.
Yeah, that was a big.
And I know Big Apple PonyCon was either a success or is going to be a success. I don't know when it is, because it looked pretty big, and they weren't going through any financial trouble like other cons, like Sweet Apple cons, which we'll get into in a second, have. But please, come on.
Also, by the way, Anthrocon's actually in Pittsburgh, but it is on the East Coast.
Well, still,
so
that's pretty close.
It's
That's
still in the
pretty
same
close
general area.
Yeah, that's pretty close to Nashville.
So
I mean,
here's what's happening at Sweet Apple Acre, and the link I provided in the show notes is a link to their website, and I'm just going to read off their latest statement here. Maybe not the whole thing, but here's what it says. It's titled, Sweet Apple Acres Needs Your Help. Oh boy.
Oh,
this was posted on June 9th, very early in the morning at around 1 or 12 PST. So after people had gone to bed, which is a terrible time to post anything.
Yeah, and we were up playing Saints Row 3.
Yeah, and I knew about this because I had heard about it through various chat rooms with Derpy Hooves News and EQD when they'd gotten the word about this. I would like to point out, however, that this statement was posted about 2 hours after the word got out. And for a full 2 hours, the only place you could hear about this publicly was Derpy Hooves News. EQD didn't get a hold of it until quite a bit later, and the official Sweet Apple Acres Twitter feed and their website both did not have this information on it, which I think is a mistake. This information should have been there first. Before Derpy Hooves News, before even Equestria Daily. So that's just a minor thing that I'd like to point out. So here this is what it says. Hey guys, and I quote, Sweet Apple Acres staff here. We at Sweet Apple Acres come here today with heavy hearts. Unfortunately, the expenses involved in running a first-time convention have caught up with us. Planning and budgeting has always been a priority for our staff, but the truth of the matter is that successfully arranging a venue, booking guests, and organizing events requires deep pockets. We feel that it is important to be completely honest with you. We need a little extra money, and they say a little extra money, to get this convention off the ground. In order to retain our current venue, we need to raise, and this is that little amount, $21,000. Or book an additional 51 rooms, if that's at the hotel that they have to deal with. It's in the best interest of our guests as well as the staff to avoid moving venues if at all possible. There will still be a convention if we fail to reach our target donation amount, but you would have to cancel your reservations and book new ones if you want to stay at the convention hotel, which means they'll be moving hotels if this doesn't go through, which means this $21,000 is owed to the hotel. Not for the space, not for the guests, but for the hotel rooms. Now, this is not in the statement, but I'd like to just sort of go over how this works, okay? And this information comes from Chef Sandy, who's run several conventions in his lifetime and is currently running a Brony convention called Nightmare Nights Dallas. The way it works is you got the space, and that's where your convention is going to be held, but you also have the hotel rooms, okay? And the space might be in the hotel, it might be in a convention center, but the rooms, you book with a hotel. And basically what you do as a convention is you go to the hotel and you say, we're having a convention in this hotel or near this hotel, and we would like to provide a deal for our guests where they get discounts on rooms. And the way this is good for the hotel is that it's a convention. Lots of fucking people will come to this hotel. So if they give discounts, they'll still make a huge profit margin because tons of people are coming. The way it works is the convention staff have a contract with the hotel where they buy out rooms, like a set number of rooms, at a discounted price and sell rooms to convention goers through the convention staff.
It's the same way that travel agencies and like websites like Travelocity work, is that they'll go to hotels that aren't completely full and work out a deal to get the empty rooms at a discount rate.
It's very similar.
Yeah, because the hotels need full capacity to make maximum profit, and with that they can afford to cut the price quite a bit in order to maximize their and still make a generous profit.
Yeah.
It's a thing that it's not unique to cons. That happens quite a bit.
Okay, so let me layman's terms this for me. So basically, what you're saying is that an entity like Travelocity or like a con goes to a hotel, buys 100 rooms at a discount price.
It's not that they buy them. They don't pay for them up front. They sort of reserve them with the expectation that by the time the event happens, they will have the money to give to the hotel.
So like Travelocity will go to a hotel, like let's say in Seattle, and say like, okay, we'll reserve these rooms on this weekend or for this month, and you give us this price, and we'll make sure that we fill those rooms.
Yeah. So the reason, essentially, that they owe the hotel $21,000 is because they have these rooms reserved. But not enough people have bought the rooms through the convention at that discount price for them to be able to pay that money when the event rolls around. And that's a problem. That's what happened at Las Pegasus Unicon. Was that they owed the hotel $18,000 the day of the con, and not enough people had attended the convention for them to pay that. That was a huge oversight with Las Pegasus Unicon. Now, luckily in this case, Sweet Apple Acres is about a month out. It's going to be on July 8th, I believe. It's one of the weekends. It's one of the early weekends in July, so they're a month out, which means they're hitting this issue right now, which is a very good thing. But $21,000 is a lot of money, and according to them, they need 51 more people to fill rooms for them to be able to pay that off. Okay, this is what they're claiming. Now, if that's true, and I like to believe that they're not lying to us. If that's true, then fine. They've got a whole month to fill 51 rooms. They're going to be fine.
Yeah.
I don't foresee them not filling 51 rooms. They have a month. It could happen, and they could, transfer, but, I can see that happening. Now, here, let me go back into this statement here. Later on in a section, they title, "How did this happen?" They say, and I quote, "Here's a little background information for those interested. One of the first steps in organizing a convention is to assign a block of rooms for guests to book. If those rooms are not booked before the event starts, that expense comes out of the convention's funding. As you might have guessed, not as many rooms have been booked by our guests as we expected. Ticket sales are also slower than we had hoped. Unfortunately, we can't foresee what's going to happen, and we couldn't foresee, and we failed to predict the future accurately." And they go on to say this: "Some assurances. The convention," and this is bolded, "the convention is happening and all invited guests will be compensated." That's bolded. Then they go on to say, "No panels or events will be cut. The only thing we're having trouble paying for is the venue. We can safely promise that our guests will not leave empty-handed or be stuck with unexpected expenses." This is, of course, coming in the wake of the Las Pegasus Unicon meltdown. And they go on to say how you can register for a room, and they say if we get 51 pre-registered rooms, we'll be fine. Everything's going to be paid off, and it's going to be fine. If you have no attention, and then they go on to beg for some donations through PayPal. A Kickstarter hasn't been made, but they go to beg for donations and stuff, and then they say thank you for having the time to hear us out, or for taking the time to hear us out. Now here's the thing. 51 rooms, $21,000. Okay, you do the math. That's if you have 51 rooms, each 4 nights booked. That's 204. Yeah, that's 204 nights. I did some calculations. It's about $103, $108 a night. Now,
okay, I double check the math. This is the Millennium Maxwell House Hotel. That 21, the hotel is not screwing the con over. 51 rooms times 3 nights at their normal rates is roughly $21,000. It's coming out like $40 short.
Yeah. So
they're not getting, the hotel is not screwing the con over.
No.
The hotel is just trying to get a fair deal.
Yes. And so this adds up. Okay, this adds up fairly well. And that's great. That it adds up, what they're claiming adds up, but I'm a little apprehensive because Brony conventions do not have the best track records in terms of honesty. And, I would like to believe that they're being honest and the math adds up, and that's great. But, my little, fucking radar gets a little pissy when people start statements with things like, "We feel it's important to be completely honest with you." And so it's like
going to a used car salesman and the first thing he says is, "I've got a great deal."
Yeah, I'm a little apprehensive here.
And that, if you notice, and one thing I notice is that the wording on the Derpy Hooves news announcement, the one that they sent to Derby Squad, and the wording on their page are somewhat different. The wording on the Derpy Hooves news page is a little, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to anyway. It's a little skeevy.
Yeah, and I brought that up with Derpy Squad, and I specifically asked him where he'd gotten this statement, and he sent me an email address of one of the people running the con, and said I didn't do anything except copy paste from their email into. So what's on Derpy Hooves News, and what I assume, I haven't gone to Equestria Daily today, but I assume is on Equestria Daily, is a statement that's copied from an email sent to all the media heads by one of the people running the con. And the statement, of course, on the website is written by whoever runs the website.
Mm.
So that should be noted.
It's just it gets me because I understand the math. The math adds up, and that's great. But they're a month out. They're a month and a week or so, and that should be more than enough time to get 51 people. That's unless they're expecting really low numbers. That should be more than enough time to get 51 people to book rooms. Especially if you just say.
Actually, I would like to point out they need to get these rooms within the next week.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, because you don't pay for everything to the hotel and venue the day of.
Yeah.
You pay a little bit in advance. So they actually have to have these rooms filled within the week.
Ooh. What my thing is that why bring the number up? Why bring 21,000 up? Why not just say, hey, we've got these rooms, we've got to deal with the hotel. We need to book people by this day. Through our website. So if you're going to book now. Why ask for donations? Why bring the number up? Why make it, why set that bar? What's the reason for that?
I would like to think that it's because they're trying to be transparent and they're trying to be upfront with us. Look at Las Pegasus Unicon. Everyone who's listened to the GCC and everyone who's listened, to the GCC knows that, and anyone who has listened to Everfree Network knows that Las Pegasus Unicon was in the hole $18,000 the day of. But the only reason they know that is because Final Draft happened to be around when the hotel told Sandy Haas that they were owed $18,000. There's no statement from Las Pegasus Unicon at all about a number. So I would like to think that this is just Sweet Apple Acres trying to be completely transparent and honest. That's what I would like to think.
Yes. Which would be nice.
Which would be nice.
Which would be nice, but let's be honest.
But
I don't. Let's be honest. I do not think for a moment that we, in light of Las Vegas Unicon, I don't think.
And in light of Cutie Mark Con too, which I'll bring up in just a moment.
Yeah, but I think in light of just Unicon itself, we don't really have any reason to trust these guys, and it really sucks that Unicon has put the fandom in this position, but yeah, we can't.
But you can't blame me for being untrusting, because for all we know, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say, there are things in this statement that there are things that are not in this statement that should be, and I don't know what those things could be, but part of me is a little suspicious. Here's the other thing. What they say is that if they don't make it with this, they can't pay the hotel fine, they'll cancel the hotel and they will go to another hotel and restart another deal. Now that's all well and good. You can do that. Cons have done that, but not this soon out. They're a month out, and that's a long time, but when you're switching hotels, that's a big thing. You can't really do that a month out. And here's the other thing. Once you switch hotels, all the people who pre-ordered a hotel room don't get a hotel room. Now, I don't know I'm pretty sure they get refunded, obviously, so they get their money back. But they'd have to book again at another hotel, and there's no real way of telling whether or not something like this could happen again with another hotel. And so it's a really shaky situation that they're in, and their fix for it isn't very good. And I'd like to bring up Cutie Mark Con. I don't think we talked about Cutie Mark Con. Cutie Mark Con just happened a few weeks ago. I don't know if we talked about it on our show, and I've talked about it with you, Saley, and Emdefmek, but a few weeks before the Cutie Mark Con happened, they let go a bunch of guests.
Mm-hmm.
And they said it was for monetary reasons. Similar to this, they didn't have enough money to sustain the con, so they were letting go of guests rather than pooling a Las Pegasus Unicon. And just going on despite not having the funds. They let go a bunch of guests. And, there's no real public number for how much money they were in the hole. But when you look at the number of guests that they let go, and you think about how much plane tickets cost, how much food costs, and how much rooms cost, it was a really big number. It was certainly bigger than $21,000 for the amount that they would have to pay for those guests.
What were the estimates? Somewhere between 70 and 100.
Yeah, something like that.
It was up there.
Yeah, but it should be noted that Cutie Mark Con went off without a hitch whatsoever.
Which is great.
Yeah, people were disappointed that some of the guests didn't show up, but it wasn't a financial failure. It was a good con. People had fun, and it happened. And as far as we know, there are no monetary repercussions at all. And we don't know why they were out money, that they needed to let go of guests, but I think we can infer it was a situation similar to this. And the fix that these guys have come up with is either fund the hotel now or get a new one, rather than doing what Cutie Mark Con did and allocating funds from another thing to pay for the hotel, which I think personally is a better example. But that comes from just the experience of having seen Las Pegasus Unicon be a failure and Cutie Mark Con be a success. So it's a very shaky situation that they're in here. And I'm a little apprehensive because quite a few of my friends will be going to that one. And, I don't want this to be another Las Pegasus Unicon. Go ahead.
Another thing is that, and I know maybe they're just trying to be reassuring, but a more honest statement would be that if the con doesn't get paid, if the hotels don't get paid, then they should, if they don't have the funds like 2 or 3 weeks out, they should just cancel. I mean, that's really all there is to it, to avoid problems.
Well, here's the thing, though. They do have the funds. They can reallocate funds. They have quite a few guests going, and it would not be too difficult for them to do what Cutie Mark Con did and just cancel guests and reallocate funds. $21,000 is a big number, but when you compare that to how much money is spent on guests, on Hasbro and DHX Media guests, it's not actually that big. So, it should be noted that they do have the ability to pay the hotel probably without having to switch. And I don't want to see them switch hotels because that would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
That is a huge clusterfuck waiting to happen.
There's a very, very slim chance that would go off without any problems at that point.
Yeah. And then, because then what happens if they can't pay the hotel 2 weeks out?
Then they're going to have to cancel. Yeah, they're going to have to.
They're going to have to cancel anyways. So, in a way, yeah, I'd agree. You are right. If they can't do it, canceling is an option. And it's not a bad one. Cons have done that in the past. And it's certainly better to cancel and lose face than to go into it knowing you don't have the money to pay the taxes and to pay the dues at the end of it. Mm-hmm. Because that's worse. So what I would like to see is number one, if this is all complete transparency and this is all true, and it very well may be, then good. I would like to see more of that. I would like to see some transparency. Because conventions have a history of not, in this fandom, have a history of not being honest with the community. And when you're not honest to the community and you're dealing with multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars for your event, there's a serious problem. And I hope that this statement becomes a trend in that people are more transparent with their information and are more public with the situation of conventions. Because right now the convention scene is, thanks to conventions like Las Pegasus Unicon, is a horrendous shit show. And it's a shame because cons are a very big, important thing for a community. So,
I mean, it's just, I would like this to be true. I would like this to be completely and utterly honest, but it's really hard to not go into it with some skepticism about how, because every time a major con goes around, there's always something that gets dredged up from, and I'm not talking about like little drama stories or whatnot. There's always some sort of mismanagement or some sort of dealings or some sort of mistakes that come up afterwards or during, in the case of Las Pegasus Unicon, or sometimes beforehand. But everybody's really tight-lipped about it, and so I would like this to be, a honest, representation of what's actually going on. It's just, I don't know, it just seems like they're trying too hard. Something's amiss, but what do I know?
We don't run cons. What the fuck?
Yeah, none of us run cons. We're just looking at it from the outside, going, well, "What's going on now?" It's sort of a trend. Great. What's happening this time? So maybe, hopefully, let's put it in that light. Hopefully, we are completely and utterly wrong, and they get their people, and everything falls into place, and this whole thing goes off without a hitch, and everybody has a good time in Nashville. And that's pretty much all you can ask for.
Yeah. I'm going to take a way more pessimistic and probably realistic viewpoint, and it's just, I don't trust them. I have a really hard time trusting them. Just with the events of, Unicon, and all that. Really, the only two conventions I would ever not even put my backing behind, but, just sort of trust would be Bronycon, just because they are they are the largest, but and I guess most stable, and then Nightmare Nights, just because they have Nightmare Nights has realistic goals, and also because Chet Sandy's a friend of mine, and he's run conventions before. He kind of knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
So I don't trust their actions. Yeah, like you said, some of it's a bit skeevy. So I don't have faith. I don't have faith or trust in that they will be able to meet their goal, and because of that, I don't even think they'll be able to do a con.
Yes, there is of course the possibility that this con will cancel. And if they end up switching hotels and going forward with the con, I'm going to be very interested in what happens. Because I don't know how long the deal has been around with this hotel.
If they go forward at all costs and they can't make the bottom line, are we going to see another LPU?
Exactly.
That's a very real possibility, and I know that they're trying to avoid that. But if they really are prepared to go through at full steam, regardless of what happens, then that's a very, very big chance they're taking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that could burn a lot of people off of the con scene. It could burn a lot of official guests off.
It's already burned. Las Pegasus Unicon burned off guests. Look at Tara Strong has publicly stated she's not going to conventions that are first year cons anymore. Mm-hmm. She's just not going to do it. And that's not regarding just Brony conventions, that's conventions. She's not going to be trusting any first year conventions in anything. for a very long time. And so a major Unicon level fuck up with this, and I'm not saying they will, but I'm saying that it's a possibility, as it is with any other convention. A major Unicon level fuck up could destroy conventions for a lot of people. So I guess really the point here is that conventions, be fucking honest with us. Be fucking honest with your guests. Be fucking honest with the news, the quote unquote Brony news people. Be fucking honest with the people who are willing to pay and go to your convention. Because if you're not fucking honest with the people who trust you, then you're going to ruin the con scene in multiple fandoms for many people. And transparency is key here, and you have to do that. And it's fucking sad that we have to ask for that, because we never had to ask for that until Las Pegasus Unicon. We never had to ask because we assumed that it would be fine. But that's the state that we live in, and it's sad that we have to ask for that. But please, be honest with us, and don't hide bullshit from us, because it's going to come to light, and it's going to bite you in the fucking ass.
And this is to the SAAC staff. I hope you're straight up with us, because if you are, then you could potentially smooth over a situation that LPU left in shambles. You guys could actually save this thing if you guys are giving us the full deal. And if this doesn't work out for you, just let it go. Just let it go. Give everybody back their money. Try again next year. It'll be okay. You may lose some cash now, but you'll save face. But don't let this happen again. If it can't go, don't go. Because if this happens again, then not only will you have burnt things for a lot of people, a lot of fans, you'll have burnt things for a lot of people in Hasbro and DHX as well, again, and that it might destroy the con scene as we know it. So I'm not saying that would be I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I'm saying that for anybody who has any con aspirations, that will seriously change the way things work, one way or the other, and nothing will be assured at that point. So don't let it happen. If you are being straight up with us and everything goes off, then you guys could actually save this shit. So, we'll see what happens. I just hope that all of you at SAAC are being forward, because that would be a great thing, and I would like that very much, because I'd like to go to con eventually. I've never been to one, so I don't want them all to get destroyed before I get there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've talked about it in our own, private Skype chats and in chat rooms, and it's I've kind of seen it spoken out on Tumblr and other parts. So it's pretty much a not so hidden secret. It's pretty apocryphal, but this is probably going to be the last year for Bronycons in general. There might be one or two, but we're pretty much at the end of the line, So that's why I'm coming at this just really with pessimism, So I don't know. I guess this.
Well, I mean,
I don't like talking about this. I hate seeing this happen.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be, realistic about it, I would say that Hasbro and DHX involvement in the fandom is nearing the low side of the curve, as it were. It
needs to end. It needs. I think that's a big problem. Is the Hasbro is the corporate involvement, and I'm not trying to, pull a purple tinker, and be anti-corporate, But I just think that, the policies that, Hasbro puts on themselves and in turn puts on the fandom via the cons really stifles and harms the cons.
Well, it's because they want to bend over backwards to get guests and to get people in.
Yeah. And that's the problem that we've been saying for so long, is that cons are willing to put up with the restrictions that Hasbro puts on cons in order to have Hasbro guests. But it's like, all the cons have had Hasbro guests, and we don't need them anymore. And so you don't have to deal with that.
That's the thing.
You shouldn't have to deal with that. And it's fine that Hasbro wants to do that. That's well within their right, and far be it from me to say otherwise, because they're a company that caters to a very different demographic. So that's fine, but we don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, how much more can... I can't remember. See, I can't even remember his name. How much more does the voice actor for Big Macintosh have to say?
Michael Dangerfield was Brayburn.
Even Michael Dangerfield.
I think it was Peter New.
Peter New, that's him. Yeah.
Okay, Peter New. How much more does Peter New have to say? How interested could we be in him anymore? No offense to him. It's just that he's a minor role.
Yeah, and the questions that could be asked have been asked, and that goes for all of them, really. Kraber and Strong, and the questions that could be asked have been asked.
It's like we should be at the point right now where it's like, granted, the Brony fandom is young, but, I think we should be more interested. Now that all the voice actors and all the DHX staff have said what they're going to say, it's like, okay, that was cool. That was the thing we did for a while. Now let's meet some of the fandom artists. Let's meet some of the fandom musicians. Let's see where Mike the Microphone got, started and all that. Where JJ and Pixel Kitties and
Let's let, God forbid, all cons be Pwn3Con.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and not even God forbid. I think Pwn3Con is an excellent con. Pwn3Con should be the benchmark of what Brony conventions should be going forward. But the problem is that the people behind the conventions don't see it that way, and that's why I think this is the last year for the cons, because they can't keep doing it.
Yeah, this is definitely last year for the current con scene.
Yeah,
because hopefully I'm fairly certain Hasbro's just gonna stop. They've already tried. They've already tried. They for a while they were saying no guests. And then that didn't go over very well, and they're like, fine, guests. But the age of having DHX and Hasbro's people coming out to the conventions is coming to an end, and thank God for that.
Yeah.
Because as much as I love seeing, Kraber and Strong and Oliver on panels, I'm tired of seeing them on panels. There's nothing more to be asked now. If anything, I'd rather have Lauren Faust on just to talk about her other stuff, but that's not pony related, so it's not really a place.
Well,
for
even that, it's just that we need. Because that's the thing is like, Mike the Microphone, JJ, Pixel Kitties, Bronyville, us, I'll even throw our fucking name in there. We are not obliged to Hasbro. So we can, it's like we can pretty much do what we want, and, yeah, it's just that, at this point right now, we're way more interesting than those guys. And yeah, that just totally sounded like I said we're better than Tara Strong, but...
Well, the thing is that the way it should be, and the way it hasn't been for a while, is that the fandom and the corporate official, the Hasbro and DHX and everyone who's involved with the show and everything, They are the creators of the content, and even IDW, the comic book people, they are the creators of the content. They are the creators from which everyone draws their inspiration, and that's fine. And it's great to know about them. That's why we have Twitter. That's why we have, Strong's DeviantArt account. That's why we have, everybody's little personal accounts. They can communicate. That's not a problem. But they are over there, and we are over here, and we are not beholding to them, and they are not beholding to us.
Yeah.
And that's how it should be. There's no reason there's no reason that Hasbro should bend over for the fans, ever, for any reason. And there's no reason that DHX should do that either, or IDW should do that, and there's no reason that the fans should care what Hasbro thinks. Or do any of this unless they are violating copyright law, unless they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. And by now, we've all gone through this, we should know what we should and shouldn't do. That should be pretty obvious by this point.
Well, I'm just really happy really happy that that whole thing of what would Hasbro think if they saw this thing is just over. I'm glad that's done, because that was really, really annoying. That I'm going a little bit off topic, but it's like, really, fuck you.
So let's get right into our topic here. Our main topic of this week is entitled Con Talk with Sandy. And that would be Chef Sandy, not Sandy Haas, because I don't think we'll ever talk about conventions with Sandy Haas.
That's because she's dead in a hole in the desert.
That's because she's blown her brains out in the middle of the desert. Or just hiding in a bunker. We don't know. No one knows where she is. But rest assured, if we ever got the chance to talk about conventions with Sandy Haas, you bet your ass we would do it. Because that would be a fantastic episode. But this week's topic comes across with Chef Sandy because Chef actually came to me earlier today, Sunday, the day of our recording, to give us some feedback about our last episode, which was about Sweet Apple Acres Convention and the commentary we had for their public statement about their being low on funds. So if you haven't listened to that episode yet, do go back and listen to it, as I'm not going to recap too much of it, and the statements were interesting. As always, you can find the statement about them being low on funds at their website, which I have linked in the main topic section of our show notes. It's the first post on there as of now. It was posted on June 9th, 2013, and it's just sort of a rundown of why they're low on funds and what they need. It should be noted, however, that this is outdated, obviously. They needed a certain amount of funds and a certain amount of rooms at the hotel filled by a certain date, and that date has since passed. So whatever financial trouble they were in is now real trouble because, well, I'll get into that in a minute.
Yep.
But if you go into their website right now, sweetapplecon.com, it's the latest statement on their website. It's the latest post. I just checked their official Twitter feed. There's nothing there, no updates about it, nothing. So I think it's fair to assume that they haven't gotten their funding. Because as things like this tend to do, when they make their funding, they make this gigantic, post about how deep Brony pockets are and how great the generosity is in the community. And so if I say if they had hit their goal of $21,000 or 51 rooms or whatever that they needed to fill, there would have been a statement by now. And that date at which that money and or rooms to be filled was due has passed. And since they haven't, come out with this big self-back-patting...
Go Bronies.
Go community, go you guys, thanks for giving, you're so generous, I think it's fair to assume that they haven't actually hit that funding. So, so as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know... they're going to move on to their plan. They had a backup plan, as they stated in this statement here, that if they didn't make that funding or that additional rooms, they were going to move venues. They were going to book a different hotel, possibly a different venue for the con entirely, and try to pay again. And let's not forget, this con is a month out. This con is supposed to happen on July 12th to 14th, and it was currently June 16th. They're less than a month out, and as far as we know, they're going through with their backup plan to book another venue. And now, I've never run cons, but, booking a new venue and a new hotel and planning to fill a block of rooms in that hotel only a month out, to me doesn't sound like a very good idea. So to sort of back up anything I have to suggest or possibly tell me when I'm wrong, I brought Chef Sandy on here to sort of talk about. Chef, refresh my mind here. You've done conventions for how long?
I have done 5 years of Furry Fiesta, which is in Addison, Texas, and been with the organization, the Dallas Regional Anthropomorphic Meeting Association, aka DRAMA, since 2009, I believe. Basically, I was there day one, and so far we've put on 5 successful conventions, each growing each year, and Nightmare Nights Dallas is our Bronycon.
And how's Nightmare Nights Dallas looking right now? Just out of curiosity.
Well, we're just a little under 5 months out, and we are well on track with our funding and room nights to meet our goals within the time frame allowed. Not going to throw out a lot of solid numbers, but it's very early, and most cons see a lot of their income come in the last 3 months. So we've seen some success from our flyering at ACON, and I'll be having a table down at Fiesta Equestria this end of June. So things are going apace. Bob and I are both experienced guys.
You guys have worked pretty hard on spreading the word out about your convention. You guys have worked pretty hard on that.
Definitely.
Something I've noticed with a lot of Brony conventions, a lot of the smaller Brony conventions, there's not a lot of coverage about them. Not a lot of people talk about them. You get your posts on Equestria Daily, but they don't really spread it around. But it sounds like you guys are working pretty hard to spread your stuff around, and it's good to hear that you're on track.
Yes, we're working hard, and straight up honest, a lot of these convention troubles concern us a great deal because what harms? It's not just one con acting in a vacuum. What harms the convention scene harms all of us. Especially those of us who are putting on a convention that is technically first year, though it's far from our organization's first event.
So drawing from, was it 6? You said you've run this. This will be your 6th year of actually running conventions.
Yes. Yeah.
Drawing from that experience of having run 5 arguably very successful conventions, how good or bad of an idea is it to just suddenly decide to switch venues a month out from the con?
Well, in the last episode, it was suggested that they perhaps cancel or switching. When it comes down to hotel contracts, you owe them money the moment you sign the contract. This has been my experience with all the years of Fiesta and also now Nightmare Nights. The moment you sign that, you owe them half. That's half the room rental and half the room block. And as you get closer and closer to the event, you owe them more. And this is fairly standard across pretty much all genres and all fandom conventions. So within the last 3 months, for example, if we were to cancel, we would still owe them everything. We would owe 100% of the room rental and 100% of the room nights.
So let me clarify here. What you're saying is, when you, in your experience, in your experience of having run 6 conventions, I guess, as Bronyfest, and then you've got your Nightmare Night Styles coming. So in your experience, what you're saying is, by the time you're 3 months out from the convention, you owe the venue and the hotel all of the money.
Pretty much, you're locked in at that point.
And if you cancel a contract with that venue or with that hotel, in your experience, they still require that you have that money.
Yes,
and pay to them. Can you explain to me why that is?
Okay, so convention hotels live and die by the events that they host. Our hotel, the Crown Plaza Addison, hosts 7 or 8 fandom conventions a year, plus things like the Mary Kay Halloween event. There's oilmen and dentists and beauty salon stuff. Groups hold stuff there all the time. A weekend where they don't have a full house due to some event or another is a massacre to their bottom line. These hotels are big business to them and their companies. So the reason that it's so harsh on people trying to cancel closer to the event is because it's extremely unlikely that another event will come in looking for that particular weekend within that time frame.
So canceling this early, a month out, because it's hard for a hotel to get another event a month in advance. You have to be working 6 months at least in advance. By switching venues, you're fucking the hotel out of money, which is why in the contracts there's a clause that states you have to have the money at that time. Correct.
Now, again, this is only in my particular experience. It could be, in the off chance, something different for Sweet Apple Acres Con. I don't know. They've obviously not been saying a lot. Their last tweet was back on the 12th, because when you said that, I had to go look. They haven't said anything in the intervening 4 days, and so, it's a big question mark. What's going on?
And so, let's assume for a second that they had a really sweet contract with the hotel that had a clause in it that maybe you could withdraw at any time and you wouldn't be on the hook for all the money, or you wouldn't be on the hook for any money at all, and that it's perfectly okay for them to now search for a new venue because they're not on the hook for a significant amount of money to the hotel. Regardless of that, is it a good idea, even if you're not on the hook for all that money to your past venue, is it a good idea to still start shopping around for new venues and setting up new contracts a month out?
Well, if it is a necessity, they may not have a choice. But working that quickly, you're going to have to either pay a hefty premium or you're going to go somewhere that most people don't want to go. Now, again, this is all supposition. If, a place had just so happened to have somewhere in the middle of July free and they wanted to, grab some extra bucks, they could probably get it, have it pretty cheap, but it's not a holiday weekend and it's sort of in the middle of July. So, it's a big question mark is what other comparable venues are there,
Do you think, and then assuming, of course, that they get a venue and they get a pretty good deal with them, even this late in the game, do you think it's actually possible that they'd be able to fill the room block and make the attendance fees after having already had to refund rooms for people, who booked a room in the old hotel? They have to refund that to the person because the person is no longer going to be staying in that room.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that they'll be able to make that, to get the room block filled out and the attendance still up, despite having switched venues? Do you think that there'll be enough attendees, to pay for that?
Well, the way the room block works is that's payment to the hotel. So if the money only goes to the hotel, the con doesn't touch it. So the con or the hotel would just be losing the reservations, which would still probably make the con hotel that they're staying at now very unhappy. But they would have to get, again, a really sweet deal to make, they'd have to have a much lower room block rate, possibly a higher room per night cost. There's so many variables that go into this, and obviously I'm more versed in Dallas convention spaces, so I don't know what the situation is in Nashville. But odds are, depending on the number of hotels that could host a convention of X size, their options are probably fairly limited.
Now, this is not the first time, of course, that we've seen red lights come up, before a convention starts. And in fact, I would argue that this is a good thing, because the last time we had a convention really fail, there were no warning lights at all, and that was, of course, the Last Unicon.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess it would be fair to say that this is a good thing that we know about it. It's not necessarily a good thing that it's happening, but it's good that we know it's happening.
I do agree with you there, but I have to question why they would announce their plight on the 9th. I think it was when it got posted to DHN.
Yes, it got posted on the 9th to all outlets.
Actually, they only got posted on the 9th to DHN because Equestria Daily waited a couple days. It probably because the email was apparently titled poorly, so it ended up in a spam box.
Yeah, well, it was also on their website. It was posted on the 9th. It was posted like 2 or 3 hours after it got posted to Derpy Hooves News. It had a little bit of different wording, but it did get posted to their website and to their Twitter on the 9th.
Mm-hmm. So, I really wonder why they would do that because $21,000 is a good chunk of change. Especially to be raised in that little bit of time. It's, $7,000, $8,000 a day.
They only had, what was it, like 5 or 6 days to come up with the money?
Let's see. Where is it? I'm looking at their website now just to double check it. But yeah, apparently their room block closed on the 12th, which it's not uncommon for a convention's room block to close a month out. That's fairly standard for new cons.
But you're saying that the fact that they didn't announce this until was the 3 days.
Yeah, that they didn't do that was
before. Yeah, curious
to say the least. I don't know. Maybe they were. I'm not going to conjecture because it doesn't help. But they waited for 3 days before the event to announce this and. It really is strange. Because I haven't heard a lot about this con. I knew that it was a thing. I knew that it was going on. And I'm pretty tapped into the general media side of things, so I hear about all the conventions. And one other thing that I wanted to point out, that it came up on the show last week, but the actual number of rooms that they needed was fairly weasel worded. So last week you said they needed 51 rooms.
Yes, that's in their statement. They said they need to fill 51, I'm quoting here, if we get, this is a quote, 51 pre-registered rooms from Thursday through Monday morning, we will be able to move forward with the convention at the current venue without collecting the entire $21,000.
Now, Thursday through Monday is 4 nights. That's not 51 room nights. That's 204 room nights that they missed their block by. That's a pretty big number.
Yeah, and well, let's be fair here. I did the math, and 51 rooms at 4 nights comes out to about $21,000.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that their number was incorrect, but that they kind of couched it in some language that made it not the most obvious is kind of, again, questionable. But that's a lot of room nights. I really wonder about.
Yeah, that's 204 room nights.
Yeah, that's a very large number. I'm not going to give specifics, but that's a vast chunk of what our Nightmare Nights has in terms of its entire room block. So it's a question of who did they have negotiating with them to get such a contract? It just boggles the mind.
Now, I don't want to have this episode come off as sort of a fear-mongering thing, and I would like to point out that the last convention we talked about like this was Cutie Mark Con, and as we said last episode, Cutie Mark Con seems to have been a success. And again, that was another one of those conventions where we had those warning lights before the convention happened, and we knew that something was going down there because they were letting go these voice actresses, and they had this plan for making up the money that they owed, and they made it up, and their plan worked, and the con seems to have gone off without a hitch, as far as we know.
Yeah. Don't take anything we say as fear mongering. It's just a matter of what they're saying. In my experience, it's this is an example of an event. I can't say that it applies to any other cons like this. There's a lot of other first-year events that, there's other first-year events that have run just fine. Cloudsdale Congress ran just fine. Crystal City Con in Salt Lake did well. Bronyfest did all right. There are first-year cons that, even if they weren't the most elegantly executed event, have gone just fine. But it's these ones that, get wobbly and everybody gets scared about. It's people get a little fearful, and it's not all cons are like this, and a lot of them aren't. It's just unfortunate that this is the something that's kind of popped into our consciousness.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that so many conventions seem to be wavering lately. I mean, we had a little bit of con drama way back when. The Bronycon January was 2 years ago that I went to. We had a little bit of drama there, but that was staff stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had things like that. We've had stuff at Everfree Northwest, but that's all been little things with the people, and it's never really been just bad business decisions like it has been this season of cons. With Las Pegasus Unicon, Cutie Mark Con, and now Sweet Apple Con. And I may be forgetting one, but I can't remember. But as you pointed out earlier with this statement, that there's a little bit of squirreling with words here, because as you said, 51 pre-registered rooms, but that's Thursday through Monday, and Thursday through Monday, and you pointed this out earlier in our conversation we had this afternoon. Thursday through Monday on a non-holiday weekend, not a whole lot of people are going to be willing to book Thursday night through Monday morning through the convention for this hotel, because that's losing out Friday and Monday. That's 2 days. That's 2 weekdays. So it's not surprising that there's a possibility that they haven't filled these rooms. That's a huge commitment, and it's a lot of money that you have to pay. For that. And so, like you said, there's a little bit of squirreling with words here, and a point that I wanted to bring up, I've been bringing this up, I think, a few times, is that there's so much going on at these conventions on the business side of things that we simply don't know about. We didn't know that Las Pegasus Unicon was going to be such a flop as it was. I was talking to Cyril a couple months ago, who was there, and he was like, yeah, he had no idea that it was going to be such a huge mess. And up until their statement about letting go all those voice actresses over at Cutie Mark Con, we had no idea of what possible horrors and business decisions they'd made. And up until June 9th of this year, we had no idea what was going on at Sweet Apple Acres. We had no idea what kind of business decisions. We didn't know what they were doing with contracts. We didn't know how much they had to fill. And this just sort of brings up a point that I've been wanting to make, is that conventions, at least in this community, conventions need to be a lot more transparent with what they're doing. I'm not saying they need to make public their contracts, but they need to be honest with us. They need to be straightforward with us. And as you pointed out, even in this particular statement, where it's clear they're trying to be transparent in a sense, there's a little bit of mincing words. So what I'd like to ask you, Sandy, is if we were to just sort of grill you on your convention, and on the convention that you're running, Nightmare Nights Dallas, what sort of would you be willing to answer questions backed up with numbers about the sort of attendance that you're expecting, maybe your parts of your budget? Would that be something you'd be willing to answer?
I wouldn't give you line items, but I'd give you the ballpark figures. I mean, I'll tell you one thing: our entire budget's under $50,000. because doing cons in North Texas is cheap as hell. And yeah, I mean, it's reasonable. How much of the budget is how much of the budget is the room space? How much of the budget are they spending on guests? How much of the budget are they spending on printing? Those aren't necessarily numbers that everybody needs to know. But
is it unfair for people attending to ask those questions? Like even if they were to say what percentage of your budget is being used on X, like even if they didn't want actual real numbers, would it be unfair for an attendee to ask a question like that?
Not necessarily. Now, because Drama as an organization is a 501c7.
Drama, you're talking about the organization that you're a part of that runs.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
The umbrella organization that's assisting with this. They're a public entity. Their tax records are viewable by the public. We're a nonprofit. So, I mean, a lot of the numbers are available out there. What's funny is that the organization is not quite big enough to show up on a lot of the public databases. But if you look, we're out there. And you can find out just how much money we took in versus just how much money we put back into charity. I'm pretty sure. And so it's the numbers out there. But, I mean, when it comes to like a full disclosure kind of thing, ballpark figures, sure. I mean, it's reasonable to know. It's like, how much importance are you placing on this? How much, because these cons that are spending, the ones that are having dozens of guests, a lot of guests, that adds up really quick. And the larger a portion of your budget that is devoted to just guests means that that's less money going elsewhere. So, I mean, I think it's reasonable that, some elements of the convention's operations should be public to at least calm people's fears. Now, I mean, I'm not saying that people are going to put line item budgets up there. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with us. But if you want to know the general values, sure, once we have finalized, I'm sure we could probably work something out. But I think it's going to be needed a lot more going forward because there's still quite a handful of cons left this year. Most of them being this summer, but the more cons that get wobbly, like you said, that don't go full Las Pegasus, but get that have wobbly, the more damage the convention scene gets. As I was telling the other, imagine the convention scene as like one of those Greek temples, right? And each convention that fails is another column that falls over. And eventually, the whole thing's just going to collapse because there's not going to be any confidence left in the fan base to any of these events. And that's the death of the scene. And nobody wants that. Least of all the people running the cons. They want to put on a good show and have a lot of fun and raise some money for charity. I mean, that's pretty reasonable. So, you've been even before you were running conventions, you've been going to conventions for quite a while now. Yeah,
that's fair to say. In your experience in other communities and going to cons for other communities, have you ever seen problems like this crop up? Obviously, it's unprecedented for our community, but I would assume it's not unprecedented for other communities. Have you ever seen this sort of thing happen before?
I haven't seen it in the furry community. I know it's happened a couple of times with Trek cons. There's a lot of there's convention shenanigans are by no means limited to us. It's not really a big surprise when something crazy happens because that's just the nature of conventions as business.
So I can ask you to clarify something. You've actually never seen this happen in the furry community?
Not that I know of. I mean, I could be wrong. Let's see. I mean, there's been events that have been canceled due to scandal. There's been events that have canceled due to, just not being able to afford it any longer. I mean, it's stuff like that.
But they've canceled when they realized they couldn't make the payments.
Yeah, like what was it? There was a con in Texas that ran 1 year and then stopped existing. It's just a matter of like sometimes cons just don't make it.
Now, knowing what we know about what's happening at SAAC Acres, which admittedly is not very much, a good portion of it is conjecture, but knowing what we know, if you were at the helm of that convention right now, what would you do? What would be your plan?
Well, at this point, I mean, if it was based upon the stuff that I have, my experience, I would be renegotiating with the hotel to reopen the room block until closer to the event. And basically, either way, the convention is going to have some financial troubles. Making everybody shift away to a different hotel is only going to cost you people. So, I mean, honestly, their best option may just be to forge ahead. I know for a fact that I would be eating Tums like nobody's business because I would be stressed out of my mind. So, I mean, there's really no way of knowing what I'd do in this exact situation, but I do know that they're in a world of hurt right now, and I hope that they are able to pull it out because, as I said, the convention scene does not need more. It doesn't need failures. It doesn't need more uncertainty and fandom distrust.
That's actually a great point. How that's another question that I had with regards to Nightmare Nights Dallas. How did the ultimate failure of Las Pegasus Unicon change, or did the failure of Las Pegasus Unicon change anything in the way that you ran or promoted or did the budget for your convention?
Well, a lot of conventions in the wake of Las Pegasus did contract their budgets a bit. Ours was never very big. We have our guests, Andrea Lemon, Peter New, Brenda Critchlow, and we have a number of the DHX staff coming down. And, that's not a lot of guests. The biggest expenditure there is probably the travel. So we were very dead set on what we wanted, and we've pretty much stuck to it. When it came to Las Pegasus, we were all very skeptical of what was going on because, well, they had how many guests? 24, 25? That's way more than any sane con could ever hope to pull, unless, there's something like A-Con or Otakon or LA Anime Fest, conventions that, have not 100,000 people, but 30, 50, 60,000 people show up. So Las Pegasus made us, reconsider a lot of our stuff in that, we saw what they did and just kind of analyzed it. But when it comes to the actual running of a con, as our staff have the experience. We've all run conventions of various stripes over the years, so there's a lot of mistakes that they made that we can just pretty much avoid.
Going away from Unicon and coming back to Sweet Apple Acres, in terms of the financial trouble with the hotel and the room block that Sweet Apple Acres Con has, how can something like this be avoided?
Well, first of all, conventions need to be realistic. if you are in a rural area, I'm not going to say Nashville is rural. It's not very big. Under 1 million inhabitants, metro maybe 1.5. You're not going to be able to support a large-scale convention. You know, everybody wants to aim for that Bronycon hoop, and it's not happening. You know, you need to be realistic with your expectations. You need to understand that guests are expensive. You know, cons are expensive. I mean, this shouldn't come at anyone's a surprise to anyone, especially with numbers like $21,000 because of missed room nights is being thrown around. That's a big, scary number, and that's only part of it. You know, you have to have either financial backing or, you know, hope that your blood is in demand. Cons also need to be more cognizant of where they are in the calendar and what is nearby. As you said last week, Sweet Apple Acres is a week off of Everfree Northwest, but also a week off of Anthrocon. Everfree Northwest, sure, it's up in the Pacific Northwest. It's in Seattle. That's pretty darn far. But, you know, Anthrocon is a couple states away and is a huge draw. And if people, you know, and there's, you know, significant furry crossover, if those people are going to go to a con, it's probably going to be Anthrocon. So you're automatically going to be losing some of your people, some of your potential attendees, because they're going to have spent their money elsewhere.
You know, we had that con a few months ago. It was the same time as PAX.
Yeah.
As well.
And, you know, that con worked out okay. They didn't hit the numbers they wanted, but, you know, they ended up in the black. And I believe they're doing it again. So, I mean, there's that.
Is this an issue that can be fixed with better someone at the helm who's better at negotiating contracts with hotels?
It would certainly help. You know, you need people, and this is where people are going to say I come across as elitist. There are some people out there that have no business running a convention. They've not run it before. They've not been part of conventions. They make just ridiculous decisions. And so, I mean, you need to have experience before you decide to start a con.
I wouldn't call that elitist. I think that's fair. And honestly, that's something that we've been saying on our show for quite a while now, is that if you're going to run a convention, you need to have someone there who has done it before. Because when you're throwing around things like we're in the hole for $21,000, and you know that's a possibility, you're going to be throwing around words like that, you need someone who's experienced, either at the helm or they're, you know, helping. I don't think it would be elitist to say that at all.
You know, and another thing that I don't see a lot is staff sharing. Now, this is something that we do in the furry community all the time, is we share staff between events. There's lots of cooperation and cross-communication. And the furry fandom's obviously been around long enough to understand that a healthy convention ecosystem lifts everybody up. You know, trying to stab other cons in the back or putting yourself adversarially close on the calendar only damages you. You know, by all accounts, TrawCon this last weekend was very successful. They ran a good last year, and apparently they ran a good one this year. But Cutie Mark Con was placed two weeks away and 250 miles away. There's, you know, 12 months in the year, 365 days in which they could put a con, and they chose to put it 2 weeks away from an already established convention. You know, it's just fairly ridiculous. You know, and most of the Texas cons are playing nice. I mean, we're all about 2 months apart, but we're cross-promoting and the like. So, I mean, we all have one. There's one each season. So, I mean, I just think that the pony con scene needs to survive long enough to mature. Because at the rate it's going, it's not going to.
No, I think we've said that a couple times. We're as far as me and Emdefmek are concerned, we're pretty sure that this is dead. This is the last season for at least the con scene how it is now.
Yeah.
And I do agree, and I don't want to bring I hate to bring back the old phrase we used to, but the con scene does need to grow the fuck up. Because, like you said, this whole culture of snubbing each other is not something we see a whole lot of in other communities that have had a con scene for longer.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, there's competition for guests. That's true, sure, and there's occasional squabbles here and there, but for the most part, cons in established communities have pretty much settled into their niche, and they're not in the business of snubbing each other via whatever means they do. So yeah, I as somebody working very hard on a convention, I want to put forth the best event I can that people will have fun at, and I'll get to present a nice big check to our charity at the end. And everyone will be happy, and everyone will go home, and maybe we'll do it next year. But we'll see. So, I'm working hard, but I can't really, and I'm sure that there are other people doing just the same. And I hope that the cons that have gained people's trust continue to keep it, and the newer cons can show that they've got it together. I certainly know that as a first-year con, even though it's far from my first event, Nightmare Nights has a lot to do, and a lot of promotion, and a lot of building of goodwill to do, because, we're not unknowns, but we're a new event, and people are inherently distrustful of that, apparently. Well, especially after this year.
Yeah, people have been inherently distrustful of first-year cons since Unicon. Yeah, and even the tweets made by Tara Strong, who announced that she wouldn't be going to any first-year cons for any community ever again. And that doesn't extend just to us. That extends to anime and film or whatever. She's distrustful of all first-year cons, not just first-year MLP cons. And it's sad that we had to be the ones to do that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Sweet Up Lakers Con and me running my mouth a lot. So there's what else?
Actually, I think that just about wraps up our topic here this week. As I said before, we'll have a short topic here, and it's going to be a short episode because Emdefmek's not with us, and we didn't have much in the way of content. If there's anything else you'd like to touch on with regards to Sweet Apple Con or just the con scene in general, you can feel free. Yo, listeners, welcome to the Grand Canterlot
on our beats, yo. Live from Winamp Shoutcasts.
It really whips the llama's ass.
And your real players buffering.
This is the Grand Canterlot Cavalcade in color, a Gentle Cults podcast for sophisticated bronies, episode 71, entitled.
I didn't even say that.
Lots of practice. 71 episodes. Our episode this week is titled "You Lying Sack of Shit."
Metal shit. Episode 63 airs Tuesday nights, Wednesday mornings on Celestia Radio. If you like to hear episode 63 over and fucking over and over and over again, listen to that Pwnify.me starting at 5 a.m. 0500 GMT.
Right. And before we get into our main topic section, which I'm fairly certain is going to be rather extensive and expletive-laden, we should probably take the time to introduce ourselves and our guests. So, as always, I am the 50%, possibly 52% of this podcast, Mbulsht, and sitting next to me in South Dakota, several 100,000 miles away, is Emdefmek, to my right.
And on the planet of Texas, am I correct?
Aren't you? Me?
Yeah, aren't you from Texas?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on planet Texas.
Yes, the national representative of Texas.
Over in this corner, we've got
Rick Perry.
Yeah. We've got a new guest, and that, of course, is our friend Silver Eagle, the head of Ponyville Live and the man responsible for the Texas abortion bill.
Yes, I am the sponsor, proud sponsor of both Music Equestria and Planned Parenthoods across the country, as well as the single-handed ruiner of all things Sweet Apple Acres.
Of course. And returning champion here, sitting in the back of the classroom where he belongs, is our friend Midnight Terror's Discord Terror Midnight.
How's it going, guys? Coming to you from in the middle of a cornfield, being attacked by mosquitoes, sitting outside. Yeah, how's it going? No, seriously, there's not another person for miles. I am by myself, and I may get abducted by aliens.
Hey, you should grab a lightning bug and like squeeze his butt open and smear it all over your face, just like in that one Peter Pan movie with those kids. I forgot the name of the movie.
Wait, that happens in a Peter Pan movie?
No, it's just it's I forgot the name of the movie.
It's The Lost Boys is the movie you're thinking of, isn't it?
Lost Boys, that's a vampire movie.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Are you talking about Pandora? Are you talking about Avatar?
Peter Pandora.
No, it's just there's a scene in the movie where all the kids have like this glowing paint on their face.
Oh, is that Hook?
Hook? Yes,
Hook,
yes.
yeah.
It could be Ferngully had that. Like Ferngully had. You remember Ferngully?
Yeah. Oh God,
that last rainforest.
Yeah.
That movie was awesome because it had Tim Curry in it.
Tim Curry as hexes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there are some fireflies buzzing around me. I should try that.
Yeah.
So this will be our third episode on the lying sack of shit.
Third and hopefully last.
And hopefully last, because as fun as it is to rail on things, I'm getting rather sick of this being a subject.
Right.
But so a while ago, I posted in an editorial, GCC editorial number 2, about Sweet Apple Acres Con and how they were not being public about things. You know, there were so many questions about the convention. They'd lost their first venue. They had a new venue. Was it being paid for? And I drew the point that conventions need to be fucking upfront and straightforward with us. And Chef Sandy of Bronyville, who is currently in charge of Nightmare Nights Dallas, an upcoming convention, sort of validated my my claims by saying, you know, cons should tell their attendees what's going on. He even went so far as to say, if you asked me, I'd give ballpark figures of my budget. And he even said, like, I'm not going to give you my budget, but I'll tell you how much we're working with, and I can't tell you how much we're paying each voice actress, but I can tell you a ballpark figure of how much we're paying for guests.
Exactly. Yeah,
you know?
Some of this stuff is secret because, you know, it's you won't be able to negotiate these things.
Yeah, it's a legal reason you can't say them, but he was willing to come forward with ballpark figures, and that's something that's allowed to be public and should really be public, in my opinion. As it turns out, my fears were correct, and what actually happened was a day or 3 days before the convention, I was sitting here on Skype and I got a message from one of the SAAC staff. And they told me, yo, I've got the budget here for SAAC. And I've got a copy of the contract that they signed with Everfree Network. And I want you to take it and make it public. And this person, of course, will remain anonymous for obvious reasons. Excuse me, taking a drag from my cigarette. But I can verify with 100% certainty that they are legit. I know who they are. I don't know who they are, but I know, you know, to what extent they worked with the staff, and I can say with 100% those documents they sent me were legit. They had no reason to lie to me. And since those documents have been leaked, the SAAC staff hasn't refuted them. Oddly enough, their PR department all they did was rail on the leak and say that someone was trying to destroy the con. They never once really said those documents weren't false. So in a way, SAAC staff has validated the documents to 100% certainty. And I have linked in the second link here, entitled "The Leak" on our show notes. I've linked what I posted, which has links to their budget, which you can look at. It's on my Google Docs. And a link to the contract they signed with Everfree Network, which is also on my Google Docs.
Yeah.
And I highly suggest you all look at that immediately.
Good reading. Yeah.
I was afraid that it wasn't going to go very far. Because, our Tumblr posts don't really get very many notes as is in comparison to other things. And this is where I want to just give a standing ovation to whoever this is. Somebody who's going by the name Snowden Pony, apparently just hovers over our blog, because when I posted, I immediately went to 4chan to look for the Sweet Apple Acres Con thread there to post the link to our blog in there. And by the time I had found the thread and clicked on it, that guy had already posted it in there. And I discovered later he'd also posted it to Reddit, and he'd also created a Twitter account where he was posting all of these things and leaking it. And so, Snowden Pony, whoever you are, thank you. You're doing God's work. This guy was bumping the thread. This guy was spreading things around. He later hosted a live stream for a lovely lady named Obsidian Winter, who was a SAAC staffer who came forward to talk about SAAC. He posted and hosted a live stream, which is recorded, and I believe the audio will be up in his Twitter feed. I will link it probably on my Tumblr and on the Grand Con.
I think it already is. It already is.
Okay, I'll have to look for it. Where Obsidian Winter came forward with a bunch of other information regarding SAAC and their SAAC. So, I would also like to say this, since we are, a podcast sponsored by the, glorious motherland, in keeping with Putin's ideals, I would like to offer Snowden asylum. Just contact us and we will protect you. And if you'd like to come on our show and perhaps use Morphox or something and do some voice distortion, I would love to talk to you, especially with regards to other conventions. I think that would be very helpful and insightful and really, really fucking hilarious. So there was that. So let's give a rundown here. Let's give a really brief overview. And Silver, feel free to jump in because I know you're well connected to what's going on over at SAAC due to the nature of Ponyville Live and their dealings. So do feel free, please, to jump in and correct me if I misspeak. I do want to be as correct as humanly possible here. Yeah. So basically, Sweet Apple Acres Con first started showing its problems when they lost their first venue. That was the Millennium Maxwell. At the time, the head of the convention was a man named Fooch. Due to mismanagement of the budget and losing the venue, he was pressured to step down. And a man named Tim Starlight Ironhose was put in charge, and he proceeded to drop a lucrative contract with EFN that cost the convention in excess of $3,000 to $5,000.
Well, let's hold the phone. All right, so let's. The timeline's a little different, right?
Okay.
So what actually happened is Fooch was the head of the convention for 98% of its existence. So he was the CEO of the production company, the LLC that was in charge of the convention, and also the con head. And he had overseen. He was still in charge while Tim was negotiating the contract with Everfree. So Tim was in at that point, a vice chair role, and had negotiated the entire deal with Everfree, starting around the time of Las Pegasus, and from Las Pegasus until April 10th, which is where the date of the contract being signed is. Tim was negotiating that whole process. During the same time as the time that Tim was, I'm sure talk about it in more detail a little later, but it's also the same time that Tim brought up the idea of banning Ponyville Live to the team at Sweet Apple Acres, and managed to do that without notifying us that it had been done. So all of that happened during the time that Fooch was the con chair. 2 weeks before the convention, the rest of the con staff was becoming concerned after they lost the venue that essentially this might have been Fooch's fault. In some way, in some measure that his mismanagement had in some way caused this. And so they pressured him to step down, and Tim took over as the interim head of the convention. Tim, having done already, a huge amount of reputational damage to the convention in his previous behavior, didn't last all that long in that position. Eventually, a matter of about a week later, a week prior to the convention, he was voted out of that position, and then Fooch was returned back to the head of the convention position, all with the public having no idea that any of this was going on. So there were no press releases on their website, nothing to the effect of, hey, by the way, here's the new guy who's going to give you information. Just nothing. It was just all going on behind the scenes. And when Fooch took back over, Tim got the impression that Ponyville Live had been responsible for orchestrating his demise. That because of our presence as a convention coverage organization, at Sweet Apple Acres, because we had been unbanned by that point and we were involved in covering the event, that we had suggested that he be removed, and that it was our suggestion that made him get removed. And so he talked to his friend Draft, and then Draft proceeded to call Obsidian Winter with a slew of obscenities. This frustrated her to the point that she outright left the convention and refused to do any more work with it because of the amount of stress that it caused. But yeah, that's pretty much the whole time.
Now, of course, if you look at my editorial, there's more information about how they kept a lot of things from the public regarding their budget. And if you look at the budget reports, you can understand why. Basically, they were out of money. They were fucking out of money.
Yeah.
And so I had a lot of things to say about that. And I'm not going to repeat them because they're written down on our blog and you can read it. Many of our listeners have read it. But come the day before the con, on their website, they announced that the hotel had broken contract with them and that they no longer had their second venue, the Holiday Inn Vanderbilt. And they still said the con's still going to happen. We're still going to find something. And it was at that point that one of the agents for Hasbro, for a couple of one or two of the voice actors that were going to appear at the con, pronounced the con dead and said, "Don't go." And they were really not being very public about it, to the point where Lee Tokar literally had to go on Twitter and say, "Yo, is this happening or not? I'm about to buy a fucking plane ticket." Yeah, and the same goes for Odyssey, Eurobeat Brony. Didn't know if the con was going to go on. He actually canceled because he was just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's a venue or anything, and I'm not going to pay for a plane ticket if I'm going to go out there and there's not going to be a con, or there's just going to be like a shit little venue that I can't even perform at. Right. And so a lot of people canceled, and at that point the con was pretty much pronounced dead. Here's where it gets a little wonky, and I'm sure we'll go into this in more detail among other things, but the point that I want to raise is, look, on their site they stated that the venue had broken contract with them. The Holiday Inn Vanderbilt had broken contract with them. Mm-hmm. Now, what they said on other public outlets, including 4chan, verified that it was staff members that were saying this, was that the convention had asked for money early. Had asked for the money for the venue up front to make sure that they could actually pay for it. Mm-hmm. And that was why they didn't go forward with it, because they had broken that contract. And here's my thing, okay? If you look at the budget reports, there's a lot of things wrong with the budget report. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of fucking things wrong with the budget report. But they listed the venue as costing a certain amount of money, and according to that budget report, it was accounted for. Hey. So if the venue was asking for the money up front, you should have been able to fucking pay it. Unless you're gonna come out and say that budget report wasn't finished, that wasn't really the price of the venue, which it was listed as an estimate, and or are you going to say that you withheld information from the guy running your budget? And it's a disgusting mismanagement of funds, it's disgusting mismanagement of information, because as far as I can tell, that shouldn't have been a problem. You were in the green with $600+ and you had that money accounted for, including money that you still owed the Millennium Maxwell. Thank you, Chef Sandy, for being right on that one.
Yes, actually,
what's the problem here?
Chef Sandy did point out, he said, having run a convention, that there's no way that close to the event terminating the thing didn't result in some expense to them.
Yeah, and he was proven right with those leaked documents.
And besides being right, it was hilarious. If you look at their budget, and at least the copy of the budget I looked at, I could swear that it says next to this, it just has a little note that says, "Can we get it so we don't have to pay this?" It's like something. It says something to the effect of like, "We're working on not having to pay this." It's
And then of course, Chef Sandy also raised the point on the episode that we had him on a few episodes ago talking about this. He raised the point that convention spaces should be paid for before the con, because when you don't pay for them before the con, you become Las Pegasus.
Yeah, he's got the microwave on.
Oh, fuck me!
You need to tell your roommates to really stop using that microwave.
I'm sorry, it's probably my mother. But it was stupid. It was so stupid. And what was the point I was trying to bring up here? I can't remember. There's so many points I can't remember which one was going on. There's so many fucking things wrong with what happened, and it's such a gross mismanagement of the budget. And that's right. Chef Sandy says they got to be paid up front. If you don't pay it up front, you're like Las Pegasus Unicon who went in. And then there's of course the issue about the room block that they had with the Marriott Hotel across the street, because the room block that you could reserve rooms for through the convention for a discount price, a discount of $5 per night, wasn't even where the convention was being held. It was in a hotel across the street, and that room block wasn't on the budget. And you pay for a room block. You reserve a room block, and if you don't fill it, you have to pay. And that was the problem they had with the Millennium Maxwell, was the room block. It wasn't the convention space, it was the room block. And that simply wasn't on the budget. And it's like, where is that? And even now they're saying so little about what really happened. And I'm not asking them to divulge private information that's legally not allowed to be disclosed. I'm asking them to be fucking straight with us, and they can't even do that. And one thing I've been saying about conventions is that convention heads need to be held accountable for the things that they say, but they also need to be held accountable for the things that they refuse to say. And the SAAC heads refused to say anything about what was really going on with their venues, and as a result, a lot of people were still on board for going when in fact that convention was never going to happen. And quite honestly, we're very lucky that it didn't. Because if it had, there's a very large possibility that we would have seen exactly the same thing that happened at Las Pegasus Unicon. Because if they had gone into that convention owing more money than they had, which they only had $600+ left to play around with, it's a very high possibility, that it would have tanked in a spectacular way. And yet again, Hasbro guests and Hasbro agents and Hasbro legal affiliates would have been there to witness yet another blunder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Affecting every convention after that, yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, I'd like to just open the floor to you guys. With regards to SAAC, anything you guys want to discuss? I can't really think of anything right now because I'm so fucking angry. But at this point, Silver, you were gonna go, and Emdefmek, if you have anything to say, midnight, floor is open. I'll stop talking.
All right.
Well.
Oh, geez, everybody just went out.
Is he gone?
Here.
Yeah, we're all still here. What happened to him?
Right as he's going to start talking.
It's a conspiracy theory. Final Draft
he's being silenced.
Final Draft is hacking into the networks.
He's getting DC'd right here.
Oh, jeez. I wish I could say something right now, but I'm editing. I'm making.
Can you imagine if he's just sitting in his room and all of a sudden, like, all of the power in his building went out and just he just got chloroformed? He's in the back of somebody's trunk right now, dude. This sucks. Or Silver Eagle.
Final Draft is gonna get his dick sucked.
Oh shit. Going into this, though, yeah, it's just politics. And it's fucking stupid, man. I hear what you're talking about, and you just can't fucking trust anybody in charge, it seems, anymore.
Yeah, I think I said before, actually, it was a point that was really well made in the 4chan thread. It was a realization that /MLP came to, which was that people in the Brony, the people who know how to run cons in the Brony fandom are.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
Now you're back.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh my god! All right,
my God.
Same thing. Somebody turned on the goddamn microwave, and swear to God, and it actually kills my Wi-Fi.
Final Draft turned on the microwave,
and I tell people every time I tell them I'm doing an interview. Stay off the microwave. Just if you need to eat food that's normal and not requires reheating. And anyway, sorry about that.
Glad to have you back.
Emdefmek, why don't you finish what you were going to say before Silver Eagle can...
It was a realization that the people on /MLP made. I think many bronies are starting to realize the people who know how to run cons are furries. Furries know how to run cons.
Because they've done it longer.
They've done it a lot longer than bronies have.
Decades longer.
Decades longer. Sorry, I'm a little distracted right now. I'm making a really, really funny GIF that hopefully I get done before the show's over. So you guys can get that. But
nice.
It's like the people there at the con didn't know what the fuck they obviously didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They had good intentions. They definitely had good intentions, but they just were way in over their heads.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was that, and also they were probably afraid. They were afraid of the backlash of becoming a second Unicon, but when people are scared, they do very stupid things.
Yes,
and in this case, it's like they do things that that will ultimately harm them way more in the than just admitting to it. It's
well, and to them I say congratulations, you weren't a Unicon. You failed before you started.
Yeah.
But this right here is your backlash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, congratulations.
Really, the biggest failed mentality in this case is the idea of the con must go on. That mentality has flopped so many times. Just because, and this is the big thing, it's very, very easier said than done. And believe me, I understand it. That it's easy to say, just because you've invested months of your time into something doesn't mean it's guaranteed to be successful, and doesn't mean you should pursue it to the death. That you should pursue it until it just tanks around you, ride your ship all the way down. It's easier said than done because a lot of people have that momentum. They go, it's like, well, all this work has been for nothing if I can't, make a convention out of this. It's like, well, sometimes all your best laid plans just go to shit.
Well, that's a risk. That's a risk that comes with the business.
Yeah, that's just one of those things. But anyway, I don't know how far into the sentence I got before I dropped the last time.
It was literally you were about to say something.
And
we were afraid that Final had gotten to you.
The funny thing is, I wonder if that's on purpose. I wonder if someone's listening to my stream and giggling like a dumbass, because all my roommates are all PVL people, and They love doing this kind of shit to me. So anyway, yeah, they're like, he didn't buy his 5 gigahertz thing yet. We're going to do this until he does. Anyway, so PVL was going to go to Sweet Apple Acres. We were going to cover it. That is to say, after they unbanned us. So for the first, the first time we talked to them, they said, well, yeah, you're clear on press passes. According to Tim, the reason for that is because they thought we were still a part of Everfree. Because briefly, like for a month, Everfree and us went out and it didn't work out. It turns out they were an abusive lover, and we decided to leave. After a long stint of sort of uncalled for ranting that we received while we were there. So I think that, I guess, is what originally made him give us clearance. Well, he discovers, through this leaked conversation that we're not real happy with the way Everfree's been handling their contract process, and the way that they've been conducting themselves as a quote unquote business. And we're not too tickled about it. And so here's this quote, and all it is just essentially, it's just like, well, we'll show them what happens when they bed with EFN. Right, and the quote is, "What happens is we just don't go." Like there's no mob style threat like, oh, we're gonna have a horse's head in their bed or anything. There was no indication of violence or anything else. But he sees this and he goes, jackpot, and he takes this leaked quote from the Pony Free Press chat that Josh Dean from Bronycon leaks to him. And Josh Dean, head of, media relations, ironically, proceeding to leak private conversations, and copies and pastes this to Bronycon where Tim works. Tim takes it, copies and pastes it to Sweet Apple Acres leadership, which he is a part of, and says, this is a clear evidence that Ponyville Live is a danger, a literal danger to our organization, and if we show up, they're going to harm the convention. If we, they're going to cause all these problems. We should just ban them right now and get it over with. And he says this.
And let's be clear here. When you say you were banned, it wasn't you were banned from attending as press. It was you were straight up banned from attending the con.
From
period.
Attending, full stop. Yes, we
were banned as attendees.
Yeah, we were banned from appearing, being present there, because they thought we were going to cause trouble for their streaming partner Everfree, because by the time April 10th had rolled around, they had already signed the agreement that said that not only are they footing the bill for Everfree to show up, but they're making them the exclusive streaming partner. And so they considered us to be somewhat of a threat, so they banned us outright, didn't tell us for a month. For a month, and Mbulsht, I guess you've been watching us with these updates on this, but essentially the update was nothing yet from Sweet Apple Acres for weeks. It was just like we kept bothering them and nothing. Nobody said a word back to us.
Yeah, they couldn't even be straight with the fact that they banned them.
Yeah, they wouldn't say anything to us. They just weren't responding. All we were asking is just, is our press stuff okay? Do we need to give you any more stuff? When do we need to send you the list of people who are going? The usual press stuff. And they won't send anything back. Well, we finally find Tim hanging out late night one night as Barry Punch, because he also goes as Barry Punch on IRC. He's hanging out in the Everfree chat. Go figure. In IRC, and so I send him a message. It's like, dude, have you gotten any of my past messages? And he's like, yes. Why? I said, do you care to respond to any of them? What's the situation? He says, didn't you hear? We banned you. It's like, I'm afraid not, sir. I didn't hear that. So he says, yeah, because of this, yeah, and he says, my team voted unanimously to ban you, is what he said. The whole Sweet Apple Acres team, all across the board, unanimously voted to ban a media organization from appearing at their convention. Now, I'm suspicious of this. So a few weeks later, I take this information and I find the actual chair of the convention, Fucci Hughes. And I just ask him, just because something smells about this thing, because I know that Tim is a big fan of Everfree. He hangs out in Everfree's chat room. He signed the Everfree contract. I know this guy really likes our competitor. I think there's something stinky going on here. And so I go and I ask Fooch, hey, what's going on? Fooch responds, what do you mean banned? And I said,
the chair of the convention.
The chair says, you're what? And I said, your group banned us unanimously, he says. We can't go at all. We can't do anything. And he says, I was not aware of this. I was like, really? So he's like, let me investigate. I'll be back. So a few hours later, he comes back and he says, well, it turns out apparently they had the vote without anybody there. Everybody was all on trips or conventions or vacations when Tim had the vote. So it was unanimous with the people who were in the room at the time. But it was not unanimous with everybody else who I guess never caught up on it. So Fooch says, yeah, clearly this is obviously a mix of 50-50 corruption, 50-50 just pure petty childish bullshit, and we're just going to reverse it. So he says, all right, how do we make you show up at this? Because I'm like, dude, I'm not really wanting to right now because your VP guy is going to make this hell on earth. He's going to make this the longest weekend of our lives at this rate. If he can get away with banning us, I don't think we're going to have a good time when we get there. And he says, all right. What is it going to take for you to feel comfortable covering Sweet Apple Acres? And I said, I want a contract in writing that says we won't be treated poorly. We'll have a spot to put our cameras. You can let us hook into the speaker system for audio. We'll have internet and a table, and that's it.
Yeah, you didn't ask for money. You didn't ask for airfare.
He even clears this up. He's like, do you want money? Do you want compensation? And I said, no. We're footing our own bill. We're paying our way up there. We're going to stay in a hotel. We're all going to crowd into one hotel room. Don't worry about it. And just give us the assurance that we'll have a good time streaming, that we'll be able to do our jobs as streamers. So he says, all right, here. Sends me a contract that is Everfree's contract copied and pasted with Everfree's name find and replaced out of it. But the problem is Everfree is misspelled in like 2 or 3 spots, and so it didn't find and replace them. So I see like Everfree and like Everfree network on this contract, and I'm like, did you send me the wrong contract? He's like, no, this is yours. I'm like, no, you left EFR stuff in here. Like Everfree stuff. He's like, oh yeah, I just copied and pasted it.
Jeez.
Hold on, let me just retype this. I type it up in my own document. And he took out, essentially he gave us Everfree's contract minus any financial compensation. So we get all the same stuff that they get except no money. And I'm like, that's fine with me. But so we retype it, send it back to him. He signs off on it immediately, and then from that point on, we think we're golden at Sweet Apple Acres. We think we're gonna have a great time. And then he gets booted, and then he gets replaced by Captain Banny Pants of the SS, bans the shit out of you for no reason. Then we pretty much at that point, there was a long back and forth about like, are we, and Tim's only response was, well, we won't ban you again. And he said this like I was going to go, oh, thank you, sir. Oh, Lord. Oh, I was so worried you was to ban me again. Oh my God. Oh, well, bless you, sir, for your kindness and generosity. Like, no, I'm just going to go like, that's a shitty way of dealing with this. After dude before you just said you're welcome with open arms, have a great time, all you're saying is you're not banned. So that's good. Silver linings, right? Like, well, so I told him like, it's not going to cut it, dude. And then Tim proceeds to, leave and then yell at Final Draft, and Draft proceeds to threaten to not to, and I quote from his phone call, raise holy hell on the internet. And not show up at the convention and all this other stuff.
The internet will listen to me.
The internet is my biggest friend and enemy, and they're going to hear this, and that's the end of you, Sweet Apple Acres. It's like, okay.
I will destroy you.
I know people on the internet.
it should be noted then that Final did in a way threaten to destroy the con in a way, or at least their reputation.
Oh, he totally did. Yeah, and it happened not on his watch and not on our watch. It just sort of happened independent of us. But so we decide after these leaks come out, we see all this stuff and we're just like, holy shit! Okay, and so we cancel our plane tickets. We decide we're not going. PBL's not going, and then later that evening is when the draft stream happens.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
We'll get into that later. But anyway, whole different thing.
Actually, I think, because I really don't want to go back through and explain everything that was wrong with their budget. You guys can just look at it again. As I said, you can look at the leak itself.
Mm-hmm. A lot of it's on a guy's credit card. A lot of unconfirmed expenses, missing some big expenses.
Yeah, lots of things are fucking estimates. Me and when I got this information the night before I posted it, because I actually debated with myself, for that night and for the next morning, do I post this? I wasn't sure if I wanted to, but when I got it, I immediately called up Salient Summaries. Salient Summaries, he was just about the only person online that I could call up, and he's very meticulous about financial stuff, as you can well see with his invoices that he sends to his commissioners and the way he runs, his commissions. You can see he's a very meticulous man. Mm-hmm. And so I called him up and I was like, hey, can you go over this budget with me? And we sat there for about 4 hours and talked back and forth about what the budget looked like. And he was just like, man, this stinks. This looks awful. This is really poorly organized. Too much here is marked down as an estimate. Mm-hmm. There are two large items on here that don't even have estimates yet. Mm-hmm. And they're just 3 days from the con, and this looks shitty. This looks really shitty. And then I told him about some of the stuff that was, not all of it, but about some of the stuff that was going down with Ponyville Live and Everfree Network, and he was like, this con, this like, whoever is running this con has no idea what they're doing. Like, it's so apparent. And so I posted it, and I had a little bit of doubt, from my source, is this legitimate? And then just the blowback came from Sweet Apple Acres and from Everfree Network and everyone who was involved. And not once did they really say this stuff isn't legit. They were talking about, it was all blame. It was all the blame game. They're all throwing stuff around, accusing people of being the leaks, But no one got up and said, yo, this stuff isn't correct. We're actually fine. All they said was the con will happen. That was all they said. Yeah. And so I think it's reasonable then to assume that as of 3 days before the con, all of that information is correct.
Was accurate. Yes.
And that it was accurate. And I can say that with incredible confidence. And if that's true, holy hell, this is some Unicon level mismanagement of funds. And these guys really, like, I was scared. I was scared because I knew one of the guys who was going there. I know Odyssey Reed. He goes to school in the same university. I know him. And it's like I didn't want him to go and be at a failure. I didn't want him to experience that. And I didn't want anyone who had been at Unicon to experience Unicon again. And that was when I said, I'm posting this. I posted it. And thank you, Snowden.
And we did get one piece of we did get a message on Tumblr from some douchebag who feels that we did this purely out of spite.
Yeah, it was a message from a person named Puzzle Plate, who asked us, why are you guys?
That is really. That's funny. Okay.
I'll let you explain that in a second here, but he sent a message saying, why are you guys being so spiteful? Like, why do you want to see all these cons fail? I don't think this is very fair to the community. And I didn't even respond. I just deleted the comment. I didn't know who he was until someone, I think it was you, Silver, actually, who explained to me who Puzzle Plate was. And can you please explain who Puzzle Plate is?
Puzzle Plate is associated with AppaloosaCon. AppaloosaCon was associated with AppaloosaCon, ironically, another convention that, from the sound of it, is doomed to complete and total failure. And this is a certain irony here, is that they're fighting against leaking of budgetary information and other things like that, because I think, in all honesty, if that were to happen in Appaloosa's case, it would vanish from the face of Equestria overnight. There have been a lot of former members, and this is not just one former person associated with that convention, who have told me, because Ponyville Live was going to cover it, despite it being a somewhat small convention, it's just felt like a fun road trip. Go over to Phoenix. It's going to be a good time.
But, swelter in the 115-degree weather.
115-degree. Well, it's dry heat. We've been so used to this.
It's a dry heat. It's totally cool. You just
the humid heat is what really kills you.
Oh, yeah.
It's good for your skin, but yeah, still. So we were getting excited about going to this convention, and everybody we talked to from the region keeps telling us, run for the hills.
Oh, jeez.
Don't go. Oh my God, whatever you do, do not send coverage to this convention, because it will only inflate the failure it will become. And we have chat logs from the guy who took over as the con head, and him forcefully booting out his financial advisors and stuff like that. But he's booting them out in this typo-ridden, hilarious thing. It's like English as a fifth language type thing, like where there's just no grasp of grammar or anything else. You don't understand why it is exactly that he's kicking people out, but he just purges the team. He comes in as the leader and just does a full, Night of the Long Knives on this team. And, there's nobody left. There's nobody left who we worked with who works on that convention anymore. So it's a very special brand of irony here, that we see that name pop up now in reference to Sweet Apple Acres.
Yeah. But see, the point I'm trying to make is that, there is a small part of us who are part of the GCC, and, people, long-time listeners of GCC know, especially with Mbulsht, there is sort of a bit of chaotic, humor, dark humor we see in all of this.
Yeah.
It's in a way, it's comical and entertaining to us, but the big part of it is the fact that, there are, and I don't mean this in an insulting way, there are basically kids going this. I don't mean kids like little kids. I mean kids as in,
young people.
Young people who are not very well off financially, who may only be able to go to one con a year. And, they save their money, and however, in whatever way they can. And these cons are going to be like the event of the year for them. This is going to be where they'll be able to meet the people they admire, both on the show and in the fandom, and they're going to be able to hang out with other bronies and, be able to act like an asshole rabid brony and not be ostracized for it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like,
you don't want that to be the first one.
You don't want that to be the one. You don't want them to waste all this money to go and just be let down. I mean, yeah, sure, they went to Dave and Buster's, and I think the Pony Museum thing was there, but it's like,
that's a meetup.
That's a meetup. You don't spend $800 for a fucking meetup.
Yeah, I've never flown to a meetup, but the thing with like, even from my perspective is, a few years ago, I was a new Brony, and one of the first conventions that I ever went to that was a con, besides just a big meetup, was Brony Fanfare in Austin, Texas. And if you heard about that convention, it had the opposite thing. It was called Sardine Con because what they did is they expected 150 people to show up. They only booked half a hotel.
Yeah.
And then 980 to like 1,100 people, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Oh my God.
1,000 to 1,100 people show up at this thing. It's an overwhelming overnight success. Nobody expects it, because it's at the door registration. Like all the attendees are at the door registration, and so they couldn't budget for it or prepare for it or anything. This thing is like this huge success, does way better than it's expected to, and I expect it to be this little cozy thing where we're all just going to sit around in chairs and talk to each other. No, it's this giant affair.
Yeah,
and that is like what established me as such a huge fan of conventions, and that's why when PBL rolled around and they said, the idea of traveling around the country to fly to these conventions, I went, oh hell yeah, I'll do that any day, and I was excited about it. If my first convention had been something like what Sweet Apple Acres became, I would have had very much of that ambition just crushed out from under me. I would have never turned around and gone, well, let's go to 5 more.
Oh yeah, and you have been perfectly legitimate in feeling that way.
And let's not forget, a large portion of our fandom is comprised of people who are new to the concept of a fandom.
Exactly, yeah. They've never been to a Trekkie convention or a Comic-Con or an anime.
And it's like, me, I had been going to anime and furry cons for 2 years before the whole fandom rolled around for MLP. Mm-hmm. And so I knew what a fandom was like, and I expected certain things, and of course LPU, the Unicon, came as a shock to me, mm-hmm. but it wasn't as big a shock as if had been my first fandom. Mm-hmm. I've seen Brony meetups, or I've seen furry meetups end horribly. I mean, I think we did a episode a while ago about the New Jersey Furbarbecue.
Oh my god!
Where
that doesn't sound appetizing.
It just sounds like
Furbarbecue was a good thing.
It was a massive.
I smell burnt hair when I hear that name.
It was a huge meetup that and for those of you who missed the episode or if we didn't talk about it, I can't recall. What happened I think it was in New Jersey. It was called the Furbarbecue, though. You can look it up. It was a long running annual event. It was basically a glorified meetup. But it was small con sized, and it was hosted by a fire department, where they'd have this where they'd have this giant meetup, and just this huge barbecue. It was a huge affair. And at the last one, and since then this event has been canceled for the rest of all time. At that event, 2 furries in fursuits were caught fucking on the hood of one of on the hood of one of the city officials' cars.
Oh. Yeah.
It wasn't the mayor, but it was someone in city office on the hood of their car. And
was
the fire
it one
department,
of the city officials?
It was one of the city officials. Yeah, it wasn't the mayor, but it was one of the city officials
in the fursuit.
In 2 people in fursuits fucking on the hood of their car out there.
It wasn't a city official fucking.
Okay, that was my question.
No,
oh my god, are you kidding me?
2 furries in fursuits fucking on top of a car owned by a city official.
Yeah, and the fire department that was hosting that got in trouble.
Yep.
Because of that, and since then, as a result, that event, which looking through the old forums, like it sounds like that event was a fucking blast.
Yeah, because what many people don't know is that like many furry groups will do stuff for the local community. They're like any other city or community or group in the city, who likes to be active in the city, the
the firefighters are like notoriously philanthropic.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And this was a big thing was, this Furbarbecue is like, these guys are kind of weird, but they're really cool dudes. They do this barbecue, people eat up and have a good time. And it took just this one thing just to fucking ruin it for everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know. If 2 people are caught at a social gathering having sex on a city official's car, I deem it a success. I think that's the coolest fucking thing ever. I mean,
personally, if that happened at a Brony meetup, I would say like, well, there's the 2 bronies who are getting laid.
It's like, goddamn, people are enjoying themselves. This needs to happen again. Fuck city officials.
Oh, Silver, at every Bronycon, even though there's...
Oh, you mean the orgies? Are you talking about the orgies?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not talking about the orgy. You just know at every convention there are people fucking.
Well, I mean, you can, yeah.
I mean, even at like fucking Lucy Ball conventions.
Lucy Ball conventions.
So... What I was trying to get into that story was I had a precedent set for me personally, that I knew that events had the possibility of drama and failure, and this was, of course, solidified by the drama that followed Purple Tinker and her journey out of Bronycon. And that was drama, you know. That was drama. Mm-hmm. It wasn't... I mean, it was big, yes, it was a big issue, but it was drama. It wasn't financial failure. And as a result, even for someone like me who's been in many different fandoms and gone to many different fandom conventions, including steampunk, furry, anime, and by extension yaoi. There's a yaoi convention out here and a yuri convention out here. It came as a shock to me, and it made me suspicious. It made me extremely suspicious of convention. And in fact, if it hadn't been for Las Pegasus Unicon, I wouldn't have been on the case with Sweet Apple Acres. But because that happened, I don't trust anyone who's running a convention unless I know them and I know they can be straightforward with me. And that's why the only convention I trust anymore is Nightmare Nights Dallas, because I know that the guy running that will tell me things. And he won't just tell me because I'm his friend. He'll tell other people. He will go public.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And I
mean, these are actual, and forgive the use of the word, but professionals at work here. Yeah.
I just, that word, it sends shivers down my spine. It's a horrid word. But we're past the hour mark here, and we have another topic to get into. Let
me just say.
Go ahead.
Here's a fun game that actually Tumblr user MD Gusty suggested for. Actually, you know, let me hold off on saying that because it actually applies to our next section. Well, so why don't you continue?
Okay. Well, Our next subject here is tangentially related to Sweet Apple Acres Con. Our next subject is yet again Everfree Network. Now, we've talked about Everfree Network in the past, having the Bronyville guys on to talk about their woes with them. And after Las Pegasus Unicon, which on the media side of things was awesome, you know, all the media heads banded together to save people who were stranded at that con, to get money to voice actresses, and God bless Everfree Network for helping out with that. They did a fantastic job. And after that, I told myself, I don't care about Everfree Network anymore. They've done something incredible, and I respect that. And I'm done.
Fuck off.
But
it didn't last long.
It didn't last long, and it really saddens me because I want to like Everfree Network, because for all intents and purposes they do a fantastic job of covering things. They have great live streams, and say what you will about Final Draft, he is an okay personality on air. But
remember, Hitler was very charming
and charismatic. Oh my God!
Hey, we were talking about Godwin's Law.
Yeah, we were, and literally Hitler. You know, in this case. So let me share a little bit about, if you don't mind.
Let me just finish off with what I was saying.
Okay, sure,
and then I'll open the floor to you. After the debacle at Sweet Apple Acres Con, Final Draft of Everfree Network hosted a 4-hour live stream. Around the same time that Snowden hosted his live stream with Obsidian Winter. That was unrelated. That was about something else. And in this live stream, Final Draft talked about Sweet Apple Acres Con and why they had canceled their contract with them. And on the face, it looked like he was just going to talk about why the convention was either going to be a failure, or why he didn't want to show up, why he felt that pulling the contract would give them more money to work with. But instead what he did was he spent the entire fucking live stream railing on Ponyville Live and the Pony Free Press, and in fact blamed Ponyville Live for the leak, which I can confirm with 100% accuracy they were not responsible for at all. The leak was he or she will remain unnamed, and I leaked that stuff. Okay, if anyone's to blame for that, it's
it's the GCC.
We did it. We're not sorry, because that needed to happen. And I'm not mad because I didn't get credit for it. I'm mad because Ponyville Live got the shaft for it in that stream, and that's simply not fair, because at that point they were done with Sweet Apple Acres Con, and for him to get up and do that honestly was very shitty. What's ironic is that he at the very end of the live stream said, "I'll be posting this live stream either today or tomorrow." He hasn't posted it yet. So there is no public record of the things that he said in there, and you're going to have to take me on word because he's afraid to post that live stream. Now, before I let anyone else talk, I need to define a few things here. Ponyville Live is a podcast station run by Silver Eagle, and is part of an entity known as the Pony Free Press. And I've actually
podcast station.
Sorry,
internet radio station.
Yeah.
No, we're not actually a station. None of you have looked at our website, have you?
I'm going to be honest.
You're a confederation of podcasts.
We're a media network. We have a whole bunch of radio stations, video streams.
You are an empire.
I'm not professional enough for that.
Senator Palpatine.
Senator Palpatine. Yes.
Now,
yes. And we have been attacked by the clones, and we. Oh.
Because the entity known as the Pony Free Press has been a little silent on this front, I've actually talked with Chef Sandy, who is also part of this entity, the Pony Free Press, about releasing this statement and all of that. The Pony Free Press, not Ponyville Live, the Pony Free Press is a sort of loose confederation, if you will, of Brony media networks and sites who have gotten together to share information and collaborate with each other for convention streaming, for news, and for projects like Bronies for Good and things like that. And the Pony Free Press is made up of Bronyville podcast, run by Chef Sandy and Apple Cider, Equestria Daily, run by Sophisto, Derpy Hooves News, run by Derpy Squad, Brony State, run by someone I don't know, Ponyville Live, run by Silver Eagle. Am I missing anyone here?
Yes, Celestia, run by Shane.
Oh, and Celestia Radio. Sorry, I always forget about Celestia Radio. Celestia Radio is also part of it. And tangentially, in a way, GCC is also affiliated, but that's because I'm in there. I'm in there because of Bronyville, but I'm going to start getting us involved with that because I really like the project they have going.
Yeah, and we're going to try to get the GCC more involved in it.
Yeah, because it's a great project and I like it. I like the idea of open press and of sharing of information, and I don't like this political bullshit of withholding information from other media networks and signing exclusivity contracts.
And despite what people may say, we actually do try to be good people sometimes.
Yeah, well, most of the time.
Yeah.
Now, the Pony Free Press came into existence because people saw that Everfree Network was asking for money from conventions to run his streaming. Which is fine. He wants to do that, and cons want to agree to that. That's fine. But, EQD and Bronyville and DHN saw it and were like, hey, well, we're willing to do it for free. And if we band all of our resources together, we reach a really wide audience. Way, way wider than Everfree Network and the Roundtable. So why don't we do that, If Everfree Network wants to ask for money, that's fine. We'll just go and we'll do it with them, but we'll do it for free, and that way we can get the same media rights as Everfree Network. Everfree Network gets paid, and we get to interview people and everything. Everyone's happy, and that's why the Pony Free Press exists. And that's all I'm going to say on that matter. Now, after that live stream of Final Drafts, I believe it was a day later. The Tumblr podcast, run by Flavin Bagel of Ask Gamer Ponies and Chocolate Pony of the Chocolate Pony blog, as well as I believe Ahmed's is part of that as well. Ahmed's of Raindrops, the Raindrops Ask blog. They run this neat little Tumblr podcast that's really sweet and cool, and they do live streams all the time. They're quite popular.
They promised to have us on their podcast, and they never got back to me. Those
did they?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
No, Pirate Jets told me, he's like, yeah, dude, we're gonna have you on sometime, and I'm like, okay, cool, and it's like, okay,
blue ball, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, they hosted this long 6-hour live stream where they had Silver Eagle. You were on that. Yep. Final Draft was on as well.
Followed by Final Draft, yeah.
Followed by Final Draft, yeah. Snowden was on.
Snowden Pony.
Yeah, Snowden.
So Snowden was on via an ominous narrator.
Yeah.
That's with dramatic music.
And a multitude of other people working at SAAC. And stuff, and they did this great thing. It was great. It was all in the interest of remaining neutral, and they had everyone from all sides on talk about it. And I've linked to that in our show notes. You all should definitely look at it. The link in our show notes actually goes. Emdefmek will know. He'll explain the link.
It goes to MD Gusty's Tumblr. He annotated the parts of it where Final Draft actually contradicts himself.
God bless him. He went through the whole fucking thing.
He went through the whole fucking thing, pointing out every place where, Final Draft, contradicts himself, but it's also a good anchor point. I think if you go, maybe an hour before the earliest annotation here, and you should get, Silver Eagle's, interview on here.
The video itself, if you go to the video on YouTube, actually has annotations in it, if you turn annotations off, that have little links to all the different sections.
Yeah.
Which is great. That's how I listened to it, because I didn't want to listen to the whole 6 hours too long.
And actually, MD Gussie replied to me in a post I made, and this was actually a really great suggestion. If you have free time, I suggest you get your favorite alcoholic drink. I recommend. My recommendation is get yourself like one of those Sun Tea jars. Get yourself one of those. Get a gallon of Sunny D, and then a bottle of vanilla flavored Sky vodka, and you dump both of them in there. I think it's called Riot Punch. It's a Rooster Teeth invention. Just dump both of them in there, and every time Final Draft says professional, drink. Fucking drink like you never drank before. You will be like how I was on E3 when we did our E3 live streams.
Completely trashed.
Completely trashed, screaming your head off, going, "Oh my God, Sony hasn't changed anything. They're awesome, yeah!"
Now, I actually have a list of points I'd like to refute of things that Final Draft said, but I'll get to that later. For now, I'm going to open the floor up for all of you to just go nuts. Talk about Everfree Network however you want.
Go ahead, sorry.
Because at this point, Final Draft, the kid gloves are off. I was cool with Everfree Network. Well, no, I don't care about Everfree Network. This is about Final Draft. I was cool with you after LPU, but now the kid gloves come off, and I am not afraid now to talk about any of this on my podcast. And so, kid gloves are off, and you guys have the floor.
Okay, I first off would like to say this is the work I was working on. This is why I was so quiet during the first part of the first part of the show. I think this GIF I made pretty much summarizes what happens. I will post it up on the GCC Tumblr right now, and I'll include a link in the show notes. Basically, yeah, that's what happened.
Oh my God!
Oh God.
And if you're not near a computer, you don't go to our Tumblr. It's the classic image of the kid who bops the kid next to him on the head, and then the kid rips his shirt off and knocks out the dude behind him. Except I placed the GCC Everfree and Ponyville live icons on them. And so it's the GCC bopping the kid on the head, bopping Everfree on the head. Everfree goes fucking Super Saiyan and knocks out Ponyville live.
Better time to finally finish this GIF and to get it out.
I was so worried I wasn't gonna finish it. I was sitting there like, oh, please keep talking. But yeah.
This is fucking gold, Emdefmek. Like, pat yourself on the fucking back.
I'll put this up on Tumblr. I'll probably put it up on Derpy Burrow.
Retweet that as me, like, on my Twitter.
But I like you said in Bullshit, the kid gloves are off, and I have a couple things to say about Final Draft. And this is straight at you, Final Draft. Final Draft. I keep calling him Final Draft. I don't know why. The way you've conducted yourself with the cons, you and your network have been acting like parasites. The contract you've presented to these cons, especially the first year cons, is completely absurd. It's stupid, and you should know better. You should know better. You're taking advantage of these cons who don't have a lot of money, like they said on that Tumblr Pond, Brony Pond, Pond cast. First year cons run into the red. They're already on the shoestring budget, and you basically are demanding a large chunk of change. A large chunk of change in order for them to provide you with content for your network.
And let it be noted that in the real world, media rights with cons work like this. The media entity pays the con.
Yeah.
For the rights.
It's like, okay, and even a more comprehensive analogy, when the Super Bowl comes along, and the NFL does not pay the networks to show the NFL. The networks pay the NFL. There's never been a case where an entity has to pay a network to show the content. It's always the other way around. I think your exclusivity contract is stupid. Simply because of the fact that you seem to have forgotten that this whole fandom, all these cons, are all about a single TV show that's a cartoon aimed at little girls, intended for little girls, about pastel-colored ponies. You're trying to build a media empire on this foundation. You're retarded. This is retarded.
Good fucking luck.
Yeah, this is retarded. Everybody else, as far as I know, has positioned themselves to adapt to the changing times. EQD has plans for for when in the waning years of the Brony fandom. We have plans for in the waning years of the Brony fandom. Bronyville even has plans for when this all finally comes to an end. What do you have? What do you have? You have nothing. You have nothing. The Brony fandom dies down. You're done. And what do you have to show for it? A huge pile of debt and a lot of angry people who gave you money. And with that, I would even go so far as to say, you are a parasite on the convention scene. Your behavior this past week, and I'm not doing this for a cry of attention, but I listened to Silver Ego on that other podcast.
Silver Ego.
Okay, I was like, that has happened more than once. And somebody said, Silver Ego.
Silver Eagle. I listened to him on the Tumblr Pondcast. Bo.
Pon way pon.
Pon de replay.
Pon pata pon. Silver Eagle is a nice guy. The website he runs, the coalition
that we've never looked at.
Well, just
bastards.
Going by what he said and what I've heard about it, he's offering a better deal. He's offering a much better deal to these cons, and he's not a profiteering fucktard. Final Draft, we know you're in this for the fucking money.
Fame. And the
fame. You want money and attention. We all know it. We all fucking know it. Silver Eagle, as far as I know, is just in it because he wants to fucking do it. And the way you behaved in that live stream and on that podcast, basically laying full blame of this leak at his feet, it's when you knew full well that it was us, is much like in this GIF. You know full well, though, we were the ones who hit you on the back of the head. Yet you chose to turn around, rip your fucking shirt off, and knock out Ponyville live. I think that makes you a coward. You are afraid to confront us.
Oh, don't say that.
You are a coward. You are a coward.
He will backtrace your IP address. You done goofed.
Oh, he backtrace me through, I don't know, what, 10 proxies?
10 or 11 proxies, Tor.
Or DARPA.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
McAfee firewall.
Yeah, McAfee.
He's gonna send you a message saying, "What the fuck did you just fucking say about me?" I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al Qaeda.
Oh my god.
You know what, dude?
He is gonna kick your cracker teeth in.
Feel free to contact me. I am Emdefmek on Twitter. I'm Emdefmek on Tumblr. My email address is emdefmek@gmail.com. I'm Emdefmek on Steam. You have numerous ways if you want to get a hold of me and prove to me otherwise. Here's the thing. Prove otherwise. Provide us with, concrete evidence that you're not these things, because by all accounts, you are a cowardly parasite. And we have video proof.
By all means. And I said this in my posts about SAAC. Please prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Show me that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I would love to be wrong, but the evidence speaks for itself, and it's not very, very flattering to you. So by all means, prove me wrong.
Yeah, you fleece these cons for money that they don't have to spend, and you direct your anger and your rage at people who don't deserve it, because honestly, the way it looks like, you're afraid to direct it at the people who instigated it. What are you afraid of, bro? What are you afraid of, man?
Come at us, bro.
Come at me, bro.
I seen your avatar, bro, on Twitter, man. You got those fucking shades on. You got the black and white image, man. That obviously shows you're a badass.
Navy SEAL.
Yeah. You got the shaved head. You got the fucking the sunglasses, and you turn the filter on the black and white. Grayscale. Come on, man. You're a badass.
That sounds pretentious as shit, but go on.
Yeah,
just go look for yourself. But yeah.
Go to his Twitter. It's found.
All right. Let me just say, as somebody, the only time I really get into all this drama stuff is when you have me on the actual podcast, and then I'm pretty much sitting here listening to it, learning it for the very first time. And from everything that I've just gathered from this, all this stuff that you've thrown at me, what a douchebag. It's like I don't think I would like this person just in general, but this guy is out there and he's trying to profiteer off a fucking fandom thing. It's like, what happened to the people who are out to have a good time are the ones getting the priority. This is just fucking ruining my head here, listening to all this stuff about this guy.
It's making your brain explode.
Yeah, pretty much. It feels like a fried egg on pavement, just...
Silver, would you like to comment here?
Yeah, I would take a choice opportunity to comment here. Let me start off back at Las Pegasus also, because Las Pegasus, in my opinion, everything I had heard before then, which even before I was associated with a media network and before we started doing convention coverage, before any of that, people were already telling me, steer clear. of this organization, Everfree. And the reason they were saying it is not because, they're making any money, not because they're recovering some of their expenses or anything like that. It was because they are aggressive at all costs. They're a very aggressive, business-like organization, and they're infecting the otherwise peaceful and benign Brony community with a corporate behavior that it neither needs nor deserves. And when I heard this, I thought, well, okay, I guess I'll take your word for it. But then at Las Pegasus, after Las Pegasus, the big fundraiser, I thought I could have sworn up and down that I was wrong, that I had been wrong this whole time. Everyone who had warned me was wrong, and that really this was one of the most collaborative, easygoing networks to work with. They were, professional, of course, and on their A game. And so a few weeks after that, after Las Pegasus, Draft approached me personally and said, well, it's clear that, we both are doing a lot of the same things. We're both doing, media. We're both doing convention coverage. Why don't we make you a protectorate of Everfree? Literally why don't we put you under our, and he kept using this word aegis, AEGIS, put you under our shield. And protect.
What the fuck is this guy? A Roman council?
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's got kind of a Roman vibe for it. But the original suggestion was, we'll protect you. We won't control you. We'll just help you get along, right? Like we'll get you into conventions, and then you can provide coverage for Everfree.
Sounds like a dude standing there with a toothpick in his mouth flipping a nickel.
He's like, yeah, well, it sounds like we need another loan shark. It's like, well, this whole thing.
It sounds like going back to the Roman thing. It sounds like what the Roman diplomats who would go to these kings would do, where they make an offer to the king that he can't refuse, and the king says, well, I'll have to get back with you on that decision. So the diplomat would go and draw a circle around the king and say, make sure you have your decision before you leave that circle.
No, this is the Godfather right here. This is racketeering here.
Yeah, this is creepy.
Yeah. So this is one of those interesting situations. So, I talked with our group. We talked it over back and forth, and we said, okay, let's try it out. What the hell? Let's try it out, because after all, Everfree does have a good amount of listeners. They're still holding on fairly strong with their listener count, and so we thought, well, okay, yeah, well, it couldn't hurt. A month in, and by the end of that month, we have been yelled at and ranted at, I think a total of 8 separate times, in obscenity-laden rants about the content and programming of our shows, about the professionalism of our team, and about whether our team truly deserved to be a part of the prestigious Everfree network. And the last discussion that we had was about Bronycon. Go figure. Because we were trying to get way ahead of the game too. And we were trying to, as a team, figure out what our plans were 6 months out in advance. So we were already talking to Bronycon about press passes. And EFN, considering that they didn't own us, we weren't officially a part of Everfree. We were partners with Everfree. Even though, they had just gone during that month to a convention and said they took over our organization. We had 4 or 5 separate independent people come to us and warn us. They said, by the way, Draft is going to conventions saying he took you over. And talking to PVL people and saying he's their new boss, and stuff like that, And so he obviously had one agenda that he wasn't revealing to us. But anyway, we don't hear for a month, about Bronycon. We don't know whether they're going to take us with them. We don't know whether we're going to get press passes or anything else. So we just email Bronycon. We sent them a real quick email. It isn't even me. It's Associate Director Borg who does this. And it sends this email, and it just says in as many words, we're sort of independent. So I don't know, do we need to go through you for press passes, or do we go through Everfree? Let us know. So Bronycon guy forwards this directly to Draft. Draft says, we need to talk. Gets on Mumble in front of the rest of the entire Everfree network team. Probably 20 people in this chat room. a mumble room. And rather than haul it into a private conversation, he just decides to just launch into a 2-hour-long rant immediately in front of everybody about how PVL has been nothing but disrespectful, how we're a liability to his organization, how this is a clear example of the fact that we have broken every rule that we've established in our agreement, how we don't really want to provide press coverage for them, and how, the whole time has been just a miserable experience for him. It is only interrupted. And this is the hilarious part. The public hasn't ever heard this, but it is interrupted only once, his long rant, because I don't get a word in edgewise. I don't get to explain myself until Dusty Cat says, Draft, shut up and let the man explain himself. And he said because Dusty Cat's in there listening with all these other people, and he has had enough of this hour-long rant fest, this extreme thing that he can kind of tell that we're about to walk. We're so frustrated by this, we're about to head out the door. So he says, well, shut up and let the man explain himself. So I get to explain what the deal is, that we had no malicious intent and, blah, blah, blah. Well, he continues to go on for another hour. During this time, he points out that, our numbers haven't even gone up, during the time that we were with Everfree, that our content is the reason our numbers aren't going up. And I said, actually, you haven't promoted us once on your website. You put the little player on the sidebar, but then you didn't promote us at all, or any of our activities or special events or streams or anything. And he said, and this is the quote that I'll never forget, that defines how we behave with Everfree right now. He said, if you want more promotion, we need more control. And he said it in no uncertain terms with a whole bunch of Everfree people all standing by listening, and we said, that's it, disconnected, left Everfree. Never looked back. We've proceeded to do our own convention coverage ever since then, and ever since then we have fought nothing but an uphill battle against the contracts that he was signing while we were collaborating with him. This is the ballsiest thing about this man, is that while he was telling us that working together is in our best interest, in the same time that he was doing these Las Pegasus fundraisers, he was signing these contracts with Sweet Apple Acres, with Bronycon, with Fiesta Equestria. He was signing these contracts that fuck over the rest of Pony Media. And he was doing all of this at the same time as he was saying that we're all going to collaborate. We're all going to be a happy family. We're all going to be equals, finally, respected peers in the Pony Media world. It was contemporary to all of this backdoor contractual negotiation that is now causing us all the heartache in the world. So this is exactly what the public needs to know about Everfree, that we, as a benign organization, a group that strives to do something we love to do, to follow a personal passion of ours, out of our own pockets, tens of thousands of dollars out of our own pockets, simply because we love what we do, have had nothing but hell on earth for 6 months of our existence, strictly due to this guy's broken sense of pride. He didn't get what he wanted, which is to control us. He didn't get what he wanted, which is to dominate the media and convention coverage world by having us underneath his umbrella, underneath his protection. And because of that, he has made sure that ever since then, every action he takes has a little bit of a tinge of capitalist destruction in it. And so he is out to get us. And it was never made more apparent to the public than when, in the middle of a completely unrelated situation to us that we had jack shit to do with, Sweet Apple Acres, a convention that we barely even got to in the first place thanks to his corruption, thanks to his friends inside of the convention, that we barely could go to, that he dedicates the entire stream to A, accusing us of being the leak, B, accusing us of causing a hostile environment for his team, C, accusing us of changing the leadership of the convention. My God, the irony of that, in how many conventions he has where he has his best friends in either vice chair or chair positions in these conventions. The number of times that he has used that to his corrupt advantage is countless at this point. And so it is hilarious that he finally gets so upset that someone else may have potentially done it, even though we didn't. And then accusing us of being strictly an anti-EFN hate group, that we were founded on the premise of destroying and hurting EFN, and that ever since then we've been nothing but hostile. And what you said is exactly right. In bullshit, with our organization, we have been a kind and very much walked all over organization as a result of the fact that we do not want to air this dirty laundry out in public, that we didn't want to have this discussion in public. That's why we had it in these private PFP chats where we would, just say, this is pissing me off. This is a nonstop frustration. This guy will not stop trying to ruin us. And how do we ever begin to actually make a positive change in the Brony community when we have this much going against us? We used to do that in private. But now, the public is involved. And now, we have to go and defend our character and defend ourselves in front of the greater court of public opinion. And we never should have had to do that in the first place. But now we do. And that's why I've done 8 interviews this week trying to explain that Ponyville Live is not this Dancing with Satan organization, and neither is the Pony Free Press, that we are nothing but people who love ponies and decided to do something with that love and our knowledge that we already had. So we're good at AV, we're good at websites, boom, we're convention coverage. That's what we do. That's how that happened. It's not some accident. It's not some corporate endeavor. We're not an LLC. We're not out to take over anybody. We just want a fair shake of the media world. And I don't think that's damn preposterous. I don't think it's bullying. I don't think it's childish. I think it's damn reasonable for us to be able to go to a convention and say, can we cover you for free? But when those conventions turn around,
for fucking free.
When those conventions turn around,
and they're paying.
You want to know the irony? Big irony here. Their network's name is Everfree.
Everfree, yeah. Which our slogan, and this is the hilarious thing, is because of how frustrated we've been, we've actually taken to an internal slogan in Ponyville Live, is that we will be forever Everfree free. As an organization. That's our motto, because we have just been so jaded by this whole thing, and the fact that EFN's people, the staff at EFN, who I have nothing but the craziest, stupidest amount of respect for, which is they don't understand this. Dusty Cat thinks I'm out to get him, which is ridiculous.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that we don't really have any kind of problem with.
Those people aren't pulling they aren't calling the shots. They're not the ones writing these contracts. It doesn't say Mike Bernstein and Dusty Cat underneath it. It doesn't say Mike Bernstein and Emily Jones from Pegasisters Radio, or Pegasisters Live or whatever. It doesn't say that. It just says Mike Bernstein on every one of these signatures, and maybe Rich Thomas, and maybe, some of these other people, or 8-Track. But it does not say, the people who do their content. It doesn't talk about Blue Screen Bronies or Mixology or any of that crap. Or Saberspark even. Saberspark is very popular, but he's still not a controlling influence on Everfree. And so no, I don't personally hold it against them. So when they say, all this anti-EFN hate is, you guys are just terrible and why would you hate on this organization? It's like, no, we're not hating on this organization. The organization, as represented by its director, has demonstrated that its characteristics don't line up with the Brony community. Period. Full stop. End of sentence. It's not good for our community to have this behavior in it. That's all we're saying. You could do your show for the rest of eternity and we'd never have an objection to it. It's where you're doing it and what that organization stands for that we disagree with. That's it.
All right. At this point, I'd like to jump in here. We're getting on in time here.
No, good. Yeah,
but that's okay. That's okay
fine.
Because DJ Shamrock still has to post this on Celestia Radio, and we have plenty of time. But I have some points from Final Draft that I would like to refute, and then I have a little story that I would like to tell. At which point, then I'll open the floor back up to Emdefmek if he has anything else to say. And figure Silver, you're probably done here.
Yeah.
But this is of course in relation to the things that Final Draft said on the Tumblr Pawnway Pawn cast, You can see it. It's posted on YouTube. We got the links. This is all public. I'm not divulging anything private. These were things he said in a live stream that I would like to refute. At the beginning of his conversation with, I believe it was Pirate Dash was hosting and asking the questions, he said when he first created Everfree Radio as a podcast station thing, one of the reasons he created it was because he said, and these are his words, there was no professional Brony podcast out there. And there's that word again. If you mean professional in that they're making money off their podcast, I don't think you understand what podcasts are for. And if you mean professional in terms of the way they conduct themselves, Bronyville was there at least a few months before you were, many months before you were. Okay. He says at the beginning their goal was to create a professional Brony website. Let those words sink in. He said our goal was to create a hub for the fandom. What the hell is EQD? What the hell is DHN? What the hell is Ponychan? What the hell is anything else? Celestia Radio was there before you. You didn't need to create another one. He says he says he's a debate coach at I believe it's a high school, and he says I tell my students all the time, find a job that gives you energy, find a job that you want to do, and he relates that to his motivation to produce Everfree Network. Everfree Network is not a job. You haven't made any money. It may give you energy, but it's negative energy. And he said, in this fandom, it's not media networks that are against me, it's a few entitled individuals. Yeah, fucking right. When was the last time Equestria Daily posted anything from you? Let that sink in. And then he said, that contract that was leaked at Sweet Apple Acres is what all of our contracts look like, where before that he had said, we never get exclusivity. What does exclusive use of the internet at the con mean? And he says, well, our other contracts don't have media exclusivity. Prove it. Prove me wrong. Post your contracts. Show me where. He says, if I wanted exclusivity, how would I get it? You've got it. Who is on all those panels at those cons hosting them? Final Draft. Okay? Who is getting exclusive use of the internet? Sweet Apple Acres Con. Final Draft. Answer me that. He says, in defense of his asking for money from cons to do it, he says, we need all the resources because we do the job best. Is that so? Where's your audience come from? When was the last time you were posted on Equestria Daily? He says, cons can't afford to host more than one media site. Well, that's the definition of exclusivity. He says EFN is the most professional in that he's against drama. Is that why you've conducted yourself in an unprofessional manner this entire time? Is that why you yell at Sithisto? You've been seen yelling at Sithisto at conventions on multiple accounts for multiple people yelling at Sithisto for not posting your stuff on his website fast enough. Is that professional? Is that being against drama? And so there's all these, and of course MD Gutsy, God bless him, went through this episode and pointed out all these contradictions, and you guys should take a look at that and definitely play the drinking game because you'll get trashed. It's just, there is so much he says that contradicts things he says 5 minutes later, and so many things he says that contradicts what he's been doing for almost a year here. And this is where I would like to make my last statement about this. Now, he publicly stated that they had spent quite a bit of money funding this project. Someone tweeted an amount, something like $40,000. I've heard numbers like $60,000. Other people on Tumblr and on 4chan have claimed numbers like $80,000, but I think we can all agree he spent tens of thousands of dollars on this project. And what has he seen in return? Who in that network gets anything from all of that money being spent? If anyone, it's just Final Draft. He's the one who gets to interview the people. He's the one who gets to talk to all the famous people. He's the one whose face is in the Brony documentary. He's the one whose face is all over the website. Okay? You know, no one else gets any real credit. The only person gaining anything from this in terms of fame is him. And the organization itself certainly is not gaining any kind of monetary compensation, or else they wouldn't be asking conventions for money to do streams now. Or else that's what they would spend their money on. And here's what it boils down to. There was a video game I used to play a while ago. Emdefmek played it with me. It was called Microvolts, and I loved it. It was a free-to-play team deathmatch shooter, and it had a great art style, fantastic music, cool-looking weapons, and it was a lot of fun for a week. And after that week was up, my account had leveled up to level 5, and I was now I was now shoved out of the beginning starters area into the area of all the people who played the game more regularly. And I discovered that in that game, there were weapons that you could only get by paying the company who made the game inordinate amounts of money just for these weapons. Not for the game, just for these weapons. And those weapons, in fact, were impossible to get otherwise. In other words, it wasn't free to play, necessarily. It was free to look at. But it was
pay to win.
It was pay to win. And this is something I call rich kid syndrome. And that's very much the kind of bullshit environment that he set up, that Final Draft set up in this fandom a year ago. Because all he needed to do was get on Equestria Daily, he got the viewers. And then he had all this money, we don't really know where it came from, but a lot of it, tens of thousands of dollars, to play around with, money that other people didn't have. And he used it to forge a name with conventions, and when that money apparently ran out, he was so popular with conventions that now he's able to ask for money. And the people who have a larger audience when they work together, a much larger audience, come on, EQD, let's be honest here. The people who have a much larger audience and who are willing to do this will do it for free, get shafted by all of the friends he's got in this network of convention staffs, because they're not Everfree Network. And that, my friends, I think we can say that's why we haven't seen an Everfree Network post on Equestria Daily in a while. Why isn't he posting you, Final Draft? Why is that? I wonder why.
In regards to the whole deal with money, I'm kind of reminded a lot of we saw a news report on him. That one kid on Instagram. What's his name? Like Luscious or something?
Yes. Lavish. It's Lavish. That's his name.
Yeah. It sounds like there's a comparison there in that, Lavish uses all this money, which we all know is his parents' money, to gain all this popularity and to be a fucking dick and asshole. And it seems like a similar case with Final Draft. He's final. God damn it!
Vinyl knows all of the best musicians in town.
Final Draft really just sort of bought his way into popularity. Whether this is his money or not, he's purchased the power he has, and that's not going to last forever.
It's unsustainable.
He hasn't. The thing is, he's bought all of these friends and all this popularity and all this power, but he hasn't. From the looks of it, he hasn't really made any substantial connections or any real kind of friends of importance. I'm sure he has friends, but he's no friend of Sithisto. He's no friend of Bronyville. He's no friend of Ponyville Live. So when the money runs out, when his power runs out, what's he left to do? We run this basically with very little money. All we pay for is the lips and hosting. I'm not exactly sure how much Bronyville spends, but it's not much more than we do.
It's not tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask how much it costs to run Ponyville Live, but
Well, we actually released our expense report.
Oh,
wow, that's incredible.
Wow.
We released it because at the very end of that stream, it was a sort of hilarious. He thought it was funny. He actually was insulting me. At the very end of the stream, he said, PVL, I challenge you to release your budget expenses. And then he said, I'll bet Silver Eagle will do it. He loves releasing shit. And he said it in that sort of joking way as if,
you're not really going to do it.
My sense of transparency is to my detriment. That my desire to have the public know more about my organization and how it operates is what will be my downfall. And he thinks, it's like, well, it's just so unprofessional. It's like, well, done. So we went and released our monthly expenses, and we haven't released the big, like, how much we've gone to conventions, because it's like you have to go and find every plane ticket, and you have to go and so it's a little longer. But every month it costs us $80 to run the network, which is actually, as far as I see it, a bit of a shoestring budget. We're actually not abusing our, resources. We don't have this glut of servers just sitting around. We actually are fairly streamlined to keep, 8 radio stations, 4 video streams, 20 podcasts all running. We do all of that on a sort of small amount of resources. But yeah, the convention coverage is our money sink as well.
Yeah, and Bullshit, you told me about Bronyville's costs, and it's like
I don't know if I'm really allowed to publicly state that, and furthermore, I don't know everything, but I can tell you that
it's very low.
Very low, and the website costs them nothing. The website's actually hosted on a server run by Fuzzwolf. Their website costs nothing to host. The only cost they incur is the cost of getting the podcast onto iTunes. They pay as much for their site as we do for our Tumblr blog.
Yeah. And I guess in this moment of honesty, I'll just be perfectly honest. It costs us $20 a month to run the GCC, and that's having a Libsyn subscription that gives us 400 megabytes a month to upload with, unlimited bandwidth, and the option, if we want to have an app on Android and iOS devices if we want.
What is the subscription?
It's a Libsyn. It's the Libsyn app 400 level subscription.
Libsyn is a service that handles all of the transaction with Apple for iTunes.
Yeah, for iTunes and RSS feeds and all that. It's specifically
a syndication service.
Yeah, it's specifically for podcasts, and it's 400 megabytes a month. That's the maximum we can upload per month, and then the shows get archived and people can still download them and everything. And the bandwidth is free because they're actually a reseller of Amazon server space. They're one of those guys. And actually, I talked to them bullshit about this before, where I signed us up for a beta program with SoundCloud. SoundCloud is preparing to offer podcasting services, which will actually save us about $10 a month and offer us way more space to work with, and plus all the other cool features that SoundCloud offers. So we're actually preparing to run this show even cheaper than we do now.
And it should be noted, on average, per episode, we get about a little over 1,000 unique downloads. And oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
Back?
Yeah.
Okay. We go, a couple hundred, maybe over 1,000 on each episode. And at peak hours on a good day, conventions withstanding, Everfree Network has about 200 listeners. So let that sink in.
Yeah, so basically a second-rate podcast is getting probably about a second-rate podcast with a good episode is getting about 1,000 hits, while
1,000 downloads.
1,000 downloads. While the great and powerful Everfree network. And in Final Draft and all his infinite powers getting 200 views.
And look, I realize it's not a terribly fair comparison to make because, of course, Everfree Network gets a lot of traffic during conventions. Rightfully so. They do live stream conventions, so they get a lot of traffic there. But let's not forget that we are pretty much the lowest of the low when it comes to podcasts. We're the worst out there. So let that sink in.
You take pride in being the worst.
Are you? We're actually overtime here for Celestia Radio.
Oh well, who cares? They're gonna play episode 63 again.
Yeah, but are you guys? Just I have one more thing I'd like to say, but I'll say it before we move on.
I think I'm done.
I just wanted to say, Silver Eagle, you seem like a really awesome dude. I respect you for fighting this good fight, and sorry that Everfree targets you, saying that you're the threat to their empire.
Yeah, the whole reason I keep doing this, and this is my parting thought, is nobody understands, in this situation more than I do, what it's like to tell somebody in your organization who loves what they do that, this is the only convention they can go to all year. Sweet Apple Acres is exactly this scenario. We had one of our people in PVL. Only convention he could go to all year, couldn't afford to get to any other convention, and told me about this in December. He was so excited that there was this event next, in his neighborhood, that he was going to be able to go. To tell him, to have to sit down and tell this guy, you can't go, because they decided that they wanted to pick favorites, and now you're banned from showing up. To tell this guy that, I have never had a more heartbreaking moment in my Brony experience, and I won't, any time in the next few years, forget who caused that for me and who made that situation possible, that I had to turn from Mr. World of Opportunity, here's how you can help and do a great job and make a big impact in the Brony world, to Mr. here's how our dreams got a little bit smashed today. And in my case, when I look at this, I cannot help but think that it reeks of excessive influence, excessive manipulation, and an almost congressional level of corrupt lobbying from Everfree Network. That is exactly why this happened and why I had to do that. And it is embarrassing. It should be embarrassing to them. It's why they probably haven't posted the recording, is because when they look back at that, they realize, A, what poor form it was to do that, B, how false it was and how many lies there are in it, but C, the number of ironic times that in the background you hear Kim Starr from Sweet Apple Acres saying the convention is declining to comment on that, the one thing that would potentially redeem PVL by proving that we were fucked over by this convention constantly, and they will not comment on it. They spend instead their time suggesting that PVL ruined the convention. That is embarrassing. That should, by itself, go in the official record as what the world should think when they think the words Everfree Network. Done.
Okay, and this is the last thing that I'm going to say on this. Once again, Final Draft, I do not care about Everfree Network. I like Everfree Network. I like the work that they do, and I like a lot of the people who are a part of Everfree Network. My problem is with you, and I invite you to prove me wrong. I would love to be proved wrong. I want to have faith in this concept that you are doing this because you want to better the fandom. I want to believe that, but in order for that to happen, you need to prove me wrong. And the last thing after that I would like to say is in his live stream he admitted to quitting grad school for this, and I believe he has also publicly stated, correct me if I'm wrong again, Draft, that he quit his job to run Everfree Network. And I just want to say on behalf of what little part of the Brony community that I represent, the 3 people that I represent, thank you for sacrificing so much to do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and I like to say, thank you. Here I am, being selfish and working a job, to pay these selfish bills of mine, to make sure I keep my head above water, and also to buy a shit ton of games on Steam. That will be my legacy. That Steam account will be in my will, and whoever gets it will be rich beyond their wildest dreams. Yeah, thank you for your wonderful sacrifice. Not all of us could do that.
Yeah, it takes balls.
Yeah, none of us are.
I mean that non-ironically, ironically.
Yeah. I mean that, and I mean what I mean in a totally condescending manner.
There we go. Anyways, yeah, so for the first time in too long, we finally have enough content to somehow, God knows how, have an actual episode. Well, to help us out here, we also have a guest. And that guest this week is our friend Alpha Brony from the podcast Brony Time, and he'll be joining us today to talk out some of the finer points of the stuff that we have this week. So
it's a lot of fun stuff to be talked about.
Oh, it's a lot of fun stuff to talk about. So with that, we move on to our main topic here, which is entitled More Con Bullshittery. And it's 2 topics tonight. The first comes from Snowden Pony on his Tumblr blog.
Can I just say how well that guy just jumped on that?
Oh yeah, it was great. I'd like to remind everyone, Snowden is pretty much the reason that leak that we posted a while ago went anywhere. So I don't think it would have gone beyond Tumblr if Snowden hadn't been there, ramping up 4chan and posting across Reddit and other sites. So much props to this guy, and he's at it yet again. Confirming things that I had suspected for a while with this latest post here. And this post on Tumblr, I've linked both the topics here tonight, which I've sort of scrounged up for us. I have copied all the pertinent information from them into Google Docs in case any of this gets deleted retroactively. So it's sorry, you can't delete it. It's not going anywhere. I've recorded it. So our first topic here comes from Snowden Pony. It's entitled Everfree Network and Bronycon. Yes, that's right. We're back on the Everfree Network train. After claiming that the gloves are off and that we're going to start hardcore talking about them and then only talking about them twice. We're back on the Everfree Network.
We're back. Subject. We're black. We're madder than a heart attack.
Yeah. So, I'm just gonna read off this, post here, as soon as it loads in my browser. Snowden Pony says, I quote, "This was submitted earlier today to the Snow Pony Leaks email address," which he posts here. And it involves Everfree Network and Bronycon 2013. Bronycon obviously has finished just recently. So this is a almost sort of retroactive issue. And he says this is a little snippet from the contract that Lunar Solus of Bronycon 2013 gave to Everfree Network. And so this is their contract, basically. It's part of it. Lunar Solus recognizes Everfree as the official streaming partner for Bronycon 2013. As such, Everfree shall be the only streaming outlet allowed backstage
and the only outlet given direct audio feeds from the soundboard in each panel room that has a soundboard. Lunar Solace shall advertise this fact on their website and provide links to all streams covered under this contract for the duration of Bronycon 2013. Everfree recognizes that Lunar Solace will not stop other media outlets from streaming Bronycon 2013 as long as these outlets do not attempt to infringe upon Everfree's rights as noted above. So basically, what it's saying here is that Bronycon itself is not going to stop other media outlets from streaming in the rooms unless those media outlets are using any of the things that are given to Everfree Network, which is basically everything.
Yeah, it's
I continue to quote here, Lunar Solace agrees to commit to and this is the big part, to a $9,000 budget for Everfree towards equipment and travel. Lunar Solace also agrees to house Everfree staff. Now, this is not included in the $9,000 budget. This is extra. Also agrees to house Everfree staff at 4 staff per hotel room, provided 2 beds. So they're giving them 2-bed hotel rooms, 4 staff members per room, free rooms. Lunar Solace will not, however, cover incidentals or possible damages to the rooms. So no food, obviously. Everfree staff will be reimbursed for their flights no later than 30 days prior to the convention. So before the convention even happens, these guys' flights are paid, as opposed to, say, what we saw at Las Pegasus Unicon, where voice actresses lost their flights during the con. This guy is covering for them to make sure they get out for free before the con even happens. Snowden goes, and this is no longer part of the contract. This is Snowden's commentary here. He goes on to say, and I quote, "The anonymous source has been verified as legitimate, and I have every reason to believe that the information provided is accurate." Now, aside here, I have no idea who, I and Bullshit have no idea who this source is for Snowden, but I have a very, very reasonable suspicion that it's the same person who provided me with the information about Sweet Apple Acres Con when we did that leak, which was then proven to be true. And I suspect it's the same person here doing this. So if that is true, then I am full confidence on this is actually quotes from their contract. Snowden Pony goes on to say, and I quote, "Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with listening to Everfree Radio. If you're looking for good music, they play it for sure, but it's not just playing music. They're playing a complex political game and advancing their own agenda, even if it means hurting both their competitors and the community. This contract falls short of granting them exclusivity, but it does have some important points." And the first point here, Everfree is the official streaming partner for Bronycon 2013. No other outlets would be promoted on the convention's homepage. That means if any other podcasts wanted to go there to stream the con, they would not be put on the convention website. They would not be advertised as streamers for the convention on the convention website. Point 2, Everfree is the only outlet allowed backstage and the only one with direct access to audio feeds. This means that even if other outlets covered the convention, they would have been denied backstage access and line audio, which would have guaranteed a much lower quality stream, and which I would like to say would have guaranteed probably no streaming at all. Because, there's only so much bandwidth. Point number 3, Everfree was given a $9,000 budget for equipment and travel. This money, taken from the tickets of the convention goers, allowed them to afford much better cameras and tools. Without the convention subsidizing them, other outlets would have a much harder time competing with such a financial advantage. I would like to point out, as we have mentioned before, that Everfree Network rents all of their equipment. So,
which is insane.
Which is insanity for the amount of conventions that they go to. It's way, way, way more cost effective to purchase these things. But no, they rent on a pay per day basis.
Well, that's the thing that gets me, and sorry to sort of derail this, but just on that note, real quick, is Final tries to show that, hey, this is a legitimate business. We're going to be streaming cons, and this is our thing, this is our gig, and we are professionals at this. But they don't even have equipment.
They rent it.
Yeah.
And before we get into a discussion here, I want to read this last part here. Snowden concludes, and I quote, "After the Sweet Apple Acres situation, Everfree Network owner Final Draft was quoted as saying that he has never requested exclusivity from any convention. Does this count as exclusivity? You be the judge," end quote.
But he seems like he expects it from that whole, like, media, what do I want to say? It's when he had that interview online where he tried to dispel all the rumors after Sweet Apple Acres. And he had that whole thing about, like, roofing contractors. You know, that was, it's like, yeah, you're not requesting exclusivity, but it seems like you do expect it. So.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna use the classic term. It's exclusivity in all but name.
Yeah.
It's pretty much, technically in the wording, it's not exclusivity, but according to this contract, it is exclusivity.
And we already, dispelled that whole charade that he put up where he said he's never asked for exclusivity, and then we went on to go, well, what about these other contracts that you're signing with these other cons? And then there was the whole thing with they were the only people getting paid at Sweet Apple Acres Con. Now, bear in mind, okay, Bronycon was spending $9,000 on them. That's a lot of money, but Bronycon's a big con. They can afford to do that. The real question comes in with how much was Sweet Apple Acres spending on them, and if it was any number even close to that, just think about it. If Everfree Network had
$5,000,
was it $5? Oh, that's right, it was. They did have a number. They did have a budget for them. I forgot. Yeah, it was $5,000, and we pointed out that if this contract hadn't existed, the con would have gone on. The con would have been fine.
Now this leads me to ask something. How much does the Olympic Committee pay NBC for exclusive rights to broadcast the Olympics in the United States? How much does PAX pay Destructoid, IGN, Joystick to talk about PAX? How much does
or furthermore, how much does the NFL pay Fox?
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Or
They don't.
How much does Fox pay advertisers for those Super Bowl spots in turn? Those coveted Super Bowl advertising spots.
Now, in case you can't sense sarcasm, dear listener, the answer is none.
Yeah, the answer is nothing. The networks pay the organization.
Yeah.
And they vie for contracts.
Yeah,
competition.
When you go on the Red 3 Games and watch Adam Sessler talk about PAX or E3 or talk about games, well, with the games, they usually get review copies, but when they talk about like E3 and PAX or GDC, they paid their way to get in. The only thing they got for free was a press badge. They paid for everything else.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Final Draft was made this in that live stream that Snowden was talking about, how he made that statement about how he's never asked for exclusivity. He made this great analogy about roofing. He said you don't pay multiple companies to roof your house. You pick the best company and go with just them. I'm not saying it's exclusivity, but it's exclusivity.
But here's the thing. He's talking about roofing.
Well, no, but the point I was trying to make was the problem with that metaphor is that it only works under the assumption that you going to a convention and streaming the convention is a service that helps the convention. It's a service that helps fix a part of the convention that isn't running like it should.
But even still, his analogy is still bass backwards. Because what you're talking about is like, okay, you have a job to get done that needs to get done. Yeah, okay, so you might just want one place to do it. And it's the job of the contractors to bid to get your place. Not like it's like they have to like earn your space, you know? And it's a hard competition.
Like with a roofing job or with any kind of service like that, like when like a really good example here, it's probably a really good example is the U.S. Air Force is looking to replace their aerial refueling craft. The ones they have are like 60 years old. They're like super old and need to be replaced. So they went to Boeing and Airbus and they said, hey, we need new aircraft. Design aircraft for us and give us the best deal. And then the Air Force went and picked Boeing because Boeing offered the better deal.
But see, here's the real problem. As I was saying, it implies that you streaming the convention is a service to the convention that will fix a part of the convention that's broken. But see, here's the thing. When you stream a convention,
you're not adding anything to the convention.
You're not adding anything to the convention. You're adding things to people who couldn't go to the convention, right?
If anything, you're taking revenue away from the convention.
Yeah, because people who would otherwise go will say, oh, I can just check the live stream. So if anything, you're losing money for them. But, you know, you're not, those people who watch your live streams, they're not generating any revenue for the con. If anything, you're generating revenue for your live stream if you've got ads.
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, what you really mean is that by the con promising us this stuff, we will advertise them to get people to go to the convention beforehand, right? That's what the implied service is. That's what the implied service is that makes the con money. But here's the thing, okay? Advertising a convention should be something you just do if it's a convention you like, right? I might not be going, you know, there's a chance I won't be going to Nightmare Nights Dallas, but I'll still say, hey, you should go to Nightmare Nights Dallas, you know? And I will never say you shouldn't go to Everfree Northwest. You know, it's probably a really good convention. It's a big convention, you know? And for you to imply that part of the service that you're rendering is advertising your con beforehand, that implies that that's a service they should pay for. But, you know, that would only be true if your viewers were paying to listen to you, right? Nobody pays for this podcast to be able to hit his podcast, so why should I ask for money from someone to promote their con?
Yeah.
That's ass backwards. It should be the other way around. And what really happens here is that Everfree Network are getting paid for free promotion. It's exponential loss here, because when they go to a convention and they stream a convention, those streams get posted everywhere, and people who may not otherwise know Everfree Network will go there to see the con and then go, hey, this network's pretty good, maybe I'll start listening to them. Right? That's free promotion for Everfree Network, and they're not only getting free promotion, they're getting paid to take free promotion. What a deal.
Yeah.
You know, this kind of like ass backwards backroom dealing is the type of shit you see in like 1970s or 1980s communist country, or like in a African war torn nation. This kind of just complete mockery of what this is supposed to be.
Yeah, and then you'll see Final Draft turn around and beat his drum about how he's never going to put ads on his site because he feels that it takes away from the site, and he feels that is a corporatization of the fandom, and that corporatization of the fandom is wrong. It's like, hello, Final Draft, you've become you've become that thing you denounce.
Well, it's like how China says, "Oh, we're not a capitalist nation."
And then they own, you know, They own production facilities in America. Oh, we're not a capitalist nation.
Well, let's get back to the whole idea of like with other, if you want to compare this to other cons, it's like, well, now they have like an exclusive partner. It's like, well, that's kind of like a very unique thing to this fandom as well, too. Because if you look at other cons, like Comic-Con, IGN is the only one that covered Comic-Con at all, right? It's like, no, you had G4, you had IGN, you had all these other media outlets, including geek culture covering stuff that was going on there as well, too. And the con had to realize that it has all these places to advertise for and should promote to all of them because that just gives it greater access all the way around. And those media outlets should be buying in to vie for competition like that. It's such a weird, unique situation with this whole thing that EFN's doing, and it's totally unique. That's something that I've ever seen in any con scene before. Like, because I've been to anime cons and Comic Cons, this is the first time I've ever noticed something like this.
Here's an interesting little thought experiment that I just came up with just now. Do you know what the ticket prices were for Bronycon?
Yes, I knew they were more expensive than the year before. I think it was like 65. I think it was 65,
70, something like that.
All right, we'll go on. We'll err on the side of small, so we'll go 65, right?
Yeah.
So a ticket is $65. All right, Bronycon spent $9,000 of their pre-sale money on Everfree Network, right?
Yeah.
So if you divide 9,000 by 65, you get about 138. So, congratulations, 138 of you attendees there. You didn't pay for the con. You paid to get Final Draft flown out there free, to get free promotion, to get free rooms, and free content for his network.
Actually, a better way to look at this is see how much each con attendee paid for Final Draft to come out there.
How many attendees were there at
no, it was about 4,000.
4,000. So
yeah, let's just say 4,000. Be a little conservative. So 4,000 times 65 is about $260,000.
4,000. Sorry, say it. 4,000 times 65. That's $260,000.
200. Yeah, okay.
And then what? You divide that by. I can't do this kind of math. This is like when we were trying to figure out the Pope budget.
Well, while you're doing the math, something interesting sort of happened today is that my co-host Five Iron sort of got in the middle of a Twitter banter with Josh Dean, who's the con head for Bronycon 2014, and Kinnaro with Everfree, talking about what happened because Five Iron and another guy got to this whole thing talking about like, wow, they're charging $9,000 to fly, Everfree out there. And pretty much what he's saying, first Kinnaro says that, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but wasn't Celestial Radio given access to the main hall from time to time? Josh replies that I know for the opening ceremonies for certain, but I specifically was told then all they had to do was ask for access. And then Kinnaro says, all right, just making sure because I remember them set up there occasionally with XLR cable hookups. They were fine, more than welcome to do so. Celestial Radio's good people. And Kinnaro says I had nothing but a friendly experience sharing AV pit space with them. Nice folks. So, and it pretty much goes on from there. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, and Josh says another thing is they weren't paid; they were given a budget to help them figure out equipment rental.
Yeah, that's the same thing as saying.
Okay,
and
so
sorry, I just did the math. $9,000, 4,000 attendees. If there were 4,000 attendees, each person paid $2 $2.25. Yeah, $2.25. So the math was much easier than I was thinking. I'm not a math major, but yeah. So yeah. Assuming 4,000 attendees, each person paid $2.25 to get Final Draft out there for free.
Now we're hoping to actually have Josh on our show in the next couple of weeks, or whenever they finally get stuff done. So we'll get some more answers on it.
So that means that that means that those 4chaners who were accosted by Dusty Cat after they threw the spaghetti down the floor paid $2.25 to have that happen. Each.
They each paid $2.25 to get spaghetti slapped in their chests by Dusty Cat.
Yeah. I was actually for Dusty on that one. Fuck those guys.
Dusty handled that very, very poorly.
I agree. Fuck those guys, but Dusty handled that very poorly. To be fair, it wasn't on con property, so cleanup was nil.
Yeah.
But I don't appreciate the littering, and I know I'll get shit from 4chan for that, but I don't appreciate the littering, as funny as that was. But of course, not my state, so who gives a fuck?
I don't know, it's just, I get these, like, so many, like, different, like, aspects of the story. Like, there's this, contract, and then there we have, Josh saying that, hey, we're open, Celestial Rare had access to it anytime they wanted to. And then even Kanero saying like, yeah, well, we didn't have any problems with those guys. And then you hear, Silver Eagle from PVL having such a wretched experience and, getting like, with his team there. And
yeah,
you get all these different stories.
It's possible that there were, that certain people on the staff just weren't in the know about this contract. Now, this wouldn't be the first time that things happened like this that staff at the con didn't know. For instance, when we talked to Silver Eagle last, he talked about how he had been banned from Sweet Apple Acres con before the con even happened, and like after the staff didn't even know about it.
Yeah, and I think part of it could just be bad communication. Because part of the stuff I hear from like what Silver Eagle happened, a lot of it seems like the staff thought Everfree was the only one there, and here's these guys who they don't know trying to set up and record, and naturally they're going to get defensive on it. Not so much, shame on the staffers, but like why wasn't that communicated properly? Why didn't they know? Like I didn't want our panel live streamed, because I know that Everfree is like all PG and our podcast is not PG, and after the roast of MLP got shut down the night before, granted that was shut down for good reason, that was way more extreme than anything we would do, we were all really trigger shy, especially when we had that streaming camera on us the entire time. What we wanted to do was not stream it, but have PVL record it so we could release it ourselves later, but that didn't happen. But then again, that never got communicated around, even though I said, I think I myself was sitting like, hey, this is what I want to do. I don't want to have EFN stream our panel because I'm concerned because they have this PG, mentality to them, and our panel on our show does not. And I don't want there to be a conflict of interest and so on and so forth. And they were talking about, well, now we had to cut it down to being PG-13, but we're still going to ID people who are 18 and over. It's like, why the fuck are you doing that? If we're going to censor ourselves, then why not open the doors and let people in, So it was kind of like mismanagement that way.
Poor organization. And I'd like to end just sort of we never end segments, we just wind down. A thing I'd like to bring up here is I am so past blaming Final Draft and Everfree Network for these sorts of things. Now, of course, there is a certain amount of blame to be put on Final Draft for certain things, like as I said, how if Sweet Apple Acres hadn't signed that contract with him, then they would possibly have been an actual success. And if he had known about their budget troubles, which I'm fairly certain he did, then part of the blame of Sweet Apple Acres Con not happening rests on his shoulders. But I'm a little past that now. I think that's just a given at this point. My problem here is conventions time and time again enabling this sort of behavior. If I were in Final Draft's position and I was getting these offers of $9,000 to come out to a con, you better bet your ass I would take them.
Oh yeah.
It's free promotion. The problem now rests on conventions. And as many of our listeners know, I have absolutely no respect for anybody running a convention with the exception of Chef Sandy, not because he's a personal friend, but because he has told me about his convention. He has told me about how stable their budget is, and he has been open with this sort of thing. He's been very open with the contracts that he's signing, not, citing contracts, but saying, yes, I've signed these contracts that may or may not allow for certain things. He's been very open on our show. This is not nothing secret. This isn't just things he's told me. It's things he said on our show about his convention, and that he's openly admitting to doing certain things, and I respect that. I have absolutely no respect for anyone else at this point, because they are simply not public with it. They're not even being truthful. They're not being straight with the people who are giving them money for tickets. So at this point, so much of the responsibility for fixing this problem rests on the conventions, or on the convention staff, and unfortunately, right now, convention staff are very quickly losing respect at the very least with me.
There seems to be a lot of crazy stuff going on with con staff recently too. Just
it all began in January of 2012 with Purple Tinker's falling out with her staff. It just went downhill from there. But see, I was okay with that, right? I was not okay with it, but drama between convention staffs, okay, that's a thing that happens. All right, staffers get in fights. It happens. Tensions are high. People are spending money. Budget's kind of tight. Tempers flare. All right, fights and staff. That's not the kind of thing that'll kill a convention. But you know what will kill a convention is complete mismanagement of funds. And I know I've said this before on our podcast, but I used to hold by this. I said it last week on the Tumblr Podcast, or 2 weeks ago on the Tumblr Podcast. I used to hold by this mantra. It's not that bad. The furries have already fucked up this bad before. All we need to do is learn from their mistakes. The problem is that people aren't learning. But that was shattered for me by three not very old but mature older gentlemen of a furry persuasion who told me they couldn't think of a single con that had ever tanked like Las Pegasus Unicon. And as I said on Tumblr Podcast, we have finally set a fandom precedent, a negative fandom precedent. Congratulations. And that's one of the driving reasons for why I have absolutely no trust or respect for any of the people running conventions out there right now, with the exception, of course, of Nightmare Nights Dallas.
Yeah, it's
whose dick I will ride for months, many months to come.
Well, that's it's, I don't know. There just seems to be a lot of crazy drama going out there between con staffers and things like that, and I try not to get involved with it just because I don't know these people. So who am I to say oh yeah, fuck that person, or oh yeah, support this person, because I don't know. I will stand by the people I do know, and everyone else I don't. I'll see stuff that seems wow, that's really shitty. And then I hear someone else say, well, here's the other side of that story. It's okay, so the person A, who I thought was getting screwed over, was actually probably a little bit crazy and probably cut their own throat and, so on and so forth. And it's just, it's a small world, I guess. And I don't know everything. I don't know if any of that makes sense at this point. I just noticed there's a giant spider on my wall. It's God damn it, how'd she get inside? I'll let her hang out there, though. In the middle of my rant, I just looked up and was Jesus Christ, that's a big spider. Maybe I should swat it. No, she's cool. So.
Bomb the house.
She ain't hurt no one.
You say that until later tonight, and she comes and fucks you in the ear.
Yeah.
And you have a bunch of and you hear popcorn popping in your ear.
All right, I'm gonna have to go
follow after they crawl up all over your brain and shit.
What is it? You swallow 5 spiders in your lifetime? A year? Is it a year?
I find that to be bullshit. Because what spider's gonna go for a big gaping hole like that?
Oh, come on!
Well, it's
warm.
Warm, moist hole.
Yeah, but no spider. They have some preservation instincts not to go and hide in the mouth of another creature.
You're putting a lot of faith into
the intelligence of a spider.
They can make those geometrically perfect spider webs. They should know not to go into someone's mouth. Besides, I wear CPAP, so it doesn't bother me, and they can't get in.
What do you think of that report that said that, I don't know where it said, I'll go look it up really quick. That says dolphins are actually not that smart.
I have not heard that.
I thought they were supposed to be really smart, and they called them, like, non-human humans.
Let's see. Oh, no. Sorry. I confused the real article for an Onion article.
That's a dangerous thing to do.
No, I got the two confused. It was like, cause they both just sound really absurd. The legitimate one says scientists say that dolphins should be treated as non-human persons. And then the Onion article was dolphins are not so intelligent on land. So, yeah, that's my bad. Anyway.
Sorry.
It's just I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's like so much like
I've just been hearing so much about just EFN and their fuckery of everything and how shitty the con staffs have been with everything.
You know, I made a point on this on like my last show because we sort of talked about this topic as well as like this whole like con drama thing that's been going on and trying to figure out why it seems like so bad right now. Part of it is maybe just because we're sort of on the inside track and so we're more aware of this. I mean, your average, Brony fan or person who attends like Bronycon or EF Northwest, they don't realize they have a good time, they go to the panels, they get their autographs, they go home happy, and that's all it is for them. But we got our ears too close to the ground, so we hear all this other stuff that goes on. And so that could be a part of it. The second part of it, I think, is just because of the age of the fandom itself. Not to say the age of people in the fandom, but the fandom itself. Because if you look at every other fandom that's out there, geek fandom-wise, they're all older than pretty much any of us are. I mean, Star Wars was around before I was alive. Doctor Who definitely was. Marvel superheroes, comic books, anime, these are all been established for decades. And now that we grow up and come into it, these are established. They have cons. I mean, Comic-Con started off as a little underground basement just comic where people were trading comics, and now it's this giant media mogul event, but it took like 20-something years to do it. And I think we have people like Final Draft and some other people who say, hey, here's this thing that's starting up. Let me see if I can climb to the top of this, this anthill and watch it build underneath me. And are hoping to sort of get in on this on the ground floor and hoping to build into something big. And there's a lot of cutthroats to get to the top of that ladder. And I think
did he ever take into consideration the foundation that this whole fandom is built on?
No.
Yeah, see, there's your problem.
It's 4chan, boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
This fandom started in 4chan.
I don't like
4chan. And it's based on a media property because it's like, comic books is like anybody can make a fucking comic book. That, anybody can make a video game. Anybody can draw human-like furry animals fucking, This fandom is pretty well focused.
Well, I think that's something you're going to see too. As far as like everyone's like, how long is the fandom going to last? And It's like we're in a spike right now. Every fandom has sort of like spiked, and then it sort of blends back into the masses. And I think we're going to see that blend in. Like, but there was like a lot of Brony conventions, but now you're seeing Brony stuff happening at anime conventions, at comic conventions.
Yeah, and then you've got cons like DrawNCon, which is started off as a sort of Brony-persuaded con, but is now a just sort of general media convention. Here's the problem, though, with what you're saying. And I agree, but here's the problem with what you're saying. The Brony fandom, in contrast to other more well-established, more successful fandoms, I'm mainly speaking on things like sci-fi, steampunk, general anime, furry, comic, things like that. The difference between the two fandoms is that the Brony fandom is one of the first of its size to be formed after the creation of the internet. And a good example is the furry fan. The furry fan started off, right in the 80s with mail order, for cons. It began as like you said, a little basement where people. But the Brony fandom began in an age in which the internet was not only a standard but also by many taken for granted. And so, while I agree with what you're saying, I would like to posit that with us having grown as a fandom in the beginning, into the age of the internet, it is so easy now for us to go out and look at how other fandoms have done things. And because of that, it is so easy for us to look at the mistakes that they have done. You can go anywhere and read up on the Burned Fur movement. You can go anywhere and you can read up on failed comic conventions.
Well, I think the whole thing about the internet, being born of the internet, plays into that whole of the age and like growing so fast because, I mean, if this wasn't born on the internet, if we were all just local groups, none of us would know each other. None of us would know, no Final Draft in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota. It's, you would see these things build up on their own, and it would eventually start to spread word and get bigger. But now the world's been made so much smaller because of the internet.
Yeah.
So far, the Brony scene's become a lot more condensed. And that's why I have people saying, oh my God, there's so many Bronycons. Why are there so many Brony conventions? It's like, well, if you look at a map, there's really not. They're kind of spaced out. There's still a lot of places that don't have conventions like this. Or they're really not big ones. There's only really 2 big conventions on the East Coast and the West Coast. And everyone in between has small cons, And I think it's that misconception of how big or how accessible it is leads to things like Unicon, where they were expecting to have 8,000-10,000 people at that con when it's taking place pretty much in an island. I mean, Las Vegas is out by itself. It's a good 8 hours from anything. And it's kind of hard to expect everyone to fly in there when they really don't have a big base shop in itself. Whereas something like Bronycon, which took place in New York, you have that whole tri-state area to feed off on. It's easier to get those kind of numbers.
Yeah, and here's the other problem, and this is what I brought up with Sweet Apple Acres Con months ago. The problem with Sweet Apple Acres Con, not only just the problem that it fucking tanked like a fucking Titanic, was that the problems they had going in of a financial nature were identical to the problems that Las Pegasus Unicon was facing as they were going into the con. The difference here is that Las Pegasus Unicon has already failed, and we all know why it failed. And so for another con to spring up and see that they're having the same problems that this other con that tanked hard was having, we're not hitting our first room block, damn it. We're not hitting our second room block, damn it. We're not hitting these checkpoints of how much money we need at X time, at X distance out from the con, temporally, but this mentality of the show must go on regardless. We've already seen how that can backfire spectacularly. Now, granted, Sweet Apple Acres Con didn't happen, but let's face it, it almost did, and it was canceled nearly day of.
Yeah.
There were months where they were sitting there with the knowledge that they were in the same exact picture perfect financial debacle that Unicon was in, but thought, no, it's okay, it'll be fine. So what I'm saying is the information out there is accessible. You can see how people have failed. You can see why fandoms have failed. You can see why fandoms have had wars, had flame wars, why fandoms have died. You can see all that information, and hell, if you're listening, we're giving it to you right now. There is absolutely no excuse for thinking that you can that you can go forward with those same mistakes and somehow do it better. My point is, people aren't learning from history when there is such a rich history there recorded for you, for your reading convenience, in our case for your listening convenience, to give you an idea of how not to fuck up. And
I have to say right there, that's just a human just a human flaw, because let's look at all of history. Let's see how many times people have been fully aware of history and have repeated the exact same mistakes. Let's look at how many different empires have tried to invade Russia.
And yet you'll talk to a person of the modern age and you'll say something along the lines of the mistakes of history must not be repeated, and they'll nod so sagely like they know what you're talking about.
Or like a perfect example is Afghanistan. It's like, because back in 2001, I was in the military when 9/11 went down, and everybody was like, when the realization came, it's like, oh, Afghanistan, that's where we need to go, and everybody was like, we're gonna fucking do this, and the historians were like, Great Britain tried to invade Afghanistan and failed.
There we go. Okay.
When did it
How
stop?
long ago?
It stopped literally like 10 seconds ago.
Okay, cool.
Good.
Yeah.
So it's back up again?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we didn't miss anything. We just missed me going, hold on. Okay.
Let's look at how many, practically every fucking toddler out there has either put their hand on a hot stove or tried to stick something into an electrical socket. Every single fucking time.
I never did.
Yeah, you probably did.
I was terrified of outlets. They buzzed. It was weird.
Dude. Well, you're Chinese. That makes sense.
All right, let's move on here.
Yeah, growing up in the Kowloon walled city. Yeah, I saw you in Black Ops. little baby and bullshit. That was your name.
In the game, it's labeled little baby and bullshit.
Okay, so yeah. We basically talked about how things should be and how things will never be the way they should be. Because humanity.
All right. With that, we move on to our second topic here.
Hey, you can at least be glad I didn't directly mention Hitler that time.
You just did.
Yeah, I know. I just felt I had to get it in. So really quick. Well, just one more topic.
Well, no, I was gonna say, can we roll into the TJ?
Yes. Yeah. Let's talk about
TJ's getting a little antsy about this, and I know he wants to talk about this, and I wouldn't mind covering it either.
All right.
So let me just say really quick.
I do have a few things to say too.
You all should be following on Twitter. What was it? Final Drafts Eco. Final Drafts Eco on Twitter. You should be following that because that's a brilliant Twitter, and you should all be following it.
Now, TJ, I know you're champing at the bit here, TJ. So why don't you give us the introduction of our topic here?
I don't know if I'm chomping at the bit because I kind of need to get to bed soon too because U.S. hockey starts in like 6 hours.
We did do that.
Oh, finally, a sport that I can fucking agree with.
Oh, did you see the women's hockey match today? They got fucked over.
Yeah. Actually, I only really like hockey when they start fighting.
Stay on topic. Stay on topic.
All right,
we are talking hockey.
There are many people.
Stay on topic.
There are many people who are ungracious fucklords and anuses of the world. People like Pinky Pony who decide to take things such as an 11-year-old's coma and spin it to make it into pity on them. Final Draft has joined the ranks of such illustrious people. And boy, is it ever a delicious shitstorm.
Did you show him the screen cap of it?
Oh, shit. Now you tell me. Hang on. Oh, it's one of these. Nope, that's Lego porn. Let's see. Damn it. Tabs,
you fucking get into that Lego porn, too.
Oh, you didn't see that post I reblogged?
Do I want to know?
Yes, you do. It's hilarious.
Then the answer is no.
All right.
Is it the post that I wrote the large editorial to?
There's the link. You can look at it at your own despair.
Despair, yes.
But anyway,
that's what I think it is.
Yes, it is because you follow me and you know what it is.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Final.
Oh, I saw that earlier.
Okay, now continue on with our lovely shitlord.
Yes, final draft. So, final draft has been. Here we are. Where is it? Nope, that's the wrong thing. Final draft has been bitching recently because all of the conventions have decided to basically cut him and Everfree Network off and saying we don't really want to do your things. And
now let me be perfectly clear here. This is let me clarify this. The conventions are not cutting him off from streaming.
Thank you.
What they are doing is they are refusing to pay him to do it, and also pay to fly his people out, and also pay for their food and their rooms and their badges.
Which should have been the policy all along.
What cons are now doing to Everfree Network is the deal that cons have in the past given to Bronyville. What cons in the past gave to Bronyville was, or Bronyville and other podcasts like Bronyville was, okay, maybe we'll give you a pass, maybe not, maybe we'll give you a room, maybe not, but we're not going to pay you, and if you really want to record, you can record, if you really want to stream, you can stream, but that's it. And so as a result, Bronyville just said, oh, we're not going to stream because we don't really feel like paying for the internet, but we'll record the panels and then, afterwards,
put them online.
Yeah, and afterwards thank you, put them online so that people can view them. And what we said, and what was echoed by a lot of people, was that why would you stream a con
in the first place?
When all that does is it encourages people not to go to the convention, which loses the convention money on top of the money they're already spending to give Everfree Network, their Wi-Fi, their rooms, their badges, their plane tickets, their equipment.
Can I ask a quick question? Is the Pony fandom really the first fandom where streaming of conventions is like something that's taken for granted?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Pretty
in
much.
fact, I would go as far to say that it's the first fandom that conventions are live streamed on such a scale.
To my knowledge, yeah.
Because while PAX and I think was it also E3 do offer it, it's usually only towards like news outlets.
Oh no, let's not forget that's a completely different game entirely, because with E3 is like
promotion.
The NFL, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The companies, the streaming companies pay E3 to get a spot to run the streaming so that they get traffic on their website. It's not the cons pay them for streaming. It's they pay the con for streaming. That's how it works.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit further on how BlizzCon actually sells tickets for its live streaming. Like they actually live stream and sell tickets for the live streaming for folks who can't make the convention. Think about that for just a second.
Oh yeah. See, the thing, the Brony fandom is like unique in how
much we want everything handed to us.
Yeah, and how entitled we are, and also how like people are like openly willing to be fucked over because of all this streaming shit. It's like, yeah, I've never seen a case where a media company is paid to stream. It's usually always the other way around, especially with a convention or a trade show or anything like this.
Because like the Super Bowl doesn't pay CBS, Fox, NBC to air their event. The NCAA tournament doesn't pay Turner.
The Olympics
to air all
definitely don't. The Olympics definitely don't.
It's so hard to get a hold of the Olympics if you don't own a television. NBC has that on such a tight lockdown.
Yeah, because they paid a fuck ton to get it.
Mm-hmm.
They paid a fuck ton to get it. So, yeah, it's the Brony fandom is in a really unique position of being like complete fucking idiots about this.
Now, I'm not going to say, it's wrong to stream a convention. I think from an economical standpoint, it's extremely dumb for a convention to agree to it. But I'm not gonna I'm all for free enterprise and all that, so I'm not gonna question what the con wants to do. But I am, however, going to question whether or not the con thinks it's appropriate to pay an entity for something like that. Because, I mean, let's not forget, when we did our episode about Sweet Apple Acres Con, you can go back and listen to it. It's called Lying Sacks of Shit. We talked about how horrible the budget looked and how much money in the budget was being set aside for Everfree Network, and that if they hadn't set that money aside for Everfree Network, they would have had enough money to go forward as a con and would not have been canceled in the way that they were. There was so much money they were setting aside for Everfree Network that if they hadn't done that, they would have been able to pay for everything right up front, according to that budget that we saw. And It was at that point that I said, hey, Final Draft, I know that you're buds with, all the con people, as you should be, as, because you want to do this whole streaming thing. That makes sense. Did you know that this is what the budget looked like? And if you did, why were you staying on with this? Why were you sticking around with this con when if you knew that your presence there was literally going to kill the convention from a money standpoint, and so it was this time when we were able to see, how much money that on average cons were giving to them. We had proof of it, how much money was being given to them other than just what people were saying. We had actual hard proof how much a convention was giving them, how much money a convention was giving them. And we saw that, it could have, that con could have happened. It could have been an actual success if that money hadn't been spent or set aside as it was, and that's where I stick my nose in and go, okay, now economically this doesn't make sense, does it? Because right. we had people fucking fly out to that con, not knowing that it wasn't going to happen.
Maybe Final Draft really wanted to go to Opryland.
Hang on. Wait, have we talked
the home
about
of American music?
Have we actually talked about the actual post Final Draft made on the subject yet?
No, I don't think we have.
No, we haven't.
Let's talk about that really quick, because that's kind of really important.
Are you talking about where the announcement he made where they're not streaming anymore, or his?
Let's talk about the fucking in-depth Tumblr post that he made on the subject.
Okay.
Yes, let's.
I'm reading it right now. I'm reading what you.
Everyone just take a moment to read it.
I'm going to link it here. In fact, I'm going to read it.
Actually, I already linked it from my Tumblr in my response. So go ahead and read that.
Read it. I don't know if I'm going to read the whole thing here, but I will. Let me drag it to my main screen so I can fucking see it.
The thing that gets me about him, there are people with legitimate concerns about how he operates his, quote, network and some of the business practices that he takes with it. Legitimate concerns, and like you mentioned, it has brought down a few conventions with these policies. And he just waves everything off with a big sob story and finishes with, haters gonna hate. And then he gets his little minions, Nash and Cowboy and whoever they are, they basically repeat the same thing. Haters gonna hate.
Oh, they do more than that, but I'll get into that later, a little bit later.
Let me read this off here. And I quote, Final Draft says, I posted on earlier this evening the sad truth that barring major shifts in convention plans, Everfree Network won't be streaming any of the major cons this summer. I haven't figured out if the con I run will be yet. Stay tuned. I can't even read that. Okay. Truth be told, I spent the better part of the past 2 years arranging, haggling, and struggling, and basically begging to get any resources whatsoever so that EFN's crew could do the job right. Convention streams cost boatloads of money between bandwidth, travel costs, hotel, food, equipment purchasing, and rentals. It's a ton. Bear in mind that there are companies out there who do this for a living. They charge upwards of $15,000 a day for a single HD stream, and they expect full compensation beyond that. A little side here from me and Bullshit. Hey, Final Draft, I'd like a list, actually, of those companies that do that, because I would like to see what they do. And I would like to see what their services are. And I would like to see, what companies out there do that, because I've never heard of these companies, and it would be great to have a list of these. Because I'd like to know who they are.
Yeah.
He goes on to say, quote, EFN never charged a convention for the hundreds of man-hours of work. We only asked for bandwidth and a modicum of travel reimbursement. This year, and though that is actually mostly true, they did get commission from a couple of cons, but that's only hearsay. And the wording of the budget that we saw for SAAC is a little finagly. We don't know if that was really reimbursement or if it was commission. So a little bit of bullshit in that statement. He goes on to say this, and I quote, "This year the major cons in their own ways told us they weren't going to offer anything. Warning our viewing audience about this sad turn is apparently dramatic. But why did I go through all the rigmarole to stream conventions in the first place? Why jump through endless bureaucratic hoops to spend 18-hour shifts running between cameras, tripping over wires, etc., a bunch of stuff about how it was hard? Let me remind our audience here that the endless bureaucratic hoops that existed didn't exist for EFN. In the beginning they asked and conventions gave. And the endless bureaucratic hoops that existed for other entities, like Bronyville. And Ponyville Live. And Celestia Radio. They jumped through endless bureaucratic hoops, which were put in place partially by the person writing this little article here. Final Draft goes on to say, quote, "I'm not bullshitting. I strongly, emphatically believe that our streams brought so many new people to subsequent conventions because they could see for themselves what made those events amazing. The streams bolstered the community by bringing them together live online to gawk and comment on everything going on. And let's not believe how the concert streams helped put many musicians on the map and connected them to audiences globally through their local raw performances. Let's not forget that..." What? Okay, first of all, the only fucking musicians that got on this network were the ones who were quote popular already. There's nothing bad about that, and there's nothing bad about not wanting to show people who aren't popular, right? You want the best content for your network, but don't you dare sit here and claim that you are responsible for making people popular. The only thing you're responsible for, as far as I'm aware, is putting SAAC in the fucking gutter. He goes on to say, quote, "For all of us, in the end, stream negotiations have developed into a backstabbing, passive-aggressive political drama fest that's a waste of everybody's time. Let's not forget that backstabbing and passive-aggressivism has been the entirety of Final Draft's stay in the fandom towards other media networks. Let's not forget all the times he's yelled at...
That's been EFN's fucking bread and butter.
Let's not forget all the times he has been seen yelling at Sophisto for not posting his content on Sophisto's website fast enough. Let's not forget he had to create his own news website because Sophisto wouldn't post the things he wanted to post in the way he wanted to post. Let's not forget that he tried to take Bronyville and break it up and kick Chef Sandy off the show in order for Bronyville to be a part of EFM because Chef Sandy, well, I don't know, maybe it's because he's a furry, maybe it's because he's fat, who knows? You know, let's not forget all of this.
He's not even fat anymore.
No, he's not even fat anymore.
He's still kind of fat, but he's a lot less fat than he was
compared to how he used to.
Hang on. Here's my
not about
draft.
how fat Sandy is.
But hang on,
Here's my final draft impression. Hey, Sophisto, I know we're trying to quote unquote beat you, but why aren't you posting us on Equestria daily? I mean, come on. Seriously, guy.
Let's yell at you in the middle of a con.
Yeah, he has been seen yelling down at Sophisto in front of crowds at a convention on multiple occasions, and on one occasion, Chef Sandy was there, and he saw that. And this is the man who claims to be so professional about this whole job that he quit his job and he quit grad school to do this. You know, let's not forget who we're talking about here. And let me just finish. I'm actually almost done with this.
He could have had a solid career as a high school debate coach.
He
threw it all away.
Debate coach is a perfectly good career. And it's like he threw that away? What? Seriously?
Finally,
sorry.
Go ahead, TJ.
I was just going to add to the point real quick, too. Don't forget the stuff that Silver Eagle has told as well.
Yes, so we had Silver Eagle on our show. I believe that was just after Sweet Apple Acres Con. We had Silver Eagle
just after that.
On to talk about Ponyville Live and running that alongside Everfree Network as well. That is up there. I need to go back and listen to that episode again because I can't remember. I can't remember a whole lot.
I think we had him on too.
He
did at some point.
Kind of made the rounds after Sweet Apple Acres Con.
Anyways, Final Draft here goes on to say, finally, if a convention approaches me and wants to talk to streaming, of course I'll talk, but gone are my days of begging. Thank God for that, right? We've proven ourselves valuable, and if events don't see that it's their loss, and it's not my duty to stay silent. Wow, this is terrible grammar in this post. I'm sorry. I'm just butchering this post because it's impossible to read. And it's not my duty to stay silent either. Audiences deserve to know why they can't watch their favorite conventions live. Don't get me wrong. Many of these events will be amazing in their own right. There are amazing people who staff these. Let me be clear. I'm not even saying the events themselves will suffer in the short term, but they are losing a massive publicity avenue through these cuts. And he goes, let me be clear here. A massive publicity avenue through these cuts. A massive publicity avenue. Let's see. They're missing out on Everfree Network. What are they not missing out on? Every other website.
And let me just say something else that it wasn't our good friend Capper General who runs the lovely website Horse News. It wasn't him who said it, but it was I think, wasn't it Sandy? It was either Sandy or somebody else mentioned that Horse News is just as popular as EFN is right now, and Horse News is like a couple months old. Yeah, it's ranked just above Everfree Network.
Let's not forget that the website that apparently refuses to post Everfree Network content, namely Equestria Daily, is like 5 times the reader base. All right, conventions aren't losing anything by refusing to pay for you, because at the end of the day, you're still going to put conventions on your website, even if they don't want to wine and dine you. You know why? Because if you do and you become a supporter, you get your logo on their website. And ultimately, that's what Final Draft wants. He doesn't care about raising up a con. He doesn't care about, the viewership and what they want to see. What he really cares about is plastering his face on a camera at a con. And there's nothing wrong with that. Egotism drives a lot of what we do. Egotism drives us to do this podcast. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What is wrong, however, is asking conventions to pay for your egotism. And Hammy actually wrote up a really good response to this post. So Hammy, why don't you read that?
I want to read. I'm just going to read my response verbatim because I believe it's more than appropriate for this entire post. This entire fucking infantile tirade that he wrote.
Are you going to read the bolded words too? Hello?
Hello?
Huh?
Oh, what happened to him?
Begins.
Huh?
There. Oh,
I thought I killed him.
Okay, I already posted it in the chat. There's a link in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead and read it, Hammy. You cut out there for a second.
Oh, yeah, we all thought you died.
Sorry. Oh no! Conventions won't pay money out of their budget to give away their content for free online. Oh no! Get fucked, Drafty. You did this to yourself. Your business model involves stonewalling folks for both of their flimsy professional reasons, blocking folks out of events and replacing them with monopolization of your own staff, and personal grudges, and counting on conventions being stupid enough to not realize that not only streaming the convention out live is fairly ridiculous, but having to pay to have this content streamed out from your convention live is incredibly dumb. You see, folks have wisened up, this isn't a fandom in its infancy that can be exploited like that. The surviving conventions are big name deals and events with lots of folks and lots of money behind them. And though it took folks a couple of years, but they're starting to realize what sort of exactly what that means. Like maybe in its first year, the streams could have fucking been a bolster, but after that, they were merely a luxury that you tried to swindle fucking conventions into thinking that they actually needed to reach their audience, while at the same time using that same position to fucking crowbar everyone else out from running panels or communicating with the show staff, all in the interests of personal gratification and beating everyone else out that didn't fall in line with your fucking quote-unquote ideals. Or with EFN. And even to the tune of fucking 6 to 8K in costs, you had these cons shell out for your fucking expenses, and you still managed to go into the fucking red every single time. You went into fucking bankruptcy in the middle of last year by your own statement. I mean, wow. You either really fail at running schemes like this, or you actually believed you were crusading for the greater good of the fandom, all while kicking those you felt were unworthy. And honestly, I'm not sure which one is more fucking pathetic. So, get fucked, Final Draft. It took 2 years, but you're getting exactly what you deserve. And all those people that you screwed over on the way up, I guess they're not going to lend you a single fucking hand on the way down. Too fucking bad.
So actually, I think this is actually great because you bring up a word in this post that was the same exact word that was used by my roommate to describe everything. Now I have a roommate. His name is Glenn. He's totally not a brony in any sense, but he watches the show. He likes cartoons and shit like that. So he watched MLP and all that stuff, and once he went on to DeviantArt and looked at some fan art and then was like, okay, whatever, and went back to watching anime. But I got, hard into the fandom with my other roommate, Sigmus. Like, we got way into it. And when Everfree Network popped up for the first time, I started talking about what they were doing. And now Glenn, his brother is an economics major. And he's about to go into the master's program actually at our university for economics. In the middle of me talking about what Everfree Network was doing with streaming, back when the whole thing about streaming was new, his brother immediately got up out of his chair and said, repeat that, explain to me what they are doing. And I started talking about how they were asking for money and all this stuff, and he was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would conventions pay to give out their content for free? The only people that would ever even think, that's not how it works. Like, and this is a guy, who is an economics major who studied like businesses like this, who was like, look at the NFL, look at E3, you look at all these other examples that Sandy and Emdefmek and I have brought up many times. He said those same examples, like this is not how it works. The network pays for the content because the network pays in order to get the network bolstered as a network, right? No one asks the NFL for money to stream the NFL content. That doesn't make any sense. And then, that thing with Bronyville happened, way back when. We've talked about that many times. And my roommate Glenn said, dude, it's like, I don't know anything about the fandom at all beyond, the first 2 seasons of MLP because that's all I watched. But these guys are exploiting your fandom. They are literally exploiting the fandom for not even for like monetary gain, like what you could say about Slugbox or that one blog Ask Pirate Dash, or whatever. Those fucking guys that fucking gamer ponies, that do commissions and shit. Like, okay, that's exploiting the fandom for money, but at least people are getting what they want out of that, right? And that is exploitation, but it's a passable kind of exploitation that no one cares about.
The goddamn bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, those people fucking suck.
But he's like, these guys are exploiting the fandom not even for monetary gain, which would make sense. That's what artists do in fandoms. These guys are exploiting for just the pure inflation of their egos, and it's like, it doesn't make any sense. They're squeezing money out of people, and then I told his brother, the economics major, hey, guess what? We just found out that they spent $60,000 of their own money. This was tweeted by people who worked for the network, and he almost cried. He almost cried. The guy's a hardcore libertarian, believes in a completely free market, and he started crying because he was like, everything that I want in American business, and how I want the government to take their hands out of our business and all this stuff, everything that I want hinges on the idea that people are smart consumers. And when people aren't smart consumers, all these great ideas that, we have for the economy don't work.
And that's such a big thing. What was his name? Gale, you said?
Glenn.
Yeah. Glenn.
Yeah.
GL, whatever the fuck. It really is telling that that's kind of that sense of, we can be steeped in this shit and just become so used to the frog in the boiling water kind of thing, and it just, every now and then we just need some kind of perspective to look at it from outside and just be, oh, it's really fucked, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
And
it's that kind of stepping 10 feet back and looking at things.
He basically said to me when I did this, because at this point we were starting, our podcast, me and Emdefmek, and at that time Lucky, and he said, get out. Don't do a podcast. They're going to milk the entire fandom for everything that it's worth, and, if you're unlucky along the way, they'll stomp you out as best they can. And, luckily we went in a completely different direction than all the other podcasts, so we didn't have to worry about that. But he was right about that. They tried. Sorry, when I say they, I really mean his Final Draft. Final Draft tried his damnedest to basically ruin the fun for everyone else and stamp everyone else out along the way and try and feed his own ego by spending as much money as he could to get in front of a microphone and talk to voice actresses for a show that is aimed at preteen females. Is really what it comes down to.
And really it boils down to what he did earlier, which was try and use Michael Moronis's incident to say, hey, look, I'm being bullied by people who are telling me to get fucked.
I was about to talk
Whoa,
about
really? Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Okay,
hold on. Wait. I have heard absolutely nothing about this. Can you please explain in depth?
Yes.
I just asked Sandy for a link to that for the podcast, but yes, please link that.
Tweet. Oh, there's the tweet.
The first one on TJ's two there.
Okay. Yes, he literally tried to compare all this bullshit to the bullying that Michael Marone's, a person who is an 11-year-old who was bullied so much that he tried to take his own life and is currently in the hospital in intensive care.
And his Final Draft, hey, that's like me.
He tried to compare that to his thing, and I want to say, fuck you, Final Draft. Your network wouldn't even lift a fucking finger to help with that goddamn fundraiser.
Yeah, let's not forget. I mean, for a time, Emdefmek and I were participating in that stream that Purple Tinker was running, and I also was going to participate in another donation thing. But if I recall, everyone who tried to get Final Draft to stream their charity streams couldn't get a single answer out of any of Everfree Network, and Everfree Network, in fact, did not run anything aside from, I assume, I haven't looked at their website, but I assume that they put a news post about it.
Ben, aren't there streams absolutely fucking important to the fandom? Aren't they important to reaching the fandom at large? Are you saying that even with that sort of supposed influence, they would not lift a finger to support any sort of streaming for an event for a kid who was absolutely in the hospital and was in need because of bullying?
I'm going to have to put you on hold there for a second. Ahmed's wants to say something, actually. Just put it in the chat.
Go ahead.
I can finally speak. Regarding that tweet that TJ linked, it was around 7 p.m. yesterday. I was going to go to bed because I was really tired, not feeling too well. He sent me a text with the screen cap of that tweet, and honestly, it just left me speechless. I'm just wondering, how old is this person, this final draft person?
Isn't he in his 40s?
He's well on there. He's not
30s,
he's not
40s, whatever it is.
Pretty sure it's 30s.
Whatever it is, he is a grown-ass man, and he's comparing what is happening on Twitter to something, to a pretty unfortunate event where a child tried to take his life, and it just left me speechless, just wondering, what is wrong with this person?
Yeah, I was in class when TJ, when you sent it to me, and I was just kind of sitting in my seat going, ugh.
Hey, Mbulsht?
Yeah.
This part of this whole big-ass episode we're doing, this whole part here where we're talking about this, could you cut this section out and we'll just make this a special episode? Because people need a fucking holy shit.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, yeah,
We'll have our bullshit episode, but this needs to be this part here needs to be cut off because people need to fucking know about this. And I just took a screenshot of that tweet of his.
Oh, I just retweeted it.
And this is going to be the header image for when we put up this special episode because people need to know that Final Draft is a low life piece of shit scumbag.
So does
holy fuck? I
actually
can't.
I have a question here about Twitter. I don't use Twitter very much. If I retweet something and later they delete it from their Twitter, does it stay on my Twitter?
It stays on your Twitter.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Oh, actually,
I know that's how it works on Tumblr. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how it works on Twitter. I've retweeted nonetheless his tweet just for posterity. I haven't added anything. It's just a complete clean retweet.
Well, I got the screen cap of it.
Yeah, I got a screen cap as well.
Yeah, but screen caps, people.
What, they can be faked,
people like to say that tweets can be faked on screen caps, and that's absolutely true.
Well,
you mean Lauren Faust didn't say my blog was the best?
Actually, the screen cap I got is the original tweet from Final Draft, and Silver Eagle's reply to him, just basically telling him to stop and shut up.
Yeah.
I still have the text. Even it was.
I still have mine.
Stop comparing the criticism you received to bullying that made a young kid try to kill himself. Seriously, stop it. That's what he said.
Yeah, because that's.
I saw that tweet, and I just. Oh, actually, I first saw Silver Eagle's reply to it because I was early in the morning. I was getting ready to go to a job interview, and it wouldn't have made sense if I had just seen his tweet at that time. But I saw Silver Eagle's reply, and I put two and two together there. And I just sat there thinking of it, and I just thought, how tone deaf do you have to be to make a statement like that? A very ridiculous statement like that. You either have to be extremely tone deaf and unaware, or just plain arrogance. And it could be both in this case.
This is just fucking disgusting. This is just fucking disgusting. And we do a podcast about horse porn. And this is fucking terrible. I can't.
Ahmed, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What was one of the things you replied to me in the back and forth of our text about him?
Hold on, let me look at the text. Okay,
because you basically said he needs to go.
Yeah, it's like, you were talking about like talking to someone to get off of VFN because apparently you're saying it's a sinking ship. I said that's not entirely the network at fault. It's Draft acting like a total moron. He needs to go now.
Well, yeah,
because I'm pretty sure the network itself, it can develop itself. Like, it's gotten pretty big from when like it first started. It has like a lot of shows, a lot of good staff on it. It's just Draft acting like a total moron, and he just needs to go. They need to fire his ass out of the network.
Yeah, see, there's a very simple problem that is keeping that from happening, and that is that the parent company, the legitimate, actual, real, existing company that owns Everfree Network, is a company called Poison Joke Productions. Now, how they haven't been sued for copyright infringement, I don't know. But evidently Hasbro is fine to let them use the words Poison Joke. And there's this actual company called Poison Joke Productions that owns Everfree Network, and the CEO, owner, and founder of Poison Joke Productions is Mikhail Bernstein. Mike Bernstein, also known as Final Draft. So,
shit.
So that is actually something we've been saying a long time, and I know that a few of our friends over at Bronyville and other podcasts have echoed these sentiments. You know, if only Final Draft wasn't running it, we would be okay. You know, I've heard that said many times by many different people. But the fact of the matter is, Everfree Network's not going anywhere without Mike Bernstein being with it. And Mike Bernstein ain't going anywhere without Everfree Network also going. Because he literally owns Everfree Network. He is the CEO and founder and owner of the company that owns Everfree Network. So, as great a suggestion as that is, I'm sorry it's not possible.
Well, this is actually happening in a My Little Pony fandom. What the fuck?
Really?
Well, I was
happy. CEOs like, oh my god, this fucking fandom.
If we're doing hypothetical cleaning houses here, then Final Draft's not the problem. His minions, Nash and Cowboy, they gotta go too. They're just as bad on Twitter as he is. And they're just as bad with fighting people and doing the haters gonna hate act.
From what I'm seeing, they're basically just white knighting, so it's not really that big of a deal.
Well, it seems like in this fandom, it seems to me in this fandom there's a big problem with lapdogs. You know, not just with Final Draft, but with anybody who has any modicum of popularity or power. It's like they just have people that surround them who will defend them to the end, who will fall on a sword for them, and I think that's just fucking stupid. That doesn't help anything.
Here you go. Here is sorry, before you say it, I'm just linking in the chat here. Here is the record from Houston, Texas, Secretary of State for the records of the creation of Poison Joke Productions, LLC in Houston, Texas. Now, I'm sorry, I interrupted someone. Go ahead.
That's okay. There's a question I wanted to ask that's kind of related to this, or to the subject in general. Is it clear and known what the exact moment was that the cons decided that they needed to stop doing it? Because wouldn't it be kind of clear that they kind of need to stop doing it? But what was the actual moment or incident?
You know, I think the person that question would better be directed at is Final Draft himself, because he probably knows. But I think it's really the culmination of just so much contract bullshittery that's been going on that at some point most of the cons just had to go, okay, even if we had the money, it's way too much trouble to write up and draw up these contracts, because as many of our listeners know, there was this little thing that we started talking about that Final Draft didn't like when we said it, but we said it anyways, that we called exclusivity contracts. And when it came out, you know, to light that cons were signing these contracts with Everfree Network that made it possible for Everfree Network to own footage of panels, which then meant that Everfree Network was allowed to tell other networks that they couldn't, film or record anything from panels because they own the video for their network, which that's their legal right. They have every legal right to do that. A lot of the other networks, including Bronyville and Ponyville Live, Celestia Radio, Derpy Hooves News, Equestria Daily, and now, thanks to Capra General, Horse News, weren't too happy about that because a lot of them were of the mind of, there's nothing wrong with recording a panel if I'm on it, right? And then, a couple weeks after the con, we release the audio online. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That way people who couldn't come to the panel could hear it. People who couldn't come to the con for whatever could hear, but it wouldn't be streamed. It would just be a recording of that one panel that I was on. And all of a sudden it became this bureaucratic nightmare because, Everfree Network, to protect their interests, they wanted to own, the footage of the con so they could stream it and they could have it on their channels and all that stuff. And they wouldn't have to pay anyone for it. And all these other networks, they wanted to be on panels and they wanted to record their panels and things like that. And it became this nightmare of having to draw up these really, really, smartly worded contracts that would make everyone happy, or secretly, as we found with some cons, secretly sign contracts with one Mike Bernstein and not tell anyone, So I think that there wasn't really a moment when all the cons decided. I think there was just a moment when Everfree Network decided to stop. Because as time has gone on, more and more cons have gotten tired of having to work through both that bureaucratic nightmare and also fork over, all this money for a service that is going to lose them money.
Obsidian Winter even called him out on this shit. It does kind of beg the question of how that all kind of started, and I can only imagine that it was from when Bronycon was this tiny little thing in this tiny little room, and people were like, oh, we want to be inclusive in our big loving community, and we don't have a lot of space to do that or resources. Why don't we just share it with everybody because we're nice? And then from there on, that's where kind of a final draft jumped on. I think it even was, I even heard it was officially the Winter Bronycon in New York. That was a big part of where it started.
Yes, that was one of the first conventions that they streamed. I was there. Yeah. I helped run sound for that. Go ahead.
So what do you think happens in the future for cons this year and next year? Are we going to see cons get streamed or at the very least videotaped? What do you think is going to happen now?
Well, it depends. As we've talked before, there is another entity known as the Pony Free Press, which is made up of a collection of media entities who have offered to do exactly what Everfree Network does, but the only cost incurred on that they ask for is I think it's free entrance to the con, and that's it. They pay their own plane tickets, they pay their own equipment, they pay their own internet, and they pay their own rooms. I don't know if the Pony Free Press is still intent on doing that. If they are, then cons will get streamed. Because no con's going to pass up, oh, sure, we'll just hand out 6 free badges, whatever, stream our con, But if they decide not to do that, because I'm going to be honest, a few of us, the GCC has already moved away from being a Brony podcast, and a lot of other, podcasts, look at Bronyville. They're doing this other podcast now called Fandom Unlimited, and
yep, I
can tell you right now, they didn't record a Bronyville this week. I know because I didn't get one. I got 2 Fandom Unlimited episodes, but I did not get a Bronyville. Sandy and Cider have openly said, yeah, we're fucking tired of all this bullshit that we just want to make a podcast now, and they're just doing something else. It's looking to me, I know, it's looking to me that cons aren't going to get streamed. I can say this, however, Bronyville in its entirety, possibly also including me, will be at BabsCon. And, you know, Apple Cider will have a soundboard, and they are hosting a panel where they're going to play a tabletop MLP game for like 3 hours and do some campaign. Like they have been recording tabletops in the past. And so they're definitely going to be recording that. And if I'm going, that means I'm going to be recording that.
Okay.
So I think that from here on out, it's going to be what it was before. You know, someone takes a patch cable from the sound system and patches it into a recording device and records the panel that, you know, they host, and then a week later posts it on their website with the permission of the convention. And that's what it was before, you know,
which is what it should be.
And you know, which arguably is what it should be, yes. So I think that's what it's going to come to. Some of us, I mean, I've been talking with King Cheetah a lot about cons lately, and some of us think that the cons are simply just going to go away.
But when? They're kind of petering out, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been some of them kind of petering out. You get Canterlot Gardens, whatever.
Let's look at last year. What we had Running the Leaves Con. Did anyone hear about Running the Leaves Con?
Oh,
maybe.
I did.
Were any of you aware of Running the Leaves Con?
I was about a month before it took place, which surprised me because
was that the one hosted in Arizona or Colorado?
Yeah. Did that happen?
No, it was in Thornton. It was near me. It was in my territory.
Did that happen?
I didn't find out about it until late.
Let me tell you, there was supposed to be one in Phoenix, Appaloosa.
Appaloosa. We know crashed and burned.
They actually asked one of my Tumblr friends who was involved with that con actually asked me to be one of their guests and have a panel and all that out there. They asked me in January of last year for a con that was originally scheduled for April of 2013 and got pushed back to October of 2013. And after I heard that it got pushed back, I never heard anything from it again.
Yeah, that con went away. As did Canterlot, as did Canterlot Gardens, as did Sweet Apple Acres Con, as did Las Pegasus Unicon. And we had all these large failures of cons. Now, don't get me wrong, Everfree Northwest, that's a big thing, there's a lot of money there. Probably go on. Bronycon, big thing, a lot of money, probably will go on. BabsCon, I think BabsCon's going to be a 1-year thing. I think after this year, BabsCon's, I mean, I could be wrong, but it might happen again. And I'm actually surprised Nightmare Nights Dallas is returning. Because for the longest time, the head of that organization, Chef Sandy, told me, nope, it's going to be 1 year. 1 year only. We're not doing, nope, just 1 year. I swear to God, 1 year and then I'm done. I'm leaving the fandom. But apparently, there's another one happening next year. But we had this huge rash of absolute con failures that began with a minor failure at Canterlot Gardens that snowballed into it simply being canceled, and ultimately ending with the complete debacle that was Sweet Apple Acres Con. And you know, we had all these failures, so I don't think the cons are going to be around much longer.
What else do you actually know about Running of the Leaves Con? Because despite being here and connected, I couldn't figure out anything.
I know absolutely nothing.
About.
As far as I know, it didn't even happen.
I could barely figure. I mean, I found out about its existence way late. I was way too late to even get a table. I thought I was going to be involved with the artistic moving and some of the designs with it. Which, by the way, they would have really used my help because it was kind of shit what they had. I'm just gonna throw that out.
Okay, so it did happen.
I know.
It was October 31st to November 3rd, 2013.
Attendees said it was fun. I know Travis Eurobeat Odyssey was there. Oh, I leveled up.
Oh, sorry, that was my phone. Sorry.
Nice.
Sorry.
Yeah, but despite that, I could never figure out, like even leading up, I was trying to talk to people, trying to be like, all right, so what kind of figures are you looking at here? What's really the game plan? And even before, during, and after, I could never figure out any real information about the con.
Yeah, their website has almost no information on it.
No, it doesn't. I can tell you that.
Neither does their Facebook page. Whoever is running PR for them needs to talk more. And we got pretty hard on cons last year. God, we got pretty hard on cons last year.
Someone had to.
We said some very mean things about conventions last year. Which was so weird because there was a point at which we turned away from Everfree Network and started getting mad at cons more than Final Draft. And it was like this very weird period of cons just being stupid, So I don't know. I don't know if cons are going to go on. It looks like they might not. But, at the very least, Bronycon and Everfree Northwest are going to stick around. I mean, those things are huge. Unless they decide to all of a sudden spend, $12,000 on a streaming network and then go bankrupt.
Well, keep in mind, it's not 2013 anymore. We don't have a previous year full of debatably successful cons for everyone else to fucking get fired up over and decide, hey, I can do that too. Now we have a whole year of incredibly explosive failures, and everybody's actually thinking twice about what running a convention actually means, so we have less of them. This is just, I feel like this is just a natural process. It's going to reduce down to a few conventions, and that's honestly how it should be. I mean, that's just how it should be.
Yeah, the Invader Zim fandom only had one.
Really? They had one?
Yeah, Operation Impending Doom. It was an actual con.
How
was it? A
was it?
Con or 4 years?
Yeah, how well did it do?
Let me find out. Invader Sim Convention. Invader Con Final Doom. Happened in... There were wow, there's another one happening in July in Austin, Texas. There was one in Atlanta, Georgia, March of 2011. That was InvaderCon. Then there was InvaderCon 2 DoomCon in July of 2012 in Los Angeles, California. That was the one that I knew about. And there apparently is going to be a third one. It's already been kickstarted. InvaderCon 3 Final Doom. Jonan Vasquez is putting his foot down. No more of these damn things. I'm tired.
This sounds like... I mean, I realize, coming from a bunch of pony conventions, that it's odd to say this, but I'm just imagining an Invader Zim only convention. Imagine what that's like.
Oh, for a show that only had 2 seasons and was already canceled and has been
dead is though admittedly more of a cult classic than My Little Pony is yet.
Yeah, than a pop smash sensation or whatever you call.
Let's see, Melissa Fawn, Ricky Simmons, Roger Bumpus.
Jonan Vasquez is kind of a dick anyway.
I don't know if he's even going to be showing up to this one. Oh, well, I had no idea.
Jonas Vasquez is such a dick. I mean, granted, a lot of his fans kind of justify his dickishness a bit, but I mean, like, the guy is really a pretentious dick.
I've heard stories.
That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
A note about a con. I want to hope TrotCon can stick around, because I went last year, and I'm hoping to go back again this year. I think they want me back there. And it's a fun con. It's a fun time in Columbus. Like, you wouldn't think Columbus, Ohio was a fun time, but I grew up in a town of 2,000 people, so anything over 5,000 is fun for me. But I had a great time there, and I'm hoping they can stick around. I think they're having, their third version this year. But I think everything just depends on how this year's con is good.
How was that St. Louis
the success of that one? Because there's kind of some rumblings about TrotCon already that I can't really say. But hopefully it'll still be a success this year. Hopefully TrotCon will stick around.
What the fuck?
Man, he just went all musical on us.
Do that again.
He went fucking Casio on us. Holy shit!
Who, me?
Yeah, you just composed about 3 beats of atonal music for us.
Amazing.
Holy
make that
fuck,
into a song.
Sleep.
Make that your next smash hit.
What? I don't have a fucking smash hit. What are you talking about?
But
didn't you ask about a St. Louis con, Flavin?
Yes, there is St. Louis Crystal.
Yeah, Crystal Fair.
Crystal Fair.
Last year it was 3 days. I think I want to say somewhere between 200 and 250 showed up for 3 days, and really Saturday was only its busiest day. Like, they weren't trying to be big. I'd say the biggest names they had there were Jen Blake from the comic book series. Pixel Kitties was there. And then I guess if you want to add me and Zesty and Sam Rose, the Motherly Scoots guy, that's about it for the guests. So they're going to try it again this year. We were actually on the last night of the con. They were talking to me about how to prepare for next year and some ideas that they could possibly do. I suggested that they cut down to 2 days for this upcoming year and quite possibly put it on Labor Day weekend, because that's a weekend where you could probably get more people to come because it's a holiday weekend and such. But when they announced their dates, I think last week, October 17th through the 19th.
I never knew that Final Draft's first name was spelled that way. I always thought it was just Michael.
No, it's Mikhail.
Mikhail.
Like the furry otter character, Michaela.
Oh, that explains everything.
Yes, it does.
What a shitstorm. Sorry, cons. We were talking about conventions, weren't we? Look at me just throwing in, can't get enough of that Final Draft.
I know they had one in Chicago a couple years ago, and I don't think that one's ever coming back. Midwestria was called that. I don't think that's coming back.
Midwestria is not having a second year.
No. I would have gone to that if I had a job interview that weekend.
All right, well.
Sorry for not being very talkative, but it's just...
Sorry for talking for most of that. I don't do that enough. I don't do that very often, rather. Well, it is now 11 p.m. and I actually have to go to bed. Because I have to get up really early for class, because it takes an hour and 15 minutes to drive to campus.
Oh my god, I just realized how late it is. That's really long.
And I'm sure
it's
pretty late. I'm pretty sure it's late in Weedtown and wherever the fuck Pirate Dash lives.
Illinois.
Lack of Weedtown.
Right. Lack of Weedtown.
It's 1 a.m. here, and U.S. hockey starts in 5 hours.
Yeah. So I'd say we should probably wrap up there. Of course, should any further statements be made by whomever from Everfree Network, I'm sure we'll be covering it. Especially if it has to do with, comparing yourself to someone who attempted suicide. Did we ever, we said stuff about Michael, right?
I don't think we did.
Our thing that we did a little 5-minute thing about him. That wasn't Lost, was it? That was in one of the episodes, right?
I think it was in one of the episodes.
We did lose 2 episodes.
I think it was in one of the episodes we lost.
Well, okay.
But we did make a post.
We did make a post about it. I remember that.
Yeah, but we haven't.
And I'd been posting about it.
We don't have a whole lot to say, but yes, of course.
Actually, there was an update today on him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I got this. This is from Equestria Daily. If you guys don't mind me reading it.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
We don't care.
We don't care. You can read from Everfree Network if you want. We don't care.
Oh. I'll link it in the chat as well. I'll just, he's showing signs of improvement, body functions are improving, mind is slowly starting to function again, neurological improvements have been seen that were not present before. He's also off IVs and sedation for now. They still don't know yet what is going to function, or what he will retain after everything, is done, but apparently they're planning to put him in a wheelchair for the time being. The main point is he's shown a lot of improvement.
So. Wow, that's good.
That's good to hear. It's really good to hear. So,
all right. With that, I do believe.
Thank you very much for having us on, you guys.